So once again, we are filling the staging lanes with super street cars. We're in the final days of the 11th annual JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. I'm glad you all can make it. I'm glad to be here myself. Run order for today, I believe Doug ran it down a little bit earlier, but I'll run it through you again. Super Street, followed by Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp, Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, Top Sportsman. Do the Moses Shootout right around 11:15 in there if we stay on schedule. Then we'll do a round of junior dragsters, and we'll go into the pre-race ceremonies. And following the pre-race ceremonies, we'll start out again with Super Street, and the run order will continue on as noted. So once again, Super Street in the staging lane, Stock Eliminator, be on your toes. You be on standby. So once again, Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp, Top Dragster, Competition, Top Sportsman. Those will be the categories we run. Eliminations round 1 before the Moser Shootout, semifinals. I want to say congratulations to all the winners yesterday. We got it down to the semifinals in the Draw RFC Super Shootout yesterday. I want to give a little tip of the cap to all the folks that got a little bit of money and got some awards and got their pictures taken. Good job, one and all. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Left side of the ladder for Stock. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Left side of the ladder for Stock to the staging lanes, and the designated pair to the staging lanes. Please and thank you. All right, here we go. First round of eliminations. Once again, it's the third and final day and the third and final race of the JEGS Sports Nationals, the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals here. Want to say welcome one and all. We've got Super Street rolling into the water box, and we're getting ready to go into a first round of eliminations. It's going to be Rob Cropfield out in the toy barn side, the Hamilton, Ohio base runner, the 48-year-old mechanic. Got a little grocery getter, 71 Vega, 406 small block Chevrolet horsepower, and Frank Vincent rolling up on the Sunoco lane. Quick little check of the transbake there for Frank Vincent, and he'll roll into the water box there and start his burnout procedure alongside of Rob Cropfield. 1090 the index on Super Street, as you all well know if we're here this time in the morning. Got to think we're all racers and family. We pretty much got a good idea what's happening. Frankie Vincent, the 66 Nova out of Bath, Ohio. 60-year-old drag racer here. 433 small block Chevrolet. And once again, he'll be running on the Sunoco lane. Good-looking little Chevy Deuce, and man, there's not a lot of Vegas left, is there? Especially Vegas station wagons. So Frank and Joan and Rob and Tilton getting set and ready to go. Here comes the tree. Heads up 1090. Both leave the line at the same time. Two go down, one come back, and the guy that's coming back is Rob Cropfield. 1094, 124 miles an hour. Frank Vincent right alongside with a 1095, 126. A little bit of reaction time advantage for Rob for Cropfield. Equals a win. Brian Workman now on the toy barn side. His 72 Nova. 421 LS motor out of Willard, Ohio. The 36-year-old shipping receiving clerk. Alongside of Scott Jameson. Jameson and Moparts, a 71 Demon with a 416 out of Sunbury, Ohio. Red light foul for Brian Workman. Scott Jameson's going to get the instant win. Tough break for Workman. Missed a tree by a thou. 1,000th red. 1088 comes up for Scott Jameson. Under by 2 at 124 miles an hour in the first or worst situation. Scott Satterley now rolling into the water box on the left side of the racetrack out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. 37-year-old cheese taster. I'm not kidding you, man. I don't ride them. I just read them. 99 Firebird, 400 cubic inch entry. Rod Rudrick out of Frederickstown, Ohio. 89 Sundance, 340 Mopar. 52-year-old drag racer here. Giving it a shot on the Sunoco lane. So Satterley and Rudrick. It's a good time right now, I can tell you. Satterley with a stellar reaction time, 005 on the bulb. And he goes 11:03 for a good safe pass. Didn't take too much stripe and sized him up real good down there. 11:17 for Rod. Got a little gratuitous at the stripe. He probably could have pulled that one in. Here comes Ricky Ship Jr. out of Needham, Indiana. 35-year-old aircraft mechanic. That red 70 Nova. 555 big block Chevrolet for the SS. He'll roll in alongside of Joe Galucci. Galucci out of Independence, Ohio, the 86 Camaro 572. Well, they're just about dead even off the starting line. Pretty close on reaction times. No real big advantage here. It's going to be a finish line decision down there. And the nod goes to Ricky Ship. 1095, 124 for the win. Joe, 1096, 120. Starting to see a pattern here. These guys are being real safe at the stripe. Nobody wanting to take too much of it. Brings up now Dale Schaffer and Madison Fenn. Schaffer in the Maverick, 1970 version. Big block Ford 460 out of Chester, West Virginia. The 58-year-old operating engineer. He'll roll in alongside of Madison from Vermilion, Ohio, the 19-year-old student. 72 Camaro. I got to assume she's in college, 19 years of age. Never know. Madison. 540 big block Chevrolet. Your classic Chevrolet Ford matchup here. Yep. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Left side of the ladder for stock eliminator. The staging lanes, please. Left side of the ladder for stock eliminator. Well, there's the round win for Madison. Runs the number with a 4 at 131 miles an hour for the win, and that caused Dale Schaefer to break out by 2. Kenny Underwood now. The JEGS 67 Chevy 2 wagon out of Delaware. And Chad Taylor, the Sellersburg, Indiana-based runner, 88 Chevrolet Camaro with a 391. So Kenny Underwood coming alongside Chad. Chad out in front with a little bit of a handicap head start, and it's a double breakout situation, and Kenny Underwood's going to pull this one off. 1086 with a 9 at 121 miles an hour. Chad Taylor broke out by 3 thousandths more. That's a close one. Sean Frick, Division I player out of Flemington, New Jersey. 02 Pontiac. Sean and Jackie Frick, and they'll roll in alongside of Josh Nett out of Wellington, Ohio. The 66 Fairlane. Fairlane with a bow tie horsepower, 582 cubic inches. The bad man. So Josh and Sean. High gear charge now down towards the stripe. Sean Frick coming out on top of the 1098, 128 miles an hour. 1098 with an 8 for Josh. He's right alongside. Another 5 thousandths difference. Here comes now Rob Foss in his pickup truck. Little 84 S10 Chevrolet, 406 small block entry. Comes out of Lucas, Ohio, alongside of Zach Running. Wolverine-based runner out of Lapeer, Michigan. 87 Firebird. Well, pretty good old drag race in progress. Judging by the reaction times, Rob Foss has a little bit of advantage off the line, but it's Zach Running making a difference at the top end. 11 flat, 120 miles an hour for the win for Zach. 11:01 for Rob Foss. Next pair up, Mark Smith out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. 32-year-old lawyer and 82 Mustang. Fox body hatchback Mustang with a Ford 420. Alongside of Damian Hazelton. Hazelton out of Continental, Ohio. Lucky Dog Racing, Chevrolet Camaro. 421 cubic inch entry. Well, so far the action's been very close off the starting line. I think we've seen one red light so far. A couple of breakouts. Damian Hazelton, 1091, 128 for the win. Mark Smith, 1093, 128 for his losing effort. And here comes Nicky Looney. The Thunderbird, 1985 version, Ford 377. Guy had a pretty good outing at the Indy Points meet. Wound up being runner-up there, made it to the final round. Comes out of Centerburg, Ohio. So he's a full-time college student at 42 years of age. Once again, stock eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes immediately, please. Stock, left side of the ladder. We need you to the lanes immediately. Stock eliminator, this is your call. We're running out of cars. Please and thank you. They'll double break out the situation. Win goes to Craig Meyer out of Kendallville. That Plymouth Fury takes the win, 1086, under by 4 on a double breakout, 137 miles an hour. Nicky Looney went under by 5. Here comes Don Moyer, the Pinkerton, Ohio-based runner, 67 Chevrolet Camaro, the 582 big block entry, alongside of Blake Richardson. Blake and a crew out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, the 19-year-old student, 2000 Chevy S10 pickup truck, 427. Blake and Don. Don Moyer .006 reaction time, throws it away on a double breakout situation. Blake Richardson takes the win, 1089, 122 miles an hour. Here comes that Pontiac Le Mans that I like so well. Looks kind of like Arnie the Farmer Beswick's car. Frank Jenkins out of Galion, Ohio, 66-year-old drag racer, 540 big block Chevrolet. Jenkins welding, Jackson Engineering car, alongside of Ron Harkey. Red light foul for Frank Jenkins. Take a good look at that Pontiac. It's the last time you're going to see it today, this weekend. Ron Harkey, 005 reaction time, looking for a 1090 for the win. He'll run 1095 at 132 miles an hour. That brings up now Frank Jenkins. Oh, I'm sorry, we already had Frank Jenkins. Let me go on the next screen. That's Danny Napier out there in a 77 Vega out of Pataskala, Ohio, and he'll roll inside along Doug Wood. Doug Wood and his 69 Cutlass comes from Massillon, Ohio, the big block Chevrolet 498 cubic inch entry. Forensic vehicle specialist, his profession. Doug and Tina. Denny Napier brought along Ed Epward to give a little assist this weekend. Stock eliminator, left side of the ladder to the staging lanes, please. Stock eliminator, left side of the ladder to the staging lanes. Red light foul for Napier, and Doug Wood's going to take the win with a 1097 at 139 miles an hour. Here comes Chase Batt, his 68 Camaro out of Muncie, Indiana, and Phil Smida. Phil Smida won this event last year. Smida out of Canfield, Ohio, 88 Cavalier, 532. Phil and Phil Sr., Chase Batt, his dad Larry, watching on. Tough break for Brad as he goes red, and Phil Smida looking to win another one here this year. 028 reaction time for Phil. He'll run under by 4 for the win at 148 miles an hour. Next pair. Joe Cardamone. Met him last night down at the pizza party last night out of Baltimore, Ohio. 68 Camaro, 511 big block Chevrolet, and his opponent here in the Sunoco lane is going to be Scott Mackey out of the Wolverine State, Milford, Michigan, his hometown. 66 Chevy Deuce, 560 big block. Joe and Randy Groom out there on the left side of the racetrack. The support manager for a living. Well, Scott Mackey's got a lot of ground to make up down there, and I don't think he can do it. Well, by luck, Cardamone breaks out 1080 up by a tenth. And Scott Mackey runs a good safe 1098. He left 106 back here at the starting line. He had a lot of ground to cover down there, and he got her done. Good job for Scott Mackey. Kelly Speary now, the 81 Malibu out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. And Gary Fleener, the Port Clinton, Ohio-based runner, the 79 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. 496 entry. Kerry rolling in. Kelly's there with Richard and Jerry Spoor and the crew. Nice wheels up launch. Looks like traction's good both lanes this morning. Little tip of the cap, Brad Buchel and a Division III certification team here. So Gary runs 1093. For the win, 135 miles an hour. Kelly runs a 1092, 133. Reaction time made a difference. We're going to call that whole shot victory for Gary Fleener. Ronnie Maggart. Maggart's Auto Sales, 1970 Chevelle, 582 out of Carthage, Tennessee, staging up on the left side of the racetrack alongside of the little 82 T1000. And that's Larry Forsythe. Comes to the starting line out of Chester, West Virginia. Larry and Pam. a 68-year-old drag racer. He's not doing this. He's the mayor of the little town they're from, Chester. It's pretty cool. So if you're ever rolling through Chester and need to get a ticket fixed, I would say you're not one of the guys that want to take him out of competition. How about that for the mayor? 1090 with a 6, 129 miles an hour, pretty good lap. Ronnie Maggart had him covered off the starting line, but top end of the racetrack, the car did its job, and it gave Larry Forsythe the win. Here comes now Alan Kennedy, a 47-year-old musician out of Baltimore, Ohio, and his 67 Ford F100 pickup truck. Chevrolet horsepower under the truck, and the truck's hood to John Parson there out of Pataskala, Ohio, giving him chase there on the Sunoco side. Well, it's a 008 reaction time for Parsons for the round win, 11:09, 128 miles an hour, and that's a whole shot victory. Here comes our next pair. Bob Schmidt. Bob Schmidt in a 67 Deuce out of Grove City. Former division champion here. And Lauren Dattis, a Vermillion, Ohio-based runner, the 23-year-old nursing student, and her 84 Ranger pickup truck, 383 stroker Chevy power. Well, side-by-side action, top end of the racetrack. Wind light says Lauren. 1092, 122 miles an hour, just about dead even out of the gate. Next pair up, it's going to be Mike Rizicka out of Asheville, Ohio, the 1970 Plymouth 440 Chrysler horsepower alongside of Ron Foss, the welder, out of Lucas, Ohio. 82 S10 pickup truck, big block Chevrolet for power, 498 cubic inch. So Mike, Jeff, staging up on the toy barn side. That's the left side of the racetrack for those of you following along out in the pit area. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need all stockers to the staging lanes, please. All stock to the lanes. Thank you. Well, breakout situation for Ron Foss. So Mike Rizicka is going to get the win with a 1092 at 128 miles an hour. Here comes Tim Fletcher, young man out of Churchville, New York, 69 Nova, the peak performance entry, Chevrolet 427. And Dewey Boggs, man out of Lancaster, Ohio, 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Dewey won the Super Shootout last year here at this event, Super Street category. 44-year-old Maco Tools dealer, 434 Chevrolet horsepower. Red light foul for Fletcher. Dewey Boggs marching on. 67 Camaro gets off the line with a 005 reaction time. He'll take him down to the stripe, post up a 1094 to 142 miles an hour. Next pair up. Rolling into the stage beams here on the toy barn side is Brian Richardson. Brian and Angie, Hoosier-based runners out of Woodburn, Indiana, the 98 Firebird 555 bow tie horsepower, alongside of Roger Weaver, 464 big block, 67 Mustang. Roger and Judy come out of Indianapolis, Indiana with this car. Heads up racing at your finest here. Chevrolet Ford matchup. A lot of horsepower and throttle stops coming into play here. It's a 1094 win for Brian Richardson, 142 miles an hour. Better reaction time with an 015 to an 031 respectively. Roger Weaver running on down to a 1093, 136 for his losing effort. You know, tough break for Jason Lawrence. They're going to push him out with his duster. Well, starter Brad must have found something he didn't like out there, so they pushed Jason Lawrence out of the way. And Bitsy Satterley are patiently waiting. Got her burnout procedure done. 68 Camaro 415. She patiently waits to see what's going to happen here. Once again, we need all stock to the staging lanes, please. All the remaining stockers to the lanes. Thank you. All right, great job by the starting line crew to get the track back. We backed Jason Lawrence out for a moment. Apparently, Brad found a little bit of residue from the previous car run down the track on the left side of the racetrack. So it's going to be Jason Lawrence, Division I player out of Hamilton, New Jersey, the 29-year-old body mechanic. 72 Plymouth Duster, Mopar 360 entry. Richard and Jason, all the way out of Hamilton, New Jersey. No size up alongside of Bitsy Satterley, the Lawrenceburg, Kentucky-based runner. 68 Chevrolet Camaro, 63-year-old machinist. Bitsy and Melissa Collins trying to win their first round of competition here this morning. So Jason Lawrence and Bitsy Satterley, side by side, they'll go to the stripe. And wind light says Lawrence with a 005 reaction time on a double breakout situation. Jason under by 3 on a 1087 pass at 122 miles an hour. 1084 under by 6 is Bitsy. Here comes now Tony Tanner. John Coughlin. Tony Tanner out of Morning View, Kentucky, the 55-year-old truck driver, the 82 Cutlass. Tony and Cheryl alongside of John Coughlin, 95 S10 pickup truck. The JEGS machine, a 52-year-old drag racer, 331 small block. Well, pretty good all round of drag racing here. They're just about dead even out of the gate. They'll go side by side to the stripe, and John pulls it off. Coughlin goes 1091, 123 miles an hour. Tony Tanner off by 9 at 1099, 133. Plain vanilla Olds Cutlass, 88 version. That's Chris Balkin out there in the Toy Barn Lane out of Guilford, Indiana. 27-year-old electrician. 468 big block Chevrolet, and he'll roll in alongside Rudy Mathis. His 69 Camaro, 511 big block entry. Comes down out of Ohio City, Ohio. Former Division III Super Street champion. A couple of national events wins for Rudy Matthews. I'll tell you what, had a stellar reaction time with a 009, but he gave it up at the stripe. Got a little bit too gratuitous down there with 1093 when Chris Balkin runs 1090 for the win at 115 miles an hour. He ran 1090 and a little bit of change. Frank Quarno now, his 1970 Nova 440. Another one of those New Jersey-based runners. Comes out of the Garden State in Division I, Morris Plains, New Jersey, his hometown. And he'll take on John Kastner, his opponent here in the Sunoco Lane out of Clearwater, Minnesota. 50-year-old quality manager, the 86 Chevrolet Camaro. His big block 502 coming to life there in the Sunoco Lane. So Frank Quarno, John Kastner, top end of the racetrack. It's all Frank Quarno. 1095, 132. Better reaction time, closer to the index is the Nova, but reaction time made the difference. And here comes Scotty Reinshield. 33-year-old car store manager out of Brookville, Indiana. A 69 Corvette, big block Chevrolet. And he takes on Kevin Myers out of Williamsport, Ohio. Kevin Myers, the 71 Chevy Nova. He and Elena rolling into the beams. His big block 565 Chevrolet Nova. So Kevin Myers, Scotty Reinshield. Scotty's been on a rip this weekend with that Corvette. Let's see what he's got to show for himself here. First round of Super Street. Well, red light foul for Kevin Myers. I think he was figuring he was taking a shot at Reinshield, and a little bit too quick off the line is Myers. So Scotty's going to pick up a winning ET slip at 1092, 125 miles an hour. Here comes now George Forrester. Very cool little 65 Chevy Deuce. Big block Chevrolet with a 454. The man out of Greencastle, Pennsylvania. 46-year-old mechanic. His opponent here on the Sunoco lane is going to be Alex Miller, the 80 Monza. Another big block car out of Mansfield, Ohio. 30-year-old shop owner. Another former Division III Super Street champ here. Won a divisional up at Stanton back in 2009. I think it was the last time he's won. So he's looking for a big win here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Yeah, George Forrester right about now looking over his shoulder. He's out in front with a little bit of reaction time advantage. Pretty stellar 009 reaction time. Wow, what a package George Forrester just put together. Ran 1090 with an O, dead on the index. 125 miles an hour with a 009 reaction time. And Man, I got to tell you, that's the best lap so far, the best pass we've seen. George Forrester, 009 reaction time, and dead on, 125 miles an hour. Good job, guys. Here's Rod Ferris now, out of Dover, Ohio, his 1971 Camaro. Little small block, 383 stroker motor, alongside of Robbie Sesko's small block 440 Camaro, 87 Camaro. Sesko rolling down the Sunoco lane as I speak, comes out of Lansing, Ohio. .1092 victory for Rod Ferris. 128 miles an hour. It's a breakout situation for Robbie Sesko by 3 at 129. Here comes Dennis Floyd. Wakeman, Ohio-based runner, the 67 Chevrolet Camaro 540 entry, alongside of Rick Watson. Rick Watson hails from nearby Buckeye Lake. His 79 Malibu, 383. Rick and Mac Watson and Dennis and his wife Margot trying to pull out a win here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Two little kids that shouldn't be there.
That's right.
That's why I don't want to say anything, because those kids should not be out there. How about Rick Watson with a 1090 pass for the win? 1090 with a 3 at 115 miles an hour. Floyd broke out and turned on the red bulb, gave it back at both ends of the racetrack. Stellar pass by Rick Watson. So it's going to be Rob Garibrandt, the odd man out. He'll get a solo into the next round. His 71 Nova, Yanko lookalike car. Big block 454. 46-year-old heating and air conditioning technician out of Lancaster, Ohio. Getting a little help from Dewey Boggs, according to my CompuLink Star Trek screen. We got stock eliminator to follow. So we got stock in the staging lanes. That means Super Gas, you're on standby. Super Gas, heads up in the pit area. You guys are on standby. So Rob Garibrandt, last car in Super Street, first round eliminations. Rolling in on a Sunoco side, car's getting set and ready. Burnout procedures complete. Here he goes. Looking for a 1090 here. See how close he can run to the index. He's already got the round win. Win light shining bright up on top of the Sunoco scoreboard right now. And well, he'll run under by a tenth. 1080, 142 miles an hour for the win. It's good enough for a round win for him. And here comes stock. Change the category into stock eliminator. Get my screen up and running here. We'll take a look now at Austin Richardson, the 67 Chevy Deuce. The Richardson boys out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, E-Stock Automatic. 1136 the index, and he'll roll in alongside of, 1170 the index. He'll dial under at 1136. And John Foxbauer, B-Stock Automatic out of Franklin, Ohio, 68 Mustang. 1125 the index for B-Stock. He'll dial under 1040. Foxbauer just threw it away on a red light pass. Austin Richardson, first winner in stock eliminator here. 11th running of the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. He'll run under a little bit by 1135, 114 miles an hour. Austin Richardson advances. A couple of Dodges rolling in. Jim Nichols and Jason McCormick. Jim Nichols out of Canterbury, Ohio. Mid-Ohio Paving, 64 Plymouth Savoy, 426 entry. AA stock automatic. 1060 the index. He'll dial down to a 1044 alongside of Jason McCormack. Columbiaville, Michigan-based 66 Belvedere. A stick. 1095 the index. He'll dial down to a 1020. So 1020 to a 1044. McCormick gets the first lead. Look at a wheels-up launch for McCormick. This car's been doing that all weekend. Very impressive launch, an A stick. Jim Nichols pulls out the win, 10:53, 10:44, 123 miles an hour. And that brings up now Tim Lowe, his 2015 Copo Camaro, the 350 small block entry, the Farmer out of Macy, Indiana, factory stock F. Alongside of Brian Merkel, the Johnstown, Ohio-based 2000 Firebird, B-stock automatic, 346 Pontiac entry, 1125 the index for B-stock. He'll dial down to a 1055, and Tim Lowe, the factory stock index, 1120. He'll dial down to 1026. So 1026, 1055. Pontiac's going to get the first move. So Brian Merkel pulls out the win. 1064 to 1055, 114 miles an hour. Tim Lowe breaks out, and that brings up our next pair. Tommy Turner, the notchback Fox Body Mustang out of Tompkinsville, Kentucky. M. Stocker stick alongside of Claude Buchanan, the man out of Madison, Ohio. Front wheel drive, 86 tempo, F. Stocker. So 1674 the dial under to 1199 for Tommy Turner. So Tommy Turner's got a little bit of ground to make up to catch that little yellow car, but he's going to do it in pretty good fashion here. Doesn't make any mistakes. Tommy Turner should have this one in the bag, and he does with a 004 reaction time. He runs 1205 on 1199. I'm sorry, 1202 with a 5 on 1199 at 107. And here comes Patrick Downing, M-stock automatic, 83 Malibu grocery getter wagon out of Adrian, Michigan, and he'll stage up alongside Steve Novosel. His 15 Copo Camaro, he comes out of Troy, Michigan. So a couple of Wolverine state-based runners sizing each other up here in starting line. Patrick Downing, dial under to 12 flat. Steve Novosel, his 968, his dial down. So 4/10 of a second later, here comes the Copo, going to try and track him down. Patrick Downing's out in front, and Steve Novosel to give chase. Novosel reels him in at the top end of the racetrack, 990, 112 miles an hour. Patrick Downing had the reaction time advantage, gave it up at the stripe. Joey Wilkes now coming out of the water box. Zanesville, Ohio-based car dealer, 2001 Formula, B-stock automatic, alongside of George Atrobius. Bellbrook, Ohio-based runner, the 89 Camaro Z28, H-stock automatic. So Joey Wilkes dials under 1054. George 1117. Pontiac, I'm sorry, the Camaro's going to get to leave first via the handicap head start. So there goes George. Time for Joey to go to work. Joey's still out in front a little bit there, but here comes Wilkes. And George holds him off. 1121 on 1117, 110 miles an hour for the win. Joey breaks out 1053 on 1054 dial under at 127. Here comes PJ North out of Gahanna, Ohio, the 88 Cutlass, Olds 307, alongside of Julie Bierman, 68 Firebird, E-stock automatic. So PJ, his Cutlass runs under L-stocker. 1270 the index, he'll dial down to a 1249. And Julie, 1170 the index on E-stock automatic. She'll dial 1083. So Julie Bierman, Tim Gillespie. Well, Julie likes the traction on her side. Both cars pretty even out of the gate. Almost identical reaction times. Top end of the racetrack, Julie makes the decision, goes 1087, 119 miles an hour for the win. Here we go with Brett McFarland now, Toy Barn side. The A-stick, Manchester, Ohio, 54-year-old consultant, 1968 big block Camaro. Former U.S. Nationals class winner. 1095, the index for A-Stig. He'll dial down to a 1015. Billy Baker here out of Westerfield, Ohio, and his G-Stock automatic Buick Grand Sport, 455 cubic inch entry. 12 flat the index. He'll dial her down to it, 1154. So 1154, 1015. Billy Baker gets to make the first move. Hey, we got a couple of draw shootout winners that didn't get some money yesterday. Mr. Hansham and Mr. Watson in Super Street. Super Gas winner Hansham, Super Street winner Watson. We've got money for you at the tech trailer underneath the pavilion. Go by and pick up some cash. The girls will have it there for you. So Brett McFarland takes the win, 10-18 on a 10-15 dial under at 130 miles an hour. Billy Baker turns on the red light, and that's going to bring up Nathan Botten. Botten, the Illinois-based runner out of Plainfield, Illinois. It's over in Starter Brad's neighborhood. 93 Mustang Mach 1. 351 Ford Cleveland. H-Stock automatic alongside of Michael Brand II. His 73 Pontiac Formula G-Stock automatic. A 455 cubic inch entry out of Hayden, Alabama. So Nathan Botten, Michael Brand. First round eliminations. Stock eliminator at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. And the winner is Michael Brand, 11:22, 112 miles an hour for the win. And here comes Ryan Ruddick and Brad Zaskowski. Ryan Ruddick out of Frederickstown, Ohio. 19-year-old drag racer. 1970 Duster, Chrysler 340. E-Stock automatic. The index is 1170. He'll dial her down to 1134, and he's got one tough hitter here in the Sunoco lane as Brad and the crew go to work with the mops out there, checking out the track, make sure Brad's got great traction. Brad Zaskowski, ladies and gentlemen, here's a young man that's looking pretty good for a world championship here. The 34-year-old home builder out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Brad, Bill, Zach, and the whole crew, multi-time divisional event winner, national event winner, won the Cajun Sports Nationals back in 2007 and 2009. A couple of times he runner-up at Division III in points. Got to tell you, this guy's world champion quality. Wow, dead even out of the gate. Ryan Ruddick, Brad Zaskowski right by side on the starting line. A tenth of a second to make up here for Brad. He does, 11:44, 102 miles an hour. That's a good, consistent race car. Watch him go around. Ryan went under his dial by 2. Brings up now Katie Sapanik. Plain vanilla 72 Chevelle, pretty clean looking car out of Moosic, Pennsylvania. Little small block entry, I-Stock automatic. She's got a couple of wins for her credits. Won the Northern Sports Nationals here about 2008. Division I player, and she'll roll in alongside of Billy Fodder, the Division III runner. E-Stock automatic 72 Trans Am. Billy Fodder turns on the red light, hands the win right over to Katie Sapanik. So Katie looking for 11:43, good safe pass, shuts her down to 11:52, 107. Brings up now Gary Russell, the E-Stocker stick. Out of East Sparta, Ohio, the 67 Camaro, 350 small block entry, alongside of Donnie Beeler, the stick man, G-Stocker. Elizabethtown, Kentucky-based runner, the 67 Camaro, 327. Gary dials her down, 1086. Donnie Beeler dialed under to a 1098. At the stripes, going to be Donnie Beeler, 1108 at 103 miles an hour. So Donnie advancing. The former winner here as well. Brings up Wayne Larson, the underdog, 72 Common. Inline 6-cylinder 200 Ford out of Ponchatoula, Louisiana. The V-Stock stick. Alongside of John Kunzak. Kunzak out of Westford, Pennsylvania. 015 Copo Camaro, 427 entry. 70-year-old drag racer. Factory stock D, index 1060. He'll dial down to a 963. Wayne Larson's index 525. He'll dial down to a 1475. So, about 5 seconds is the difference. Here comes Kunzak, and Kunzak a little bit impatient. He'll light the red bulb. Wayne Larson staying alive. First round of stock. So 1466, under by a tenth, goes Wayne Larson into round number 2 at 89 miles an hour. Here comes Daryl Boreski. Here's a guy who's been doing this for a long time. The man out of Elgin, Illinois. Estock Automatic, Oldsmobile, 455, 442, and Don Turk. Who's your base runner out of Lebanon, Indiana, the general manager of 74 Grand Am, and Stock Automatic. At the stripe, it's Turk for the win. Don goes 12-13 and on 12-12 dial under. 118 miles an hour for the win. Daryl Boreski dead on the number, but left. There was a reaction time difference here, 0:35 to 0:46, and Don Turk pulled it out. Here comes now Matt Butter. And Rich South, Matt Butter out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the 22-year-old college student. Immaculate, plain vanilla 69 Camaro SS. H-Stock Automatic, and he'll be taking on Rich South. Pataskala, Ohio-based runner, the 69-year-old 85 Camaro. Rich had a pretty nice little time going on at pits last night. A little tip of the cap, thank you to Rich South. And, man, they had a big party out there. Lots of pizzas, like, I don't know. I think second round was like 40 boxes of pizzas coming in all at once. So iStock Automatic, the index 1230. He'll dial down to 1136. For Matt Butter, it's a A-Stock Automatic index is 1215. He'll dial under 1152. So 1152, 1136. Matt Butter gets a little bit of an advantage. Rich South alongside. Wind light from Matt, 1185, 187 miles an hour. We need super gas to the staging lanes at this time, please. Super gas. This is your call. Tension in the pits. We need super gas. Quick little cleanup with the mops out there in Sunoco Lane. It's going to be Norman Sabine Sr. taking on Chuck Weber here pretty soon. Norman, on the left side of the racetrack. Canton, Ohio, based 69-year-old cement contractor. 350 small block Chevrolet C-Stock Automatic alongside Chuck Weber out of Frewsburg, New York. 81 Chevrolet Corvette small block 350 F-Stock Automatic. 1140 the index for C-Stock Automatic. He'll dial down to a 1085. Chuck Weber's index at 1185. He'll dial down to a 1093. So here we go. C-Stock Automatic, F-Stock Automatic. Burnouts are complete. And the guys are rolling in. Once again, we need super gas to the staging lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. Well, red light pass for Chuck Weber. He'll turn on the red bulb. Norm Sabine gets the win. He's going to be happy about that. 294 for reaction time. Runs 11:07 on 104 miles an hour in a good safe pass. Here comes Chuck Beach. 68 Camaro. Heads up the category. 2 cars, an F-Stock Automatic. Chuck Beach out of Delaware, Ohio, the 58-year-old drag racer, 68 Barracuda alongside of Bob Marshall's F-Stock Automatic. 73 Dodge Dart. Pair of Mopars and F-Stock Automatic, heads up racing. Both guys take the light at the same time. Identical reaction times. Absolutely identical. 072, one in each lane, so it's going to go all the way down to the stripe for the decision. And Chuck Beach takes the win. 1096 on a 1185 at 103 miles an hour, and both cars went under their dial. Here comes Ken Witcher, his 69 Camaro, 350 small block, an 8-stock automatic configuration. Man out of Beloit, Ohio. Cars go silent, a little bit of mop action going on in aisle 2. Brian Siebenek getting set and ready to go here. Brian, the man out of Toledo, Ohio. 84 Buick Regal, 252 whopping Buick horsepower. R stock automatic. So Brian Siebenig, the Siebenig Racing entry, the 35-year-old IT administrator. Means he's kind of a smart guy when it comes to computers, layman's terms. 1405 the index. He'll dial her down to a 1366. And for H-Stock Automatic, Ken Witcher's going to dial down from a 1215 to 1134. So Brian Siebenig's going to get the handicap head start. Ken Witcher will give chase. There he goes. Time to go to work for Witcher. I got to tell you, Witcher's on time pretty good. Via the reaction time advantage, Witcher takes the win, 11:35 and 11:34 dial down to 109 miles an hour. So Ken Witcher moving on. Tom Russell, Denny Ford. Tom Russell, 98 Camaro, the Russell Performance entry out of East Sparta, Ohio. B-Stick, alongside of the A-Stick car of Denny Ford. Denny Ford here in the Sunoco lane. Both competitors waiting to start out their burnout procedure. Denny Ford comes from a town called 84, Pennsylvania. 66-year-old retiree, the 69 Camaro. Denny Ford's Chevy. The big block 427, A-Stick. I love the stick stock eliminator cars, man. Gotta like it. Denny Ford, Tom Russell, wheels up, launch, and down at the finish line, it's going to be Russell and his Camaro taking the win, 10:32 on a 26, dial under at 129 miles an hour. Ford goes under the dial by 2 for the breakout loss. Here comes Travis Morgan. Travis out of the Hoosier State, Brazil, Indiana, his hometown. A 35-year-old truck driver in a 75 Malibu, 400 cubic inch M-Stock automatic. Alongside of Dave Walther. Dave and his 69 350 Camaro G-Stocker. G-Stock stick out of Lanesville, Indiana. Former U.S. Nationals winner here in the Sunoco lane. Also won the Gator Nationals. So at 1190, the index for Dave Walther, he'll dial down to 1103, and Travis Morgan with a 1285 index, he'll dial down to a 1210, and he'll get the handicap head start. Dave Walther. Wheels up, launch. Jericho goes into high gear on the Sunoco side, and Dave will take the win with a whole shot victory to 1109, 1103, 110 miles an hour. Travis Morgan gives it up. 12:14 off by, 4 hundredths of a second. Here comes Tom Rambo. Here's a guy who's having a great season. Anytime you can run her up at the U.S. Nationals, it's always a good season. And Rambo, G-Stock automatic out of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. The Parsons and Myers racing engine, 68 Camaro 327. Alongside of Jed Coughlin. Look at Coughlin go wheels up. The JEGS mail order 2010 Dodge Challenger. Factory stock D. Beautiful launch on that car. He'll go 10.06 on a 10.05 dial under, 123 miles an hour. Jed Coughlin moving along, staying alive. Allison Smith, Uxbridge, Massachusetts, 27-year-old electrical engineer. The Portatree people. Her and her father, Al, running an A-Stock automatic 98 Firebird 350 small block alongside of Caleb McFarland, a man out of Manchester, Ohio. Young man's 23 years old. 2001 Formula A-Stick. Watch the Pontiac on the Sunoco lane. You got to put that one on the wheelie bars on the launch. So it's a 1095 index with a 1005 dial under for Caleb. 11 flat index for Allison. She'll dial down to a 1026. She'll get to make the first move. How we doing? I'll get you all that information. How about Allison? She'll take a win, 10:43, 117 miles an hour, first round survivor in a Porta-Tree car. Mark Williams coming up now. South Charleston, West Virginia, base runner, the 99 Camaro. It's the B-Stock automatic entry. Alongside of Brian Whitworth, the A-Stock automatic, 1970 big block Chevelle. The 454 entry comes out of Corydon, Indiana. 11 flat the index, he'll dial under to a 1046, and Mark Williams with 1125 index will dial under to a 1033. A little bit of gold dust going down in each lane, making sure the bald spots get covered and everything's real good as we continue here in Stock Eliminator. NHRA crew members are walking around right now and making up recognitions for the best appearing crew and best appearing car and the best engineered car, and we'll give those accolades out before right around pre-race. Recognize those folks. Got a few special guests here this weekend from JEGS. We were going to recognize and a grand marshal of the JEGS Northern Sports National as well. That'll all happen in pre-race ceremony this afternoon. Right after Moser Sportsman semifinals and the junior dragsters, we'll do the pre-race ceremony. So, Super Gas, you should be in the staging lanes at this time. That puts Super Stock on standby. So we're finishing up here with Stock Eliminator. So Mark Williams and Brian Whitworth start the burnout procedures. So Mark Williams with a 1033 dial under and Brian Whitworth with 1046. Tells me Brian's going to get the little bit of a handicap head start here, and Mark Williams will give chase. Clear the throats out of the big block, and Mark's first in to light the pre-stage bulb. Here comes Brian. And Brian, the last of the stage, and we're set. Here it comes. Nice wheels up launch from Mark Williams. Traction's there. Brian Whitworth with 008 reaction time takes the round win, a 10:48 at 124 miles an hour. Stellar pass on the A-Stock automatic car. Here comes Paul Wong, his 86 C10 Chevy pickup truck, small block entry, a Q-Stocker. Comes all the way out of Las Vegas. And Joe Martin's here in the Sunoco lane, local runner out of North Olmsted, Ohio. 52-year-old drag racer with a 69 SS 396 Camaro A-stick car. So Q-Stock and A-stick. Joe Martin dials under to a 1018 on a 1095 index, and Paul Wong dials her down to a 1304 and a 1365. Just about a little over 3 seconds the difference here. Paul Wong's going to leave first in the pickup truck, and the SS Camaro will give chase. So there goes Paul. And here comes Joe. One more gear, and Joe Martin's ought to have him caught there at the top end of the racetrack. Not enough. Paul holds him off. A 1304 and a 1304. 94 miles an hour. Good, consistent pickup truck. Paul Wong goes, I didn't come all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada to lose first round. I'm going to stick around for a while. Next pair in, it's going to be Tim Rohrenbeck out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio, the 55-year-old electrical contractor, and his 2013 Mustang. Factory stock F alongside of Bob Michael, the O-Stock automatic, 77 Pontiac Grand Le Mans. Bob Michael out of Lebanon, Ohio, the 71-year-old retiree. Been doing this for a long time. Runner-up at Summer Nationals back in 1980. 85 windy Lucas Oil Drag Race Series winner. Back in 82, he won it in Cincinnati. That's going to end his day, however. Tim Rohrenbeck staying alive for first round, 10:58 on a 52. 001 reaction time. How about that for Tim Rohrenbeck? He runs 131 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up the 15 Copo Camaro. George Yago out of Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania. Factory stock F runner. alongside of Paul Boster. Paul Boster, the 2003 Corvette D-Stock automatic entry, comes out of Pataskala, Ohio, and he's sizing him up here on the Sunoco lane right now. 1077, the dial under. Boster lights the red bulb. George Yago staying alive. First to worst situation here. Yago went under the tree a little bit, but Boster, the red light absconder by more, I guess. So Yago, 10:04 on a 10:23 under, 128 miles an hour. Brings up now Joe Marcinowski out of North Royalton, Ohio. 79 Chevrolet Camaro, small block, I-Stuck. Alongside of Bill Semsprott, the 66 283 Nova, J-Stock stick out of Franklin, Ohio. So a couple of four-speed cars setting up here. 1165 the dial under for Joe, 1149 the dial under for Bill. So Joe and Bill, top end of the racetrack. It's going to be Joe for the win, 1172, 111 miles an hour. Into round number 2, he'll go. Some spot falls off, 1153 and a 49 dial under at 113 miles an hour. Here comes Danny Hillman and Eric Compolito. Danny Hillman, the drop top 67 Chevrolet Camaro I-Stick out of Indianapolis, Indiana. He'll dial under to 1178 from a 1220 index. And Eric Compolito, the J-Stock automatic, 96 Caprice, 350 small block, the 17-year-old student out of Salem, Ohio. 1245 would be his index, and he'll dial her down to 1168. So 1168, 1178, it's going to be real close competition right here. Just a little bit of a slight reaction time advantage goes to Denny Hill's lane, and he'll take the win, 1188 on 111 miles an hour. Here comes Randy Wilkes. Randy out of Zanesville, Ohio. The Wilkes Family Racing 2000 Firebird. Currently number 9 in points in Division 3. A-Stock automatic. Alongside of Charlie Downey and his factory stock K. 2010 Cobra Jet Mustang. Wolverine-based runner out of Britain, Michigan here in the Sunoco lane. Runnered up to JEGS All-Stars back in 2007. JEGS All-Star representative. So Charlie Downey dials down 1105, 1023 the dial under for Randy Wilkes. Dead even off in reaction time. Both cars with an 021, and the win light says Randy Wilkes. 1029 on a 1023 dial under at 115 miles an hour. So that brings up Jeff Kenny there. G-Stock automatic here, waiting his turn to come out. Red Chevrolet Corvette, the 90 version, sits here at the ready line. And the Kincaid and Russell. With Dick Kincaid at the controls. 1967 Chevy Deuce. F-Stock automatic entry. Good looking plain vanilla Nova. Little touch up there in the starting line, quick little shuffle. And under Brad Buchel's watchful eye, they'll put the traction down. Guys in stock limit got to be loving this. So where are we at in the staging lanes? I think we need super gas to the lanes and super stock here on standby. Looks like we've got a lot of the super gas cars already up there. So a little bit of touch up there in the starting line complete, and we'll continue on action here. First round eliminations at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, and stock eliminator now. We'll take a look at Jeff McKinney, the man out of Carroll, Ohio, the 54-year-old store owner, 1990 Chevrolet Corvette. As I spoke to you earlier, G-Stock automatic, 12 flat the index, and He'll dial her down to an 11:21. And Dick Kincaid here in the Sunoco lane, the plain vanilla 67 Chevy Deuce. 70-year-old drag racer. He's now retired and just having a lot of fun drag racing his little F-Stock automatic Chevy Nova. Comes out of Navarro, Ohio. Former U.S. National winner and a former Division III stock champion here, Dick Kincaid. He'll take the round win here. Jeff McKinney turns on the red ball. Red light, good night, Jeff. And Dick Kincaid staying alive, and he'll run 11:53 on a 46. So Ron Siebenik now coming up on the left side of the racetrack out of Perry, Ohio. The front-wheel drive Olds Achieva, 92 version, F-stick. Front-wheel drive car, 715, his dial under, alongside of Randy Taylor. Taylor, J-Stock automatic, Beaver Creek, Ohio-based runner. 87 Chevrolet Camaro. Small block 305 will give chase. 6 seconds and a half the difference. So Randy Taylor, a little bit of real estate to make up down there. Right about the 1,000-foot mark, he ought to have him caught up, and he does. 11:74. 103 miles an hour for Randy Taylor with better reaction time. Into round number 2 goes Randy. And that brings up Jim Bailey. Beautiful 65. Superstock. Attention in the pits. Left side of the ladder for Superstock and the 3 designated pairs. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Superstock. Left side of the ladder and the 3 designated pairs to the lanes. So Jim Bailey, Steve Sullivan. Jim Bailey, AA stock automatic out of Bradenton, Florida. The 61-year-old drag racer, 65 Belvedere 426, alongside of Steve Sullivan, man out of Westchester, Ohio. 58-year-old drag racer. Fox body Mustang, 88 versions, Mustang LX hatchback, M stock automatic. Former Division III champion here in the Sunoco lane. Jim and Mary Jo Bailey campaigning that Dodge out of Bradenton, Florida. Good place to retire to. Look at the wheels up launch for Jim Bailey as he gives chase. 11:87 the dial ender for Sullivan. 9:85 the dial in for Jim Bailey. 2 seconds difference to make up at the top end of the racetrack. And Jim just a little bit too quick down there. And he's going to give win light over to Steve Sullivan. Steve Sullivan runs 11:93, 105 miles an hour for his first round victory. Zach Ross now coming up on the left side of the racetrack out of Belmont, Ohio. A 31-year-old real estate developer, the 72 Plymouth Barracuda 340. F-stock automatic alongside of Tommy Fletcher. The Thomas Fletcher from Churchville, New York. 2015 Copo Camaro 350. Factory stock G. So 10:45, 11:34 the dial unders. And the win light says Fletcher. Tom goes 10:50, 10:45, 108 miles an hour. Once again, we need Superstock. Left side of the ladder to the staging lanes, please. Superstock. Left side of the ladder and the first three designated pair of Superstock. Nick Reeder coming up on the left side of the racetrack out of the water box now to Warmester, Pennsylvania. 61 Charger. 440 D-stock automatic. Former divisional champion. And Dan Sayers, the opponent here on the Sunoco lane. Now, 2015 Copo Camaro 427 entry. Comes out of Waverly, West Virginia. Runs in factory stock C. So 10:30 the index for Dan. He'll dial her down to a 960. And Nick Reeder, the D-stock automatic Charger, 11:55 his index, 10:98 his chosen dial under. So Nick Reeder, D-stocker, factory stock C. That sets the stage. Here comes the tree. Both guys are set and ready. Countdown begins. Dan Sayers gives chase. Win light says Nick Reeder. 1098 on a 1098 runs dead on with a 0 106 miles an hour. Pretty good lap for him. And Dan Sayers left 130 back here at the starting line. Tried to make it up to the finish line and went a little bit too quick on the dial. Here comes Ryan Richardson. The Richardson boys out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. The 20-year-old college student. Plain vanilla, beautiful 69. SS Camaro 350. 8-stock automatic alongside of Dave Pazak, the Upper Borough, Pennsylvania-based runner, 68 GEDX. The GTX running under D-stock automatic. 1160, 1079 to dial unders. So Ryan Richardson out in front, and here comes Pazak trying to make up the difference. Does a pretty good job of it, 1088, 105 miles an hour. Richardson's had him covered back here at the starting line, but not to finish. 2 ends of the racetrack to run. Bill Owens now, out of Grand Blanc, Michigan. Front-wheel drive entry, F-stick, Grand Am, alongside of Dan Walcott, E-stock automatic. Oh, wait a minute, this is going to be 2 singles here. Bill Owen, he's going to make a solo pass down the Toy Barn side. I believe it's a broke by. Is that correct? Former division stock champion, Bill Owen, out of Grand Blanc, Michigan. So 1433 the dial under, 1515 his index, and runs it on down to a 1433. Good consistent little race car there. 1433 with a 4 and a 1433, 92 miles an hour. Here comes Ben Wenzel. Ben and Dave Wenzel. A couple of brothers been racing this car for a long time. 1967 C-Stick. Dave and Ben Wenzel, the 302 Z2868 Camaro, the Martin Chevrolet, former U.S. National winner and multi-time JEGS All-Star campaigner as well. Former Division III champions. A lot of history on this car. C-Stock, 1135 the index. He'll dial it down to 1046. His brother Dave and his nephew Dave watches on. Watch and listen and learn. It's a man with a 327 and a 4-speed Jericho. Does what he does best. It's a 1066, 105 miles an hour, and I might add Ben Wenzel's in the semifinals for the Moser Sportsman Shootout here today. And advancing into round 2, stock eliminator. Wouldn't it be cool to see him double down? Kind of gives me cold chills. Back in action with Rick Winchester and Mitch Truman now as we continue on. First round eliminations and stock eliminator. Rick, the G-Stock automatic, 72 Chevrolet Corvette, 350 small block alongside of Mitch Truman's 95 Chevrolet Camaro, 350 small block from North Manchester, Indiana. And just as I get done announcing that, Rick Winchester goes red, gives Mitch Truman the win for C-Stock automatic. Rich, 1050 the dial under. He'll run 1064 at 116 miles an hour into round number 2. And Steve DeZorny is going to get a solo here. Dave Edwards couldn't make the call, so Steve DeZorny, the 20-year-old student out of Leonard, Michigan, running the McCormack Racing entry, the 02 Dodge Dakota pickup truck, K-Stock automatic. 1265 the index. He'll dial her down to 1173. So Steve DeZorny going to solo in to round number 2 right here. Brad and I stopped by the pits last night, visited with Judy McCormick. Let's have a wheels up launch for Steven. Truck's been doing that all weekend. Very cool stuff there. I like that. Big smile out of Judy McCormick. 1176 on a 73, 110 miles an hour goes Steven. And that's going to bring up our next pair. Jack Larson. Last pair of cars, stock eliminator. Jack Larson, Jim Boburka. Larson, truck driver out of Cropsey, Illinois. The 77 Grand Am O-Stock automatic. And Jim Borburka. Garopolis, Pennsylvania base runner. The 2015 Copo Camaro 427 Chevrolet. Factory stock C. There goes Borburka. Wheels up, launch. Look at Borburka. That thing is beautiful. Almost dead even out of the gate. Jim chasing him down. Top end of the racetrack. Will he reel him in? Yeah, he will. 939 on a 34, 124 miles an hour. So that, ladies and gentlemen, first round of elimination, stock eliminator. We got Super Gas coming up. Going back into heads-up index racing here momentarily. So we put 77 cars down the track and stock eliminator, and it looks like we got about 50 cars in Super Gas here for round one, thereabouts. We'll see what we got when we get done here. Robert Wright and Rocky Clark pulling up to the ready line, getting set and ready to go. Quick little touch up there in the starting line as we move into the 990 category of Super Gas. So rolling into the left side of the racetrack water box, Robert Wright out of Buchanan, West Virginia, the 96 Grand Am, Tony Tanner's car, the 434 Chevrolet horsepowered Pontiac, alongside of Rocky Clark. Rocky Clark in his 90 Grand Prix, the 540 Big Block Chevrolet, hails from Willard, Ohio. A 58-year-old maintenance mechanic. Rocky and Janet Clark. So Robert Wright staging up on the left side of the racetrack. Rocky Clark. Here comes the tree. Throttle stops into play here. And away they go. A little bit of a reaction time advantage to the left. And he makes it pay. 991, 128 miles an hour. Rocky breaks out with a 980, 174 miles an hour. A couple of roadsters rolling in. Justin Moser out of Portland, Indiana. 25-year-old purchasing manager for Moser Engineering. 2010 Moser Corvette. Roadster, 565 Big Block Chevrolet. Gets a little horsepower from Nye's engine. Rocky Van Note watching on over there. And Larry Turner here in Sunoco Lane, a local hero out of Columbus, Ohio. 27 Ford Roadster, Chevrolet horsepower. 54-year-old auto detailer. So Justin and Larry. Larry's got his work cut out for him, holding off Justin Moser. On a double breakout situation, Justin gets the nod with a 004 reaction time, under by 0.06 of a second. Too quick. Brings up now Gary Linkhorn, his 27 Ford Roadster, the Linkhorn Racing entry out of Cumberland, Ohio. Paul Fiddler just lit the red bulb. Vega's going to go by the wayside, and Gary Linkhorn staying alive for first round. Runs under by 4, 986, 154 miles an hour for the win. Next pair up. The 64 Chevy Nova of Jerry Schell. Comes out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Be staging up on the left side of the racetrack. The 37-year-old says he makes his living as a mystery shopper. That's kind of a pretty cool gig. And Ed Apple. 34 Chevy Roadster, 454 Big Block Chevrolet out of Beloit, Ohio. Well, this one's going to go all the way to the stripe for a decision. They're just about dead even out of the gate. Wide open to the finish line now. It's a double breakout situation. Ed Apple closer to the index with a 989 with a 2 for the win at 152 miles an hour. And Bill McCullough Jr., Jim Unum. McCullough, the 27 roadster out of Pinkerton, Ohio, the 62-year-old retired ironworker. Those ironworker guys, man, they're a different sort, huh? Very cool people. Jim Unum, Anna, Ohio, based 67 Chevy Deuce. 598 big block Chevrolet, he and Ritha. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Superstock, left side of the ladder. Designated pairs. To the staging lanes, please. Superstock, left side of the ladder. And the designated pairs to the staging lanes. Well, there's a round win for Jim Unum. He runs 10 flat. 139 miles an hour for the win on just about identical reaction time, just a little bit of an advantage. 0.37 for McCullough, 0.36 for Jim Unum, so they pretty much welded at the starting line there. And here comes Tom Diamond out of Dublin, Ohio, in this 27 555 big block-inspired roadster. Rod Lauer, Dundee, Ohio-based runner, the 81 Chevrolet Camaro 555 big block entry. Ron and Teresa watching on. So Ron's down there sizing them up. Top end of the racetrack is going to be Tom Diamond with a 990. A little bit of change, 150 miles an hour for the first round win. Rich Pica coming out of the water box of Way Cool 68 Camaro Roadster. 454 entry out of Coshocton, Ohio, alongside of John Sekis. Belmont, Ohio-based runner, his 63 Corvette Roadster. Once again, Superstock, left side of the ladder, Superstock, left side of the ladder, and the designated 3 pairs. We need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Superstock, left side, designated pairs to the staging lanes. So, heads up racing at its finest as we continue on here to eliminate about 50 cars in Super Gas. 50 will go down, 25 will come back, and one of the guys coming back is going to be John Sickish. 996, 165 miles an hour for his winning effort. And Corrine McClenathan. Corrine McMillan. This is important that I get their names correctly because this is eliminations. Corrine comes out of Ajax, Ontario. The high school teacher. Sunset engine horsepower. Brian McMillan, the crew chief on the car, alongside of Rob Mosier, the patriarch of the Mosier family business, Mosier Engineering. Worthy chassis, S10 pickup truck, 632 cubic inch big block entry. So Rob Mosier and Rocky Van Note working the Sunoco lane, and Rob's going to take the win, 993, 149 miles an hour. And Steve Theodore rolling in, a couple of Corvette Roadsters, both of them 63 Corvette Roadsters. Theodore out of Columbus, Ohio, on the left side of the racetrack. Shane Snyder, 63 Corvette Roadster out of Sunbury, Ohio, staging up on the Sunoco lane. And Chucky Cheesin watching that operation. Double breakout situation. Give the nod to Steve Theodore. 985, 115 miles an hour under by 5. Shane Snyder went under by 7. Next pair up. Jacob Elrod out of Lima, Ohio, the 92 Roadster, alongside of Mike Lagos, his 92 Camaro. The farmer out of Cass City, Michigan, staging up here in the Sunoco lane. Win light says Mike Lagros. How about a 991, 145? Jacob Elrod goes under by 2. Next pair up, Stephen Fields. The Ring and Pinion Shop, 2000 Firebird, 522 cubic inch entry. The Transporter out of Carlton, Michigan. Steve and Mike and the crew alongside of Bob Hansham. North Olmsted, Ohio base runner, the 97 Firebird, 436 Chevy. Hey, everybody out there at Bob, let him know he's got some money coming. He got money out in the tech trailer there for Bob for his runner-up effort there at the draw shootout yesterday as we wound up rain delayed and split the money. A little bit of money for Bob. So if anybody get a chance, tell him to head on over to tech trailer. If he hasn't already done so, pick up his money. He'll want a little money now. He goes under. Breakout pass for Bob. Steve Fields staying alive. 995 on a 990, 142. And Hampshire breaks out by 3. It brings up Bill Nuzzo and his Fox Body 93 Mustang. Man out of Division I in Irwin, Pennsylvania, the Snap-on Tools dealer. He'll be sizing up John Pelicane, the other Division I player here. Attica, New York, his hometown, the 2013 Corvette Roadster. 427 bow-tie horsepower.
Pelicane's pretty high in the Lucas Oil point standings, right?
I believe so. It's not sure. Really?
Yeah.
My statistician here in the tower just told me John Pelicane's second national points. It's a double breakout situation, so won his first round win with a 989 under by 7 thousandths of a second. Pelicane advances. Good job for that team. Doug Croft now. His 68 Pontiac Firebird out of Wabash, Indiana. 57-year-old contractor alongside of Janice Swan, a little 73 Opel GT with big block Chevrolet horsepower. Janice out of Mooresville, Indiana. Doug Croft right up the road out of Wabash, Indiana. You guys are almost neighbors. At the top end of the racetrack with a better reaction time, Janice Swan's her first round survivor with a 991 on a 990 index, 157. Joe Garbasio out of Clarksburg, West Virginia, 83 Malibu, 565 big block, alongside of George Sarchenko, this really good-looking 05 Mustang Roadster. Mustang Roadster with Chevrolet horsepower.
I took notes if you do want to.
So Leo Zenda and Paul Brown in the heat of action. Zenda on the left side of the racetrack out of Clinton Township, Michigan, and Paul Brown. Paul Brown, a Cass City, Michigan base runner. A couple of guys out of the Wolverine State battling it out, and top end of the racetrack is going to be Paul Brown for the win with a 994 at 155 miles an hour. And Steve Eckert rolling in now. The Pataskala Flash out of Pataskala, Ohio, the 2001 Corvette Roadster, 565 big block entry. And Edmund Richardson, the patriarch of the Richardson boys, out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, in his Don Davis chassis, 69 Camaro Roadster, 604 big block cubic inches. Edmund Richardson's got more accolades and awards, and I could go on and on about the guy, but pretty much everybody here knows who he's got in the other lane when you roll up alongside of Edmund Richardson. You got your hands full, and Edmund runs it on out to a 992 victory, 115 miles an hour, and a little bit better reaction time as well. Steve Eckert right alongside with a 992 with a 2. Here comes Tommy Allen and Skip Sadler. Tommy Allen, left side of the racetrack. Division I runner out of West Seneca, New York, the 98 Cavalier, 555 bow tie horsepower. Skip Sadler here, the Erie, Pennsylvania-based runner. Division III runner with an 2088 Corvette, 1988 Corvette. Right now. So Tommy Allen turns off the big end of the racetrack, and he'll pick up a winning ET slip with a 995, 142 miles an hour. A couple of more roadsters rolling in. Stephen Hoyt, former winner at this event, man out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, 63 Corvette. And Dale Barnard, Meadville, Pennsylvania-based runner, his 34 Chevy Roadster with a 588. Steve Hoyt was running super gas yesterday in the Moser shootout and gave the win up to Jake Elrod, who's going to go into the semifinals today for the super gas category. So Meadville, Pennsylvania, the home for the 67 Toolmaker here in a Sunoco lane. Wind light says Stephen Hoyt as he advances. 985, 500 as Dale Barnhart lights the red bulb. He went in deep, and that's going to bring up Chris Balkin. Out of Toy Barn side, the electrician. It is 84 Firebird, and he'll take on Jerry Spohr, the hatchback Fox Body Mustang out of Van Wert, Ohio. Pretty close competition here on reaction times. They'll take her on down to the stripe for the decision. And it's Jerry Spohr for the win, 990. A little bit of change, 154 miles an hour for the win. Here comes Gary Hardig. Canal, Winchester, Ohio-based runner. 68 Camaro with a 555 under the hood. And Ron Brady here, the 94 Lumina, 582 cubic inch entry. The 62-year-old drag racer out of Clarksburg, West Virginia. Staging up on a Sunoco lane. Gary Hardig, Ron Brady, here we go. Top end of the racetrack. Gary Hardig breaks out by a thou. Ron Brady runs a number with an 8 at 150 miles an hour for the win. Here comes Rusty Cook. Rusty Cook, the man out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, his 99 Corvette Roadster alongside of Dan Childs, the 33 Ford Roadster, Sport contracting entry. 40-year-old salesman at the controls here. 65-year-old retiree out on the left side of the racetrack. Having a lot of fun. He and his wife, Teresa. Rusty and Teresa. So Rusty Cook trying to make up a little bit of difference here. He'll have the reaction time advantage and the round win here with a 996 at 149 miles an hour. Here comes a pig farmer out of Couts, Indiana, ladies and gentlemen, Dwight Noost, his 82 Rampage pickup truck. Dwight and wife Judy, had a chance to speak with them last night. And Jeff Gerber, man out of Massillon, Ohio, the 27 Ford Roadster, 511 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Jeff Gerber racing entry. 58-year-old business owner here. So Jeff and Dwight in a heated battle. With a 008 reaction time and a double breakout situation, Dwight News takes the round win, and it's going to be Robbie Sesko up next. The coal miner out of Lansing, Ohio, the 27 Ford Roadster, alongside of the JEGS machine. The JEGS mail order catalog car and the Jeg Jr. out of Delaware, Ohio. The JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Gary Stinted horsepower. With 582 big block Chevrolet. Robbie Sesko and Jeg. Heads up in the pit area. We need all super stock to the staging lanes, please. All the remaining super stock cars to the staging lanes. Thank you. Jeg Coughlin gets the win. 996. 149 miles an hour. Robbie Sesko had him covered out the starting line with a 009 reaction time, but top end of the racetrack was all Jeg Coughlin. Robbie broke out by 5 at 141 miles an hour. Next pair up, Tim Gillespie. Xenia, Ohio-based 33 Ford Roadster. Indy Points Meet winner back in 2001 and Division 3, number 3 finisher in this car. Joe Fisher here to Sunoco side. Comes out of Clayton, Ohio with his 63 Corvette Roadster. So Tim Gillespie, Joe Fisher. Down at the 1,000 foot. Fisher's ahead. 1320, still ahead. 10-13, 135 miles an hour. And Tim Gillespie gave the stripe back with a 10-18 at 133. Here comes Steve Williams, the man out of Noblesville, Indiana, 65-year-old electrician in his 94 Ford Probe. Blue oval horsepower with a small 355 alongside of Bill Jackson. Bill and Marianne and Nitro Joe out there in the Sunoco side to 79 miles with a big block 496. Make their home in Mansfield, Ohio. Former Supergas win at U.S. Nationals and been an NHRA member for 50-plus years. Oh, Bill Jackson, a first-round survivor, 992 at 147 miles an hour. Steve Williams breaks out by 6, 136 miles an hour. So, put a period on Super Gas. We'll cross that off our list, and we're going to move into Super Stock. Last and final call for Super Stock. Super Stock to the staging lanes, please. Last and final call for Super Stock. Thank you. Attention crew members, any of you that lost a tire gauge, we've got it in a tower. If you can describe it, we'll hand it over to you. So we got Super Stock rolling to the stage and into the water box here. And cars are loaded up in the staging lanes. I'll go ahead and put Super Comp on standby. Right now we'll take a look at the first pair of competitors, the first round of eliminations And super stock is going to be Norm Sabine taking on Charlie Walk. Norm Sabine, the left side of the racetrack, the 96 Olds Achieva super stock D modified car out of Canton, Ohio. And he'll take on Charlie Walk's 72 Duster, the 340 super stock K automatic. Comes out of Division 1 there, Wellsville, New York, his hometown. 1125 the index for Charlie. He'll dial her down to a 1051. And Norm Sabine, the Superstock D modified with a 975 index, dials under a 933. Well, it's a red light foul for Charlie. And Norm Sabine going to be a first-round survivor in Superstock, and he'll take the nice, easy pass down the track and give the fans up there to stand as a good look at that good-looking 96 Achieva Superstock D modified. Tough break for Charlie Walk. Missed the tree by 0.38. So he rolls off the top end of the racetrack. They'll roll Bill Krell into the water box out of Chester, West Virginia, and he'll start out his burnout procedure. Bill Krell and Brian Cook, Superstock J automatic. 1984 Chevrolet Camaro, 305 small block. Index for Superstock J is 11 flat, and Bill's going to dial her down to a 1028 right here. This going to say a broke single. Opponent couldn't make the call, so Bill Krell is going to make a solo pass right on down the left side of the racetrack. So 1028 to dial under. He goes under that even with a 1023 at 128 miles an hour for the win. And that's going to bring up Jeff Neiswanger out of Zanesville, Ohio. Jeff and John and Amy and the crew. Got a chance to meet him last night. 87 Chevrolet Camaro. Superstock F automatic under the GT category. What a Chevy 350. 1080 the index. He'll dial her down to a 1009 on a solo pass. And into round number 2, he's going to go. Attention in the pits. Superstock and stock class winners. Right after this round of Superstock, we got about 50 cars to get down the track, or 40-something cars to get down the track. Right after this round of Superstock, they're going to finish up class winner photos. So there's 10 of you that have not had your pictures taken. You want to meet Alex down at the banner right after this round. The winner circle banner down there by the scales. So once again, there's 10 of you guys in Superstock and Stock Eliminator. We'd like to get your smiling faces. So Jeff Neiswanger dials it down to a 1009. He'll run 1008 for the win at 131 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our next pair with Zach running and Chuck Gallagher. So Zach comes to life there on the left side of the racetrack out of Lapeer, Michigan. 95 Olds Achieva 403. 1105 the index. He'll dial her down to a 1024, and he'll be taking on Chuck Gallagher. Gallagher out of Defiance, Ohio, the 51-year-old drag racer. He's a manufacturing engineer. 1990 Chevrolet Camaro 363 power plant. Superstock B modified entry. 920 the index. He'll dial her down to an 894, and he'll give chase to Zach running. So Zach's out in front. Here comes Chuck trying to reel him in, top end of the racetrack, and Zach holds him off. 1022 on a 1024 at 125 miles an hour for the win. Both cars a little bit quick on the dial under. Zach pulls it out. Here comes Bill Rink, Naperville, Illinois-based runner, the Rink Racing 74 Pontiac 350 Superstock L automatic entry, alongside of Bill Little. Bill Little, the Belmont, Ontario-based runner, the 05 Grand Am Superstock D automatic. 350 Chevrolet power plant makes that a GT car. Problems for Bill Rink. It's going to end his day. And Bill Little looks over his shoulder and says, "Hey, man, I don't see him. I'm going to click it." I'll coast on through with a 1077, 89 miles an hour. So we're going to be down for a minute or two as we collect Bill Rink's car from the middle of the racetrack. Tough break for the man out of Naperville, Illinois.
He had a beautiful wheels up launch.
So once again, I'm going to make the announcement. Eric Lott's come in, our PR guy from our home office in Glendora, California, said, hey, man, call these guys up after this round of Superstock. Alex is going to be down there taking pictures for the class winners in stock and Superstock. There's about 10 of you guys at one class yesterday, and we want to get your pictures. And that's going to take place down at the Winner's Circle banner, down there by the scales. So we're looking for 10 guys in Superstock and stock, the class winners that haven't had your pictures taken yet. Here comes Dan Steed out of Radnor, Ohio, the 67-year-old grain farmer. Beautiful 66 Deuce Superstock I automatic alongside of Mark Nowicki and his 98 Dodge Avenger, the 360 Mopar factory Superstock D. So Dan Steed takes the win, 1061, 121. Brings up now Carl Chirenza out of McMurray, Pennsylvania, the 65 Nova SS, 327 Superstock J automatic entry alongside of Rich Philman's 66 Impala Superstock O, the 4-speed car. 1052 to 1130 dial unders. Side by side, they'll go down at the stride. Win light says Rich Philman. His Impala takes the win. 1139 on 1130 dial under at 113 miles an hour. First look at the track from Matt Potts and his beautiful 69 Camaro. We were taking a look at this car last night. Brand new Superstock G automatic car. 1055 the index for Matt. He'll dial her down to a 1035. He and Jeff, alongside of Jeff Ross, the 2009 Dodge Challenger. Superstock L automatic, had a 318, puts it in the GT category out of Barton, Ohio. 1155 the index for Jeff Ross. He'll dial her down to a 1078. And problems for the new Camaro, struggling to make the run there. But then I can tell you, that's a beautiful car. 1093 on a 1078, good safe pass as Jeff Ross looks over his shoulder, goes on through it at 105 miles an hour. That now brings up Al Ross, fuel injected Superstock 72 Dodge Challenger. 56-year-old body shop owner out of Flushing, Ohio. Al and Brad Ross roll in alongside of Jerry Kolaric out of Painesville, Ohio, and his 2005 Cavalier Superstock D modified entry. 975 the index for Jerry. He'll dial her down to a 969, and Al Ross's fuel injected Superstock H car. 1085 the index, 1002 his dial under. So Jerry Kolaric and Randy DeLuca, they're on the Sunoco side. Former comp eliminator, 05 Cavalier. Look at the wheels up launch for Al Ross. Looked good doing it, but he turned on the red bulb in the process, and Jerry Kolaric gets away from the starting line with a 009 reaction time, runs it on down to a 966 under by 3 at 135 miles an hour. Brings up now Aaron Allison, 90 Cavalier, 30-year-old engineering manager out of Macedonia, Ohio. Superstock B modified, 90 Cavalier 345 cubic inch entry. Alongside of A.H. Adkins, the Ravenswood, West Virginia 69 AMX. The AMC 390 horsepower, 390 cubic inch car running under Superstock B. So it's a 4-speed car. So Aaron Allison, A. Adkins. Win light says Aaron 916, 125 for the win. Aaron Allison, first round survivor. And here comes Jim Pancake. Superstock A Hemi. This is a cool eliminator. The man out of Delaware, Ohio, the 64-year-old retired gentleman, 68 Dodge, 426 Hemi. This is a cool eliminator right here. Wes Leopold here on the Sunoco Lane, Superstock A stick out of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. 52-year-old body shop owner. 960 the index for Wes. He'll dial her down to an 859 alongside of Pancakes. Superstock A Hemi. 930 the index right now on Superstock A Hemi, and Pancake's going to dial her down to an 859. So heads up racing right here. Both cars take the tree at the same time. Here we go. Wow, look at the wheels up launch for Leopold. Takes it, turns the stripe, just misses the foam block. He'll gather it up, try to stay alongside of Pancakes. Wow, what a driving job by Wes Leopold. Just pulled off the win. 862, 157 miles an hour. And man, I got to tell you, the man had to drive that car on that lap. Good job, Wes Leopold. Yeah, both cars just got pointed out to me. Pancake ran an 862 as well. I was so excited by Wes Leopold's performance and his driving prowess that didn't realize they both ran 62. And Leopold had, well, actually, it's a whole shot victory for Leopold. And here comes now Bob Issy out of Charlotte, Pennsylvania. The Issy Brothers Performance Trans Am. He'll light the red bulb, and there goes Mike Skinner in his factory stock C. Running 14 Cobra Jet Mustang for the win. Dialed under at 873, and he ran an 868 under by, 156 miles an hour. And here comes Rick Brown and Irvin Johns. Rick Brown, left side of the racetrack, Superstock G automatic, 87 Chevrolet Camaro 350, puts it in GT category. Former U.S. Nationals runners-up and a couple of national event wins. 2 different runners-up U.S. Nationals. And Irvin Johns, the Sunoco Lane, 08 Cobalt. Johns Racing entry, 346 Pontiac Superstock B automatic entry. Picked up the win. North Central Division win at Route 66 Raceway, Joliet, Illinois this year. Oh, back in 2003. Irvin Johns dials under 928, 988 for Rick Brown, the dial under. And Rick Brown, another first round survivor. 993 on an 88, 115 miles an hour for the win. Jim Evanuik, out of North Falls Sales, Pennsylvania, the Evanuik Racing 98 Escort. Ford 351 power plant for GTA, Superstock A. And Brad Ross. Brad and Al out of St. Clairsville, Ohio. 32-year-old body shop manager. 68 Barracuda 340. Superstock H automatic. GT category. So Ross and Evanuik in the heat of battle, and Ross is out in front via the handicap, holds them off at the top end of the racetrack. Runs a 1042 on a 1044 dial under in a double breakout situation at 123 miles an hour. J.B. Schuster here in Toy Barn side, the red 98 Chevrolet Camaro 327. Superstock F automatic. 1080 the index. He'll dial her down to a 1076 by 4 and Tony DiPillo out of Dayton, Ohio. The Honkin' Hemi. 64 Plymouth. 426 Hemi. Superstock A. Colin Myers, former national record holder in Superstock B. Here comes the 4-speed car, chasing down the Camaro. And Schuster holds him off, 1082 on a 1076 at 119 miles an hour. Kevin Panzino now coming up on the left side of the racetrack. The Superstock F automatic, 92 Chevrolet Camaro 350. Evans City, Pennsylvania, his hometown, and he'll be taking on Todd France. Todd France comes out of Louisville, Kentucky. The France Racing 88 Beretta, 350 cubic inch GTE automatic car. Former U.S. Nationals comp winner here, Todd France. 1065 the index. He'll dial her down to a 972. And Kevin Panzino, 1035 the underdial. With a 1080 the index. Nice wheels up launch for Todd France. He parks that thing on the wheelie bars, and Kevin Panzino trying to reel him in. Top end of the racetrack. France does it in fine fashion. 975 on a 72, 129 miles an hour, and a little bit of a reaction time advantage as well with an 014 bulb. And we need Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Here comes Bill Fodder in his beautiful 69 Corvette. GTD automatic entry out of Canton, Michigan, alongside of Mike Morgan, Superstock M automatic. Brazil, Indiana, the hometown for Mike Morgan, his 77 Firebird. He'll have the handicap head start by 800ths of a second. So Mike Morgan out front, right about the 1,000-foot mark. They're side by side, and it's a double breakout situation. Bill Fodder comes out on top of that one. 1016 on a 17 at 131 miles an hour. And that brings up San Montaloni out of Harrison Township, Michigan. A 67-year-old drag racer with a 2013 Cobra Jet Mustang. Factory stock D alongside of Ronnie Trotman, the man from Baden, Pennsylvania. 05 Grand Am, 328 cubic inch super stock B stick. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, after this round of super stock, we want the super stock and stock class winners to make their way on down to the winner's circle. Out in front of the banner there, we're going to do photo ops down there. We need about 10 guys to get their pictures taken down there. So Ronnie Trotman, his Pontiac Grand Am, he had his hands full with it. Took her right down towards the center stripe, gathered it up, and runs it on down to a 927, 133 mile an hour victory. Jan Jacobs, Elizabeth, Indiana-based runner. He's the logger. 05 Cavalier, GTG car. 1075 the index. He'll dial under to 985 alongside of the man out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Won the JEGS Cajun Sports Nationals 2009, JEGS Cajun Nationals 2007, multi-time Division III points champion. Brad Zaskowski, and a guy that I'm going to say got a very big shot becoming a world champion here. So Brad's GTF 87 Chevrolet Camaro dials down to a 996. Got to tell you, Dan Jacobs going to stack them up right here. Jacobs takes the win, takes out Brad Zaskowski. Wow. 986, 131 miles an hour on a heads-up pass. Here comes now Ricky Decker and Bill Adelis. Ricky Decker out of Toy Barn side, Charlestown, Indiana, his hometown. 94 Chevrolet Camaro, Superstock I automatic, 1070 the index. Bill Adelis, Superstock I automatic. This is going to be for heads-up. The GTO. Take a look at this beautiful GTO. 1970 400 Pontiac. Look at the wheels-up launch for Adelis. This is a lot of fun right here. I love heads-up Superstock racing. Down at the stripe, the decision goes to Ricky Decker. 990, 133 miles an hour. Bill tried to give him the stripe back. Not break out, but there you go. Nick Morris coming up. Jerry Silvius. Nick Morris, Louisville, Kentucky-based runner. Fuel injected GTF. 98 Mustang 352, 1060 the index, dials down to a 979 alongside of Jerry Silvius' Van Buren, Ohio based 05 Cavalier. 350 cubic inch car, puts it in GT category, B automatic. Another nice wheel stand for Silvius. You gotta love Superstock. Nick Morris going to be a first-round survivor. 979 on a 979, runs dead on with an O at 130 miles an hour. Good job by Morris. An 032 reaction time, so you had him covered both ends of the racetrack. Ernie Neal now, left side of the racetrack, the mechanic out of Columbus, Indiana. 05 Cavalier. A GTC car. 1020 the index. He'll dial her down to a 928. Brings up Bob Marshall in this big Dodge Coronet. 73-year-old drag racer. Local hero out of Columbus. 426 Hemi car. Super stock A automatic. 954 to a 928 dial under here. 0.3 the difference, and Ernie Neal will get a little bit of a handicap head start, and Bob Marshall will give chase. Well, Bob Marshall a little bit impatient on the starting line. He'll go red. Ernie Neal goes into the round number 2. First round of eliminations in Superstock category. Ernie Neal survives, runs a 930 on a 28 dial under at 141 miles an hour. That's going to bring up our next pair. I love this Cadillac. Good old boy, Ken Sharp, out of Middletown, Ohio, in his 1990 Eldorado 425 GTK automatic entry. 71-year-old drag racer. Something a little bit different here. 90 Eldorado. Alongside of Tommy Corden is 68 Barracuda, the man from Houma, Louisiana. He will inject the GTC. Oh, wow, Tommy Corden got real close to the stripe. If he didn't touch it, I'd be surprised. Very, very close to the start, the center line. Pulls out the round win, 982, 132 miles an hour. I don't think he touched it. So Larry Wilson coming up on the left side of the racetrack. The first generation Chevelle, the first year for the Chevelle, 1964. Little 283 Superstock L. It's a stick car. Comes out of Mount Washington, Kentucky. Alongside of David McGee, the 68 Nova, 454 big block entry. Makes it a GT car. GTB automatic. Morning View, Kentucky-based runner. 1024 the dial under for David. 1048 the dial under for Larry Wilson. Top end of the racetrack. Dave McGee a little bit tardy out the starting line. Is going to give the win to Larry Wilson. Wilson goes 1054 on a 48. Better reaction time, whole shot victory at 122 miles an hour. Brings up Danny Smith, Superstock D automatic out of Westerville, Ohio, the 58-year-old real estate agent. 67 Belvedere, 426 Hemi. Alongside of Dave Dupps, the 08 Cobalt. 350 small block car, Superstock E automatic, Germantown, Ohio. Red light foul for Danny Smith. Dave Dupps, wheels up launch. He'll take the win. Get to watch that car perform one more time. 971 on a 975, 135 miles an hour. And Danny Smith, I've got to tell you, he's a pretty happy guy regardless of a first-round loss. The car was swiped a couple of weeks ago, and they recovered it just a couple of days later. And it's a beautiful 426 Hemi, 67 Belvedere, all original car. And it's back in his hands, and that's something to be very happy about. So, a little mop action going on here in a Sunoco lane. We'll get this touched up real quick. Continue on with Superstock. Keeps eliminations round number 1 here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. So David Dufresne out of Elkville, West Virginia. His 67 350 small block high super stock G. It's a 4-speed car working his way through the Jericho. Wheels up, launch off the clutch. And Bob Lowry, the 84 Corvette alongside super stock B stick car. Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, his hometown. And so Bob Lowry staying alive for first round with a 945 on a 37 dial under 130 miles an hour. Brings up David Manning. GTC stick car to Louisville, Kentucky, 89 Beretta 327, alongside of Ray Paquet out of Holt, Michigan. Varsity Ford Thunderbolt. This is a very cool car, ladies and gentlemen. Ford Thunderbolt 427. Super stock A, another 4-speed car. Record holder in this class, former U.S. Nationals winner. Numerous class wins with this Thunderbolt. So 965 the index for Ray. He'll dial her down to an 867. Dave Manning dials under 959, his chosen dial under. Side-by-side action at the stripe, and Thunderbolt takes the win. Ray goes 861 on an 867, 154 miles an hour. All right, starter Brad says fire him up. Another little touch, some gold dust down, a little VHT, and we're back in action with Superstock. Superstock B stick and a Superstock D automatic coming up. Take a look at this beautiful 69 Camaro of Alan Wade's, the RPM car. Very nice presentation on a Superstock D automatic out of Rochester, Indiana. Rochester rotational molding owner. Those are the people that make the big plastic tanks and that sort of thing. Todd Mathias coming to life out there on the left side of the racetrack out of Monroeville, Ohio. 51-year-old machine operator, the 86 Camaro 316 Superstock B. 965 the index. He'll dial her down to a 925. And Alan Wade rolls in on a Sunoco lane. Him and Bobby Hollowell. 1020 the index, 927 his dial under. So 927, 925, just about heads up. You won't be able to see the difference on the tree. With the blinders on, they will. So let's watch Todd Mathias, Alan Wade as we continue on first round eliminations. The Superstock at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Side by side at the finish line, Alan Wade runs under the dial under at 923 and a 27 for the win, 142 miles an hour. Todd Mathias went a little bit too quick. It brings up Bill Zaskowski. The full Zaskowski family down here in full swing out of Belding, Michigan, a 60-year-old home builder and a patriarch. GTF car, 4-speed 66 327 Nova alongside of Garrett Gezzi. Man's been doing this for a long time as well. The Atkins Racing AM Express 69 AMX 290 Superstock L automatic entry. So Bill Zaskowski dials under to a 10:05, and Garrett, he'll dial her down to a 10:51 from 11:45. 4-speed Nova going back on the bumper. Bill Zaskowski launches the car, and it looks like a lot of fun in that car. Win, lose, or draw. He's had a great time. He's going to win this time. 10:24 on a 10:05, dial under at 123 miles an hour, and Bill Zaskowski marching on. Brings up Tyler Bohannon, Louisville, Kentucky-based 17-year-old student. 85 Formula 327 GTD automatic alongside of Jeff Donna. Jeff Donna, the Gordonville, Missouri runner out of the Show Me State. 98 Firebird 350 cubic inch Superstock H automatic. Multi-time wins, national event winner here. And I believe, Don, didn't he run her up? He left us? We'll check into that. I don't want to say stuff I don't know. I've already said too much stuff I was unsure of. So, top end of the racetrack is Jeff Donna for the win. Met him and his wife last night. 971 on a 72 dial under 133 miles an hour. Went under by 7 thou for the win. Brings up Dan Fletcher. He's a guy that does this for a living. Churchville, New York-based runner, the 69 Camaro, the peak performance car. Superstock J automatic alongside of Paul Hillenberg's 05 Cavalier 350 cubic inch GTC automatic, man out of Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Nice wheels up launch, Superstock style for Dan Fletcher. So it's a 10:35 to 9:47. Paul Hillenberg trying to reel in Fletcher, and Fletcher holds him off with a 10:38 to 116 miles an hour. Paul Fletcher left 3 numbers back here at the starting line. And here comes Joe Tootin out of Schriever, Louisiana. The 68 Barracuda 426 Hemi, the Superstock A Hemi entry. Alongside of Jeff Taylor's Sellersburg, Indiana-based 06 Cobalt 350 Chevrolet-powered GTD automatic entry. So Tootin's going to dial under 889, 958 to dial in for Jeff Taylor. Taylor's Cobalt's going to make the first move. So a little small block Chevrolet out in front. Here comes the 426 Hemi at the line, and Jeff Taylor's little small block holds him off. 962 on a 58 dial under at 126 miles an hour for Jeff Taylor, the first round survivor. Here comes Jerry Allison, Keith Lynch. Allison out on the left side of the racetrack out of New East Palestine, Ohio, the 98 Grand Am on the 327. GTD automatic entry alongside of Keith Lynch, the man from New Madison, Ohio. 68-year-old drag racer. 2010 Dodge Challenger with a 345 factory stock L. I'm sorry, factory super stock L. Brad shuts him off. Something going on he doesn't like, so Brad's going to shut him off. Must have spotted something on the track. And the hood goes up on Terry Allison's car, and the mops come out. And Keith Lynch very patiently waiting to get a directive from starter Brad. Red man Bill Floyd says 1 in. So Keith Lynch is going to make the solo pass. Tough break for Terry Allison. Here comes the tree. 1080 the index for Keith Lynch. He'll dial under to a 993 and just used up a 001 reaction time off the starting line. He'll coaster on through.
Telling the story on Lynch. See, this stuff started with the pros a long time ago for lane choice.
So it's going to be a single. It's going to be a single for Dan Kyle. The Lawrenceburg base runner, 87 Firebird, GTG automatic car, 1090 the index. He'll dial her down to a 10 flat. So Dan, Dave Kyle, going to get a solo into the next round. Tommy Sheehan didn't make the call here, so it's going to be a solo for Dan. Up on the bottom of the Toy Barn scoreboard, you're going to see 10 flat, and that's the magic number he's going to try and hit. We'll see if he runs it all the way out. Nice wheels up launch. 067 for a reaction time. Getting a little bit of data here. He's got his foot to the mat right now. Takes it down to a 992, 132 miles an hour, so we know he's holding 8 on that one. Another single. It's going to be Dave Dupps Jr. out of Germantown, Ohio, on his 87 Camaro 305 GTI automatic. 1120, the index on GTI, and he'll dial her down to a 1026. Dave Jr. at the controls with Dave Sr. watching on. And Dave runs 10:27 at 129 miles an hour for his first round win of Superstock. That brings up Michael Beard. Mike out of Columbus, Ohio, local hero in his 1980 Volare 360 fuel-injected GTH 4-speed car. So 1085, the index, he'll dial her down to a 1057 on a solo pass. He'll automatically move into round number 2 of Superstock category. A competition eliminator coming up here real quick. I believe this is the last car in Superstock. Michael Beard on a solo pass with 005 reaction time, looking for a 1057, and he'll run under 1053, 124 for the win into round number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, put a period on Superstock. First round of eliminations, and we got first round of eliminations in Super Comp. And at this time, I'm going to turn the microphone over to James McDowell, and he's going to tell you a little bit about Super Comp. He's going to sit in here, and we're going to watch about 44 Super Comp cars go down the track, and be 44 going down. James, 22 coming back, and my pleasure to meet you for the first time here at National Trail Raceway. Turn the microphone over to the next young talent here. Do us a good job, James.
I will do my best. And it is my pleasure to be here with you guys this weekend. And, of course, you can tell it's fall. You can tell it's autumn in Ohio when it's cold in the morning, hot in the afternoon, then cold again in the evening. So that's right, it is. That's a good point, Doug. It is beautiful sleeping weather. That's right. Open up the windows and just let, nature run its course. Of course, we are into round number 1 of Super Comp. $890 is the index. We have Josh Nant coming up first from Wellington, Ohio. He will be in the left lane, the Toy Barn lane. He's coming up against Gary Fleener from Port Clinton, Ohio. That's up around the lake. Fleener in the Sunoco lane. An 05 American for Nant. An 11 Diamond for Fleener. Nant with the better reaction time, and Nant is the first one to the finish line. Fleener breaks out, goes 200ths under.
Doesn't matter now, but Fleener was the first one to the finish line. But Nant won because he didn't break out.
The next pair up, we have Bill Rudy from Lima, Ohio. Rudy will be in the Toy Barn lane. Adam Lear from Newark, Ohio, just up the road from here in the Sunoco lane. Of course, Bill Rudy is a material processor, 72 years old. And at the top end, your winner is Adam Lear, who runs a 893 on the 890 dial-in. Rudy fell off to a 901. Next pair backing up from their burnouts is Danny Waters Jr. from LaGrange, North Carolina. He'll be taking on Bill Jackson from Mansfield, Ohio. That's right, it is a Jackson Scratcher. That's a good point, Doug. I say they've been racing those Scratcher and Scratcher 2 or Scratcher Junior for a long time, haven't they?
It's really his 50th year as a card carrying NHRA member.
Yeah, that's right. For Bill Jackson, it is. Yeah, he's been racing a long time. 46th year of racing in the NHRA. Of course, Bill Jackson is a engine builder. Danny Waters Jr., a service manager. Waters Jr., Toy Barn lane. Jackson, Sunoco lane. And double breakout. So the win goes to the guy who broke out the least. That would be Danny Waters Jr. in 889 on the 890 dial-in. Bill Jackson in 888.
Top Dragster. Oh, all right, great.
You didn't call Tom, did you?
Top Dragster, Top Dragster, Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, Top Dragster. Bring him up.
Next pair staging right now, we have Justin Moser from Portland, Indiana. Over in the Toy Barn lane, Shannon Roberts from Lawrence, South Carolina in the Sunoco lane. And at the stripe, it is a double breakout. 878 for Shannon Roberts. That's more than a tenth under. So the win will go to Justin Moser at a 888. Now backing up from their burnouts, we have Barney Barnhart and Ed Toulis. Barnhart from Wadsworth, Ohio. He's in the Toy Barn lane on the left side. On the right side, and the Sunoco lane, is Ed Toulis from Lisbon, Ohio. Barnhart, a maintenance manager. Toulis enjoying retirement. Both these dragsters have big block Chevy engines. The better reaction time goes to Toulis. Can Barnhart run him down? Well, Barnhart gets the win by virtue of breaking out by the least. 881 is his elapsed time at the top end. 878 for Toulis. We have a gallon a guy coming up next. We have Kendra Reinshield in the Toy Barn lane from Brookville, Indiana. In the Sunoco lane, we have Marty Cheeseman from New Albany, Ohio. That's up around Bobby and Graham Rahal country there, New Albany, Ohio. Both of these dragsters also have big block Chevy engines in them. Kendra Reinshield, of course, in the Fast Lube dragster. Over on the left side of the racetrack. Cheeseman with the better reaction time. Reinshield's going to have to try and run him down without breaking out, and it cannot be done. Cheeseman gets the win, 891 to 892. Pretty close race. But Marty Cheeseman gets the win and moves on to round number 2 in competition. In the Toy Barn lane, we have Dan Seaman from Bellevue, Ohio. In the Sunoco lane, we have John Grundy from Ashland, Ohio. Grundy, a business owner. Actually, both these guys are business owners. A 429 Ford is the engine for Seaman. A Chevy engine with 360 cubic inches is the engine for Grundy. Attention back in the pit area. Attention back in the pit area. Top dragster, we need you in the staging lanes. Top dragster, we need you up in the staging lanes for your next round of competition. Your winner in that last pair, Dan Seaman, who runs 890 on an 890. Only about 5 thou off of perfect. Grundy about 500ths under. The next pair, we have Derek Denny against John Sickish. I hope I got that right. If you know John and I'm butchering his name, by all means come up to the tower and tell me. Derek Denny from Pleasant View, Tennessee. So he drove a pretty good amount to get up here. From here to Tennessee, I'm thinking probably about 6 to 8 hours, give or take. Sickish from Belmont, Ohio, over on the Sunoco side. 496 engine for Sickish, big block Chevy for Denny. And at the top end, it is Denny who gets the win at a 896. Sickish breaks out. In the next pair, we have Justin Kirk coming up against Denver Malpa. Kirk is from Lenore, West Virginia. He's only 22 and he's a truck driver during the week. Denver Malpa from Newland, North Carolina in the Sunoco lane. And a 2012 Race Tech dragster. 540 cubic inches for Kirk, 632 cubic inches for Malpa. And at the quarter mile stripe, it is a double breakout. Kirk with the 886, Malpa an 883. So if you do the math, Kirk will be moving on into the next round. Coming up next, in the Toy Barn lane, we have Jim Bob Davies. Jim Bob from Warren, Ohio. And in the Sunoco lane, we have Rob Kropfeld, from Hamilton, Ohio. One of the few full-bodied cars we have in the class. Well, not completely full-bodied. There's no roof. Top Dragster is into the staging lanes. This is your third call, Top Dragster. We need you into the staging lanes. Standby comp eliminator. If you are a comp eliminator competitor, you are on standby. Jim Bob Davies in the rear engine dragster, the 63 Corvette Roadster for Kropfeld, and at the top end, it is Kropfeld, a double breakout, but Jim Bob breaks out by the most, so Kropfeld, an 888 on an 890 dial. Kropfeld moves on. Coming up next, we have Steve Eckert and Rose Richardson. Eckert from Pataskala, Ohio, or as some locals kind of call it, Pat-Alaska. And he is up against Rose Richardson from Woodburn, Indiana. There we go. Steve Eckert, of course, is known as the Pataskala Flash. He is in a 91 Oldsmobile Cutlass. And, of course, a 1999 Advanced Rear Engine Dragster for Rose Richardson. 632 cubic inch engine for Eckert. 565 behind the roll cage for Richardson. Much better reaction time for Rose, and it pays dividends as she gets a win at the top end. 891 on an 890 dial, so only about a hundredth off. I think Eckert had some problems as Eckert eventually gave up the ghost and just kind of coasted it on through there. Our next two competitors are now going through the burnout process. It is Ryan Richardson in the Toy Barn lane from Greenbrier, Tennessee. Jacob Elrod is his competitor. Elrod in the Sunoco lane from Lima, Ohio. Elrod, a financial advisor, sponsored by Sunoco Race Fuels. Both of these guys racing in American dragsters. Both using big block Chevys, so this should be a pretty even drag race. Side by side going down the track, and unfortunately for Ryan Richardson, he breaks out by about a hundredth of a second. Running right on the dial, 890, is Jacob Elrod. He will advance in competition. Nice burnout there for Jeff McRoby. McRoby in the Sunoco lane from New Philadelphia, Ohio. In the 1990 Spitzer, rear engine dragster. In the Toy Barn lane, we have Kevin Trusty from Groveport, Ohio. And the 11 Kearns dragster. Final call, top dragster. If you are a top dragster competitor and you are not in the staging lanes, you are going to miss the boat. Do not miss the next round of competition. Get up here now. Final call, top dragster. And at the top end, your winner, Jeff McRoby, who runs a 892 on an 890 dial-in. Kevin Trusty, the performance fell off just a little bit, 894 for Trusty. Well, we have a dragster with a rear wing coming up next, and that is Janice Swan. Swan from Mooresville, Indiana. Sponsored by Race to Win Motorsports. She is in the Toy Barn lane and the Sunoco lane on the right side. We have Ronald Finney from Greenwood, Indiana. Finney, it says, is a professor, and so I'm suddenly wondering what courses he professes in. Well, not a good start for, in fact, he broke something. Finney, as soon as he hit the gas, that whole car kind of shimmied. And that's never a good sign. He pulls it over to the side. Janice Swan will get the win. It would have been hard to have beat Swan anyway. She ran an 890 with a 5, and her reaction time was in 0:11. So for those doing their math at home, that's 11 thousandths off of perfect for Janice Swan. So that would have been pretty tough to beat no matter what. Of course, as Ronald Finney gets pushed backwards off of the starting line, maybe a good time to mention that the Super Comp points leader right now in the Lucas Oil divisional points race, Frank Aragona Jr. And of course, here this weekend, points can be garnered for the Lucas Oil Divisional Series and the National Series as well. Coming up next, we have Steve Hoyt and Adam Gerber as competition resumes. Adam Gerber in the Sunoco lane from Massillon, Ohio. Of course, in the Gerber Racing dragster. He's in the Sunoco lane. In the Toy Barn lane on the left side, we have Steve Hoyt from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Hoyt in the Steve and Jan Hoyt Racing dragster, a 2002 dragster. 2007 dragster for Gerber. 572 cubic inches for Hoyt. 598 for Gerber. Gerber, the last stage. Great reaction time for Gerber, but coming from behind, it is Steve Hoyt. He had a better elapsed time on the track. In fact, he was better by about 700ths. So Steve Hoyt, an 892 on an 890 dial, moves on to the next round. In our next pair, we have Stephen Fields and Jack Sapanik. Stephen Fields from Carlton, Michigan. He's 58 years old, and he's a truck driver. Sapanik in the Sunoco lane from Moosic, Pennsylvania. He's 48, and he is a business owner. A 99 dragster with 540 cubic inches for Fields. A 2002 undercover dragster with 588 cubic inches for the engine for Sapanik. Wow, both those guys, fantastic reaction times. Only 2 thou separate the reaction times off the starting line. It's going to be close at the top end. They both go under 8:88 and an 8:89 are the elapsed times. 8:89 for Jack Sapanik, so he will move on to the next round. In our next pair, we have Aaron Allison and Phil Smida. Aaron Allison from Macedonia, Ohio. Phil Smida from Canfield, Ohio. Allison, a 496 Chevy. Smida running a big block Chevy. Rear wing on the back. Beautiful paint job on that dragster as well. Allison just about dead on the tree, 6 thousandths off of perfect, but unfortunately for Aaron, he breaks out, running an 890 with a 2 on an 890. Phil Smida will move on. Up next, we have Rusty Cook and Matt Hewitt. Cook in the Sunoco lane from Cynthiana, Kentucky. Of course, Kentucky, where the grass is always bluer on the other side. Cook, retired, 65 years old. Hewitt, 29 years old, not quite ready to retire yet. He's an engineer, is Hewitt. Hewitt from Milan, Michigan. Cook taking his time to stage. Finally, he is in there. The RPMs come up for both dragsters. They leave the starting line. And at the top end, going way under dial in, is Matt Hewitt, handing the win over to Rusty Cook, who runs he also breaks out, but only by about 2 thousandths of a second. So Rusty Cook is moving on in eliminations. Leo Zinda coming up next in the Toy Barn lane. Rick Forish coming up as his opponent in the Sunoco lane. Zinda from Clinton Township, Michigan. Forish from New Palestine, Indiana. Zinda, a business owner. Forish, a general manager. Forish in the Forish and Spitzer dragster, the ring and pinion shop dragster for Zinda. And at the top end, double breakout. 889 for Forish to the 887 for Zinda. So Forish moves into round number 2. Coming up next, we have a local boy, Nathaniel Stillwell from Etna, Ohio. He's in the 2011 Pickens rear engine dragster. I was just going to say, that's a good point. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Ford and Chevy engines, but Doug just pointed out, he's dead on, a Chrysler-powered dragster for Nathaniel Stillwell, 408 cubic inches. Christopher Fields, his opponent, Fields from Carlton, Michigan, in the 97 Advanced rear engine dragster, sponsored by Marathon Terminal, Chevrolet engine for Fields. Yeah. At the top end, Stillwell, well, he goes down into defeat. Both dragsters fell off, actually. 9:04, the winning elapsed time for Christopher Fields. Stillwell, I don't know, maybe both drivers were afraid they're going to break out or something. I don't know. But nonetheless, Fields moves on. In our next pair, we have Jason Hartig against Blake Richardson. Hardig from down in my current city of residence, Lancaster, Ohio. Blake Richardson from Greenbrier, Tennessee is a student in college, a 19-year-old student. Hardig is a 38-year-old business owner. As I was driving up this morning, Doug, from Lancaster, driving through all those cornfields, and the corn's starting to turn brown, so you know it's becoming autumn when the corn is changing colors.
I saw them mowing the field the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah, they're chopping it all down already.
Both drivers, great reaction times. The better reaction time to Richardson, but Richardson breaks out, runs a 8:87, actually double breakout, but breaking out the least is Hardig, who runs a 8:89. Looks like we have a bye run coming up next, as it is Sean Fricke from Flemington, New Jersey. Of course, Fricke from up there around Division I country. He does IT sales, so I'm sure he probably knows a lot more about technology than I do. He's in a 2011 Race Tech Dragster, 615 cubic inch engine between the rails of that car. And at the top end, 888 for Sean Fricke. Of course, having the single, he automatically moves on.
Hey, it's the time for an early lunch. Those of you that want to see all the action later on, stop by the Hot Rod Grill while the line isn't too long, or the Pizza Cottage right next door. Grab yourself some chow. Really good food, reasonable prices. Hot Rod Grill.
Heads up in the pit area. Heads up in the pit area. We need competition eliminator to the staging lanes and top sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Comp and top sportsman to the lanes. So tighten up the track a little bit. A little bit of a tune-up there, and we got Top Dragster here in the tunnel, getting set and ready to go. First round eliminations for these guys. And once again, got a little bit of downtime. I'll take a moment and say, hey, everybody, how y'all doing? Welcome to the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. We've got a couple of more categories before we go into pre-race ceremonies, and we'll have some people to introduce to you, and the Grand Marshal, and some awards to hand out for Best Appearing Crew and Best Appearing Car and Best Engineered Car. Those decisions have already been made, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that pre-race ceremony to give you something to talk about. My name's Dennis Switzer, ladies and gentlemen. I met a few of you folks last night and wandered around the pits with my good friend and colleague, Chief Starter Brad Buchel, and he introduced me to a bunch of you folks last night. I got a lot of other people I'd love to meet, but I get tied up in a tower here. I don't get a chance to go out around and shake as many hands as I'd like to, but as time goes on, we'll get to know each other a little bit better. So right now we're waiting for the Top Dragsters to get ready to go. We're doing the final touch-ups on the starting line, and Top Dragster will be coming your way in just a moment. It's going to get a little bit quicker here, a little bit faster with the Top Dragster cars. Once again, we need comp to the staging lanes and top sportsman to the lanes, please. Comp and top sportsman to the staging lanes. All right, here we go. Top Dragster coming your way. It's going to be John Deacons rolling past the ready line and into the water box out on the toy barn side. The left side of the racetrack, the Quick Fuel Dragster, John Deacons. 2012 Racecraft chassis dragster with a 760 big block Chevrolet. Naturally aspirated with a little bit of nitrous assist. The Quick Fuel Technology car, he and Karen. He'll burn out alongside Danny Waddle Jr., the Pinkerton, Ohio base runner, the 2012 Diamond chassis car with a 532 big block Chevrolet. Danny Waddle Jr., Andrew and the crew lining up on the Sunoco lane. He'll dial 699, and Johnny Deacons and Karen and crew rolling up on the left side of the racetrack. They decided 643 would be their chosen dial. First round eliminations of Top Dragster here at the 2015 11th running of the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, the triple crown of the JEGS Sports Nationals. Start out in Bella Rose, Louisiana with the Cajun Sports Nationals, and on out to Fontana, and they do the Pacific JEGS Sports Nationals. And here we are, it culminates right here. Johnny Deacons, Danny Waddle Jr. Danny with a better reaction time, 004 to the tree, and he goes 701 for the win at 186 miles an hour. Danny Waddle Jr., first round survivor. Side-by-side burnouts now as our next pair of competitors come to life. And ladies and gentlemen, here comes Rob Moser. Rob Moser, Moser Engineering, fame out of Portland, Indiana. The president and proprietor with his 2012 American chassis car, 540 big block. It's a Pro Charger car. APD Pro Charger on the car. Rocky Van Note turning the screws on the car. And Eddie Sierick here in the Sunoco lane comes out of Claysville, Pennsylvania. Division I runner with a 2015 American chassis car. 540 big block Chevrolet, also a Pro Charger car. 650 the dial for Eddie, 633 for Rob Moser. A couple of very quick dragsters down at the stripe. Rob Moser goes 638. Not enough. Eddie Sierick takes the win, 652 on a 650 at 204. That's going to bring up Andrew Johnson and Mark Harmon. Andrew Johnson out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. He's backing up from the burnout there on the left side of the racetrack. The 26-year-old engineer. Spitzer chassis car, 521 supercharged Hemi, alongside of Mark Harmon, Sunman, Indiana-based. Spitzer chassis car with a 401 small block Chevrolet. Mark Harmon and the Ryan Shield crew. Looks like Cade's giving a little bit of assist there, young Cade. So Mark's going to dial 643 to a 614 and Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson come into the program, number 2 qualifier, ran a best of 623 during qualifying. Mark Harmon was your number 16 qualifier with a 650 best. Both guys think they're holding a few numbers. Going to dial her safe and dial her hard. It's a 614 to a 643. Let's watch. Mark Harmon, little tire chatter coming out of the car. He squares them up just a little bit there. Gets it out of the groove some, takes it over towards the center line, gathers it up, had a stellar 005 reaction time at the top end of the racetrack. Andrew Johnson able to drive around. 631 on a 14 at 183 miles an hour for Andrew Johnson's winning effort, and into round number 2 of Top Dragster. He will go. And here comes Ashley Tidrick. She's had a great weekend out here this weekend. Made it to the Sportsman Shootout. Ran against Marco there. She'll be taking on B.J. Sexton in this round. Ashley, out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the 26-year-old dietitian. Egan chassis car with a 468 big block Chevrolet, the Twisted Sisters Racing entry. She and Brian were number 6 qualifiers with a 632 best. And B.J. Sexton backing up on the Sunoco side. Supercharged, taking big gulps of air. Brookville, Wisconsin, Ohio-based 31-year-old engineer. He's at the controls of an undercover chassis car. 483 cubic inch Chevrolet. So BJ qualified number 20th. He and Lori at 656 with 210 miles an hour. Best shot down the track this weekend. Ashley Tidrick got a very consistent hot rod. This car ran a 32 and a 34 during qualifying. She's going to dial her down a little bit. Thinks it's going to be a little bit quicker with a 628. B.J. Sexton takes the win, 642 and a 648. Both of them run under 110 miles an hour. B.J. Sexton closer to his dial for the win. That's going to bring up Rich Fritsch and Mike Troth. Rich Fritchie, the business owner out of nearby Columbus, right down the road here, 57 years old, Spitzer chassis car. Rich Fitch, Darts engine, 566 cubic inch motor alongside of Mike Troth's Alexandria, Kentucky-based runner. 36-year-old maintenance manager, undercover chassis dragster. We're clearing the top end of the racetrack right now. Brad Michelle, hold him up for just a second. We got him fired back up. Supercharged car to the left side of the racetrack. Naturally aspirated car here in Sunoco lane. Mike Troth, David Hopper. Rich Fritchie, the first to come to life out on the left side of the racetrack as he completes his burnout. And Mikey Troth alongside in the Sunoco lane. 646 would be the dial in for Mikey. He ran a 48 and a 77 during qualifying. Looking for that consistency a little bit. And Fritchie ran a 679, and he'll dial her down to a 670 here in this stanza. So Red Fritchie and Nan out of Columbus, Ohio. Looking to take care of the top honors here today. Be the local heroes out here. Win a top dragster better there at their home track. Mike Troth's going to try and stop that venue. Oh, Mike Troth shakes the tires here about 60 foot out. Car goes into severe tire shake, and he'll click it, and Rich gets the win. Red goes 670. 189 miles an hour, on with a 2. Dialed the car, 670, ran the number with a 2. And I might add, he had a 8 reaction time just to cinch the deal. Justin Kirk now, out of Lenore, West Virginia. He'll be on the left side of the racetrack. A couple-year-old American chassis dragster. He's a 22-year-old drag racer out of Lenore, West Virginia. He and Randy Kelly got a supercharged car. 540 Chevrolet with a blower on it. Number 5 qualifier, ran a 631 and a 641. Right now he's dialed in at 628. And he'll stage up alongside of his opponent here in the Sunoco lane. That's going to be Robert Vance Houston, the Newland, North Carolina-based runner. 62 years young. He's got a Racetech chassis car at a 540 big block. Number 19 qualifier for the weekend. Ran a couple of 53s. A very consistent hot rod there. The car's been running 53s on a string all weekend. Now he's dialed in at 650. Wind light says Robert Vance Houston. Runs dead on a number with a 6. Man, that's a consistent race car. Running a 53 and a 53. Dials the car. 650. Runs 650 with a 6. And how about this? A 002 reaction time just to close the deal. Overall package, 8,000. How about that, man? And top dragster. All right, here we go. Next pair. Phil Oakley. He's on the left side of the racetrack. A long smoky burnout out of Philpott, Kentucky. 42-year-old engine builder. The American chassis dragster car. Got an interesting setup here with a Ford 638 cubic inch car. He'll roll in alongside an Anthony Railrod, the man out of Heretta, Ohio. 34-year-old heavy equipment operator, American chassis car with a 632. So Anthony Elrod. Got a pretty consistent hot rod by his own right. 750 and a 51 during qualifying. He'll dial her down to a 46. Keep her safe. Oakley had a best attempt at 649, and he thinks the car is going to run a 44. So let's watch and see how close Phil Oakley can come to this. So Phil Oakley and Anthony Elrod. Phil goes 644 and a 44, 208 miles an hour for the win, and Elrod breaks out, runs a 42 on a 46. Good lap. Yeah, Phil had to do a little bit of driving down there, as Jim pointed out to me. It had his hands full with the car for a little bit there. If you get a dragster a little bit out of shape and you start feeling it, you know you got yourself a handful. Brings up Tommy Fisher and Lindsey Barker. Tom Fisher, Atkins chassis dragster out of Englewood, Ohio. 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet, nitrous assist. Number 22 qualifier this weekend. Consistency, well, it's been hit and miss about 4 thousandths of a second, something like 400ths of a second. I take that back. Run a 63 to 67. Right now he'll dial her down to a 662 alongside of Lindsey Barker. Barker comes up out of Kathleen, Georgia. Lindsey, the 31-year-old competitor, Miller chassis car. Another big block Chevrolet 632. A little help from Roland Wood. So it's a 632 to a 662. It's game on. And Lindsey Barker takes the win. 632 on a 632 at 206 miles an hour. There's that consistency we were talking about. Tommy Fisher breaks out by, looks like about 4. Runs a 58 on a 62, 191 miles an hour. Tom Martino out of the water box left side of the racetrack. The 61-year-old retiree, Youngstown, Ohio. Max Sherrill chassis car with a 665 bow tie power plant. Tom and Ryan Martino, number 11 qualifiers out here this weekend. Found some consistency here. You know, you run one day, run the next, and we got a 43 and a 47 in qualifying. And his opponent here on the Sunoco side is going to be Joe Hessling. Hessling, the engine builder out of Toledo, Ohio. 27 years of age with an American chassis dragster and a 540 big block with a Pro Charger.
Of course, that's not the same Tom that used to, not the same. He's from Jersey, I think.
Right. So the APD engine, the Pro Charger car on the Sunoco side. 670, his best attempt. He'll dial down to a 635. Thinks he's got something for the program here. So a 36 on Martino's scoreboard, a 35 on Joe Hessling's car. This is going to be a real close start. Just about heads up. You and I won't see the difference. Real close on reaction times, on down to the stripe to make the decision, and the nod goes over to Joe Hessling. 638 on a 35, 205 miles an hour. That makes up our next pair, Karma Hopper and the Instant Karma undercover chassis dragster. Karma, the 51-year-old with David and the crew, watching on a 655 cubic inch Chrysler. Alongside of Brian Keller. Keller backing up from the burnout here on the Sunoco lane out of Macedonia, Ohio. Spitzer chassis car, 471 supercharged Hemi. Rick Keller twisting the screws on that car. Your number one qualifier for the weekend. Ran a 22 during qualifying, a 622 and a 626. 616 now his chosen dial, and he's getting down to right down to where the bare minimum as far as he can dial down. And Karma Hopper with a 648 dial ran a pair of 50s during qualifying. Must have found a little bit of horsepower there. You know, 48, that makes it safe. No, you're not going to break out, hopefully. Track, apparently, is very good. Saw a couple guys going to tire shake, but for the most part, it's been very good traction out there today. Chief starter Brad Michelle's able to put teeth in just about anything he approaches. Any track we run. Karma Hopper, Brian Kelly, top end of the racetrack, double breakout situation. Karma Hopper advances into round number 2 with a 642. Under by 6 at 203 miles an hour. Brian Keller breaks out by more, 602 on a 16 at 217. So here comes our next pair. Dan Norris and Junior Houston. Norris rolling up on the water box on the left side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, we need top sportsman. Top sportsman, final call. Last and final call for top sportsman. So Dan Morris, out of the Wolverine State, Brighton, Michigan, his hometown. Mike Boss chassis dragster, a 526 supercharged Hemi, number 4 qualifier. He ran a 629 during qualifying. And his opponent, over on a Sunoco lane, comes out of Newland, North Carolina. Junior Houston, 38-year-old business executive, the Race Tech chassis dragster. 650 cubic inch, naturally aspirated, the PAR engine. Was wound up being number 18 qualifier, ran a 652. And qualifying got really quick here. So 648 and 627 be the dial-ins. Dan Norris have to be a little patient on the starting line. Junior Houston's going to make the first move. And Junior punches in on time. 002 reaction time for Junior Houston. 650 with 193 miles an hour on a 48 dial. And Dan Norris got a little bit greedy on the stripe there. Broke out by almost a tenth. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior dragsters invited field to the junior lanes, please. Junior dragsters invited field to the junior lanes. Please and thank you. Right now, back here at the starting line, on the left side of the racetrack, out of Brooks, Kentucky, comes Tom Elliott. His top dragster. It's Spitzer chassis car. Another one of those 526 supercharged Hemis. Number 3 qualifier, Tom and Suzanne Elliott run 625 and a 626. And I got to tell you, they got a beautiful and consistent little hot rod out there on the left side of the racetrack. And Joe Fisher, Sunoco Lane, out of Clayton, Ohio, the Chromeworks car. And this is a very beautiful car. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you right now. This is the car, ladies and gentlemen, right side of the racetrack, best appearing for the event. 645 and a 622, and Joe Fisher, Tom Elliott. Wind light says Joe Fisher. 644 and a 45, 207. Double breakout situation. Tom Elliott run under his dial a little bit more, a 619 on a 22. So Joe Fisher advances into round number 2 at Top Sportsman. Marco Abruzzi. Now here's a guy that's had a weekend. Let me tell you, you've been paying attention, Jim? Marco ran Marco in the finals. He's going to be in the Sportsman shootout there. Double entered and won both different categories. So Marco Abruzzi has been having a stellar weekend. A man out of Warren, Ohio, the Abruzzi Racing Transmission, Miller chassis car, 540 big block entry. So Marco and Kim and Nick and Emily and Jeff Coons. This is going to be a JEGS Northern Sports Nationals for them all to remember. And Larry Roberts out of Lawrence, South Carolina. His Race Tech chassis car. Guarantee you, he's been paying attention to Marco. Not going to take him lightly. 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Shannon Roberts giving a little bit of assist there. He ran a 665 and he had one lap. The car didn't even go down a track very well. He's got his hands full here with Marco Abruzzi. Abruzzi, very consistent with a 42 and a 43 during qualifying. He'll dial down to a 633 now. Red light foul for Larry Roberts. Hey, he knew he had to take a shot. That's what I would do. Took a shot, missed a tree. Marco Abruzzi just about touched the center line. Marco Abruzzi got very close to the center line out there, about 1,000 foot, 676, 146 miles an hour. Don't know what happened there. He might have been sizing up Larry Roberts. Roberts turned on the red ball. Maybe Marco was watching the wind light on top of the screen, but got out of the groove and took it on towards the center line. We do not believe he crossed it, though, however. So we have 10 comp cars still in competition. We need those to the staging lanes right now. We got Top Sportsman up there. Comp Eliminator, we need you all to the staging lanes at this time if you want to get in the first round of eliminations. If you're in Competition Eliminator, we'd appreciate it if you come to the staging lanes at this time. Please and thank you. So it looks like Jim Prevost is going to have the broke by, the Mundelein, Illinois-based runner. He's dialed 638, ran a 40 and a 42 during qualifying. Let's see if he picks up the pace here a little bit. And he does. How about that? 638 with a 638, 210 miles an hour. Prevost looking pretty good here. Honey? Okay. All right. Quick little shuffle out on the starting line. We got Comp Eliminator coming your way. Scott Shamness and Todd Gardner are going to be the first pair. They're up at the ready line, set and ready to go. The tractor's going to come off after this next swing. Brad Bichelle looking over the starting line, making sure we got plenty of traction for Competition Eliminator. So Comp Eliminator for the casual fans in the stands. I see we got a few more people sitting around here. I'll give you the quick rundown on the categories. Probably one of the most diverse categories in NHRA competition with like 58 different classes in one category there. Comp Eliminator, you'll see everything from dragsters and alters, full-bodied cars, and different kinds of engine combinations. What it boils down to is a weight per cubic inch deal. So you'll see, for instance, a four-cylinder Honda and like Todd Gardner's. Well, Todd Gardner's got a little Chevrolet, but F dragster like Todd Gardner's got with a little 177 cubic inch Chevrolet, taking on a 472 like the case of the B dragster with Scott Shamness. So interesting category, weight per cubic inch. NHRA sets up the indexes for them. So the idea is go as fast as you can go too fast, and then you fall under what they call the CIC ruling. And do it again, and you take the whole country down. You don't want to do that. It happens, but you don't want to beat up the index, as they say. So we're looking for the invited junior dragsters to make their way to the junior dragster lanes. We're going to do a couple of quick rounds of junior dragster out here this weekend as well. We got some kids that's been here by invite, and they're going to show off their junior dragsters this weekend. I believe the voice of National Trail Raceway, Doug, is going to lead us through that round of junior dragsters. But right now, we got Comp Eliminator coming your way, and it's a fun category. A little bit of everything, a little bit of something for everyone in this category, as I like to say. Competition Eliminator. That's Todd Gardner rolling in out of Tonawanda, New York. He's a Division I player coming out here to the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, the national events for the sportsman people, brought to you by the good people at JEGS who love to support drag racing. They're all a part of this and deep involved in drag racing. So Todd Gardner, a 40-year-old systems engineer, East Texas chassis car, Chevrolet 4-cylinder, 177 cubic inch entry, F dragster. So Todd Gardner getting set and ready to go. He's supposed to run Scott Shamness. Todd and Brad are going to be a little bit patient. No radiator on that car. Todd Gardner set and ready to go. Scott Shamness not going to be able to make the call, so Gardner's automatically going to advance in round number 2. 8:57, the index on the car. So Todd Gardner looking on down a Sunoco lane. He'll take the tree, and away he goes. Looking for an 8:57. Listen to that little 4-cylinder come to life there. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? An 8-second 4-cylinder, an F dragster. Todd Gardner runs 8:18, under by 4 for the win at 159 miles an hour. Tough brakes for the Shamness and Merton team. Having problems with the car to get it started. Got to tell you, these are very tough competitors. Scott Shamness. Huge appearance, U.S. Nationals, championships galore, and very tough competitors. Shamness qualified number 2 out here. Qualified number 2 with a 7:01 with that dragster. So they'll get that figured out. They know very well what they're doing. Tough brakes for him, but good luck for Todd Gardner. He advances into round number 2, competition eliminator. Now here comes Jake Savani, the Savani machine, out of McKeesport, Pennsylvania. 95 Cutlass, D-altered. Planetary transmission, GM 316 cubic inch entry. Brian and Jake and the crew out of McKeesport, Pennsylvania, Division I players. Number 8 qualifier. Ran 164 under it. 808. Index is 825. And Todd France, D Super Modified. 2008 Pontiac G5, the 321 cubic inch entry. Todd, the 40-year-old auto bodybuilder. He's completing his burnout procedure out of Louisville, Kentucky. So the D Super Modified automatic taking on a D altered. Planetary transmission in the car and a toy bar inside. You'll hear him work his way through the gears very quickly. So 825 the index for Jake, 888 for Todd France. Here we go. First round eliminations. We've got about 10 or 11 cars here in Comp Eliminator. So we'll narrow that field down real quickly. And nice thing about that, when you get a small field, you got plenty of time to get cooled down, do your turnaround on the car back in the pit area. Joe Savani sneaks in, lights the pre-stage bulb. Kind of quick trees, Todd France, actually. So Todd will roll in. There's the tree set. And Todd France's car goes on high rev right away on down the Sunoco lane. He'll run. And it's a win light for Todd France, 845 under the 888 at 137 miles by 4.4 of a second. Advantage for Todd France. And here comes Terry Smith. Long smoky burn out of Liberty Township, Ohio, the advanced chassis dragster. A dragster automatic. The number 4 qualifier ran a 661 during qualifying this weekend for his best attempt. The index is 707. Greg Tabler, the man from Columbus, Ohio. Local hero, 57-year-old retired mechanic. I don't know how you run a comp car and be a retired mechanic. A lot of work gets done there. So Greg Tabler was a number 9 qualifier, 741 best on a 736 index. So Tabler, 736. Terry Smith, 707, 3/10 the difference. That's what Greg Tabler is going to have on a tree. So it's a red light foul for Terry Smith. Greg Tabler takes the win. 7:23 on a 7:36 and a pretty stellar 006 reaction time for the man out of Columbus. Keep it in the house, as they say. And here comes Ed Bennett, one of the quickest cars in the field of competition eliminator, the A Dragster, the man out of Carlton, Michigan, 39-year-old manufacturing engine builder. Customs chassis dragster with a 513 Dodge. It's the Hemi with the twin carburetor planetary transmission, taking on Brian Siebenik, F Dragster automatic. Little 4-cylinder Honda. 35-year-old genius out of Toledo, Ohio. Frameworks chassis car. Brian Siebenik, John Albert. Brian Siebenik's having a great weekend this weekend as well. Number 5 qualifier, Ed Bennett with a 648 best, 694 the index. He was under by 5 there. Number 10 qualifier is Brian Siebenik with an 894 best on an 867. So the stage is set. There's the indexes. Ed Bennett the third, Brian Siebenik. Red light foul for Ed Bennett. The little Honda holds him off. Left 159 back here at the starting line, but 885, 147 on a 67 for the round win for Brian Siebenik. F Dragster automatic. Man, you're running a 4-cylinder Honda and you see that big Hemi coming down on you. He's got to come down on you like a ton of bricks down there, you know. And here comes Red Kelly. I don't see Red Kelly. I see Jim Promazak. Jim Primazak Jr. out of Wycliffe, Ohio is going to make a broke by. The man, 07 Cobalt, 373. C. Altered automatic. 31-year-old pipe fitter. He was number 6 qualifier, ran a 755 during qualifying this weekend. Right now, running the index is 787. So Primazak completes the run, 768 on an 87, 152 miles an hour, under by 2. 0.2 of a second quick there. And Chuck Beal out of Gahanna, Ohio. Here's a happy guy this weekend. Chuck and Michelle Taylor, the attorney. Showed up at Indy this last couple of weeks ago. Had the motor pulled the valve covers off, started seeing water. Did? Okay. we'll break the beam, take the green, and save the car. So the Jax Wax machine for Chuck and Michelle, they're going to go into round number 2, comp eliminator there. Give the fans a chance to take a look at that beautiful 2010 Chevy Cobalt C Super Modified. Coming up the fire-up lane, folks. For the stands and the fans, how about a little round of applause for Michelle and Chuck? They're winners for the first round. Closest you're going to get to see the car go down the track there, so say hello to Chuck and Michelle Hobbiel. They're local heroes from your area, folks, you Columbus locals. Got to tell you, man, they did a great job from a bad outing at U.S. Nationals, coming in here to the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals and going right to number 1 qualifier. Chuck and Michelle has had a great outing this weekend, and a lot of effort gone into that car to make that happen. The Jax Wax machine, Chuck and Michelle, I think it's pretty neat. Moving the program along right now. First round of Top Sportsman coming your way. This will be the first round of eliminations for the guys at Top Sportsman category. The casual fans in the stand, I'll give you a quick rundown on this eliminator. It's a pretty cool eliminator, actually. Full body cars. There's really no restriction on the engine or transmission combination. If you want to run a supercharger, that's okay. General configuration would be a big cubic inch motor, a little bit of nitrous oxide. Try to qualify as quick as you can. Typically, it's a 32 field of cars, but this weekend it's kind of an all-run thing. Got, I don't know, about 11 cars in Top Sportsman get down the track here. We're going to the Moser shootout. One of the guys this weekend that's been unstoppable, absolutely perfect on everything he's done is Marco Abruzzi. Marco Abruzzi qualified his way into the Moser Sportsman shootout, which was a shootout that we started yesterday where the 16 qualifiers. It was 14 guys that qualify with points gathered from the divisional points race in Indianapolis all the way up to Bowling Green, Kentucky. And Marco Abruzzi was capable of qualifying 2 cars. His top dragster and this car right here is 68 Camaro Top Sportsman car. Won in both. So come down to the semifinals yesterday, or the quarterfinals yesterday. Marco actually ran Marco. He brought one car out and made a lap down the track. It's a pretty tough competitor here. Marco Abruzzi out of Warren, Ohio. The Abruzzi Racing Transmission, 68 Chevrolet Camaro. He's dialed 675. He's taking on Tim Irwin out of Portland, Indiana, in the Mosier car. Red light foul for Marco Abruzzi. I'm going to start bragging on people. Missed a tree by 3 thou. And how about that? The Moser 98 Chevrolet Lumina with Tim Irvin at the controls takes out Marco Abruzzi with a 749 on a 53 as Marco lights the red ball with 174 miles an hour. And in the interest of fair reporting, I got to say Marco kind of beat himself. Attention in the pits. Wilkes Racing Team, Ryan or Randy, please report to the tower, Suite 103. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need the semifinal round of the Moser Sportsman Shootout cars. To the staging lanes, please. Semifinal of the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Please report to the staging lanes this time. Well, that's going to bring up our next pair back here to starting line. The JEGS machine of Mike Coughlin. JEGS mail order 2013 Chevrolet Camaro, 832 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant. Number 4 qualifier. Mike and Greg Cody staging up on the left lane of the racetrack against Kenny Snops, the man out of Lost Creek, West Virginia. 2003 Pontiac Grand Am. GM power plant of 632 cubic inches, 735 to a 675. So Mike Coughlin has to give chase. Mike's on a good one here. Watch Coughlin, the JEGS machine. Track him down and gather him up. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Mike Coughlin runs a perfect 675 on a 675 dial at 201. Man, I got to tell you, a big grin coming back from the guys, and yellow and black, and high fives all around because they have that car dialed in for Top Sportsman today. How about that? It'll be a cool day to watch the JEGS guys win their own event here. That'd be great with me. I think that'd be cool. All the things that they do for the Columbus area and the drag strip here at National Trail Raceway to keep this place alive, and this event and the Triple Crown of the JEGS All-Stars and the JEGS Sports Nationals. Well, here comes Jeff Sexton now and Jeff Barker. Got a Jeff in each lane. Sexton out of Fairborn, Ohio. Left side of the racetrack. 2003 Cavalier 582. He and Sharon, number 7 qualifier, ran a 698 and a 99, so they got a pretty consistent hot rod there. And Jeff Barker out of Kathleen, Georgia. 06 Cobalt, big cubic inch. 747 motor. Got like coffee cans for pistons in there. Multi-time divisional champion, number 3 qualifier. 68 and a 70 during qualifying. He'll dial 661 now. So 661, 691, 3/10 the difference. And Barker's going to have to make it up. And here he comes. At the stripe, Jeff Barker drives around with a 671 victory, 194 miles an hour. Jeff Sexton goes 7 flat, 198 miles an hour. Dylan Stott making all the noise out on the left side of the racetrack. Comes out of Columbus, North Carolina with that car. The 67 Ford Mustang, supercharged car. And another 67 Mustang from Mark McDonald. Man, here's a pair to draw to. Mark McDonald. A couple of Ford power plants, one in each lane. McDonald out of Bloomville, Indiana, the 55-year-old business owner. Number 6 qualifier this weekend. 692 and a 697, his qualifying attempt. Dylan Stott, the number 2 qualifier, with a 660 best. He'll dial her down to a 654. Boys feel the urge to purge out there. A little bit of nitrous spray coming out in each lane there. So 654 from Dylan Stott, 686. That tells me the Sunoco lane is going to get to make the first move by 0.3 of a second. So the nitrous lines are cleared out and purged. Cars are rolled in pre-staged. Mark McDonald the first stage. Here comes the tree. Wind light says Mark McDonald, 687 on an 86, 192 miles an hour. Dylan Stott fell off a little bit, but he had a little bit of business to take care of. Had to grab a handful of steering wheel, keep the thing in his lane, and it cost him a little bit as he scrubbed a little ET there. So Lester Johnson is going to make a solo pass. 11 cars. He's the odd man out. Number one qualifier right here, ladies and gentlemen. The big Tri-5 Shoebox 55 Bel Air Chevrolet. Backing up from the burnout with his 540 big block entry. The man out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Your number one qualifier for the weekend here at the 11th running of the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Lester Johnson. Ran a 6:48, good enough for number one spot at 212 miles an hour. And backed it up with a 6:51. So now he'll dial her down to a 6:37. Let's see how close he can run to the 37, see what he's got to show for himself. Well, the car breaks loose on a starting line. He loses grip, and he'll click it off with a 997. 96 miles an hour tells you how fast that car was accelerating until he idled her on through. 96 miles an hour in a 9-second pass. How about that, huh? Okay, Scotty's here. All right, I'm going to put a call out once again to the NHRA Moser Sportsman Shootout competitors in the semifinal rounds. I think Scotty Reinschild's up here. Looking for Ben Wenzel. Marco, we know you're busy. As soon as you can get up here, we'd love to see you and Jacob Elrod. I want to say congratulations to all four of you guys for your stellar performance out here this weekend and put you in this field, this elite field of racers. Marco Abruzzi, Jacob Elrod, Scotty Reinschild, and, of course, Ben Wenzel. We need you guys to the staging lanes ASAP. Got junior dragsters coming up. Doug Ford standing here in the tower, and this is something that he's very fond of, the future of drag racing. He thinks this is important, and I do too. Love the kids and these junior dragsters. We take this stuff very seriously. And here to tell you a little bit more about that, ladies and gentlemen, is your announcer here from National Trail Raceway, Doug Ford.
Thanks, Dennis. Grace Rowe in the left lane. Right lane is Sarah Basil. Sarah's from Lancaster, Ohio, sponsored by Basil Racing and Basil Oil. Grace Rowe from Marengo. Now these are junior dragster drivers, age 8 through 15, and the ages are going to vary. We have 16 invited cars for this field of junior dragsters today. They'll all run in one class. They get one time trial. Sarah goes 135 for a reaction time. Grace goes 028. Grace goes 798, 905. Sarah. Sam Lowther is in the left lane, grandson of Kevin Trusty, who's out there watching him. In the right lane, Olivia Sheets. Olivia is 16 years old. Over in the right lane, Sam is a big 9-year-old. Olivia goes 0.07 for a reaction time. That's the best qualifier so far. 12.31 for Sam Lowther. A lot of cars and competition out here were built by him. No. 11:27 for the Toy Barn lane. Destiny Taylor from Coshocton, Ohio is in the left lane. Destiny Ryan Dovenbarger's in the right lane from Caldwell, Ohio. Ryan Dovenbarger goes 7.95, 7.99 for Destiny. Cody Holberg is in the right lane, the left lane. Ryan Holberg and Cody Holberg, the Holberg twins, both get red lights. Marcello Cardamone down here. Marcello's in the right lane. Faith Cardamone, his sister, in the left lane. Marcello is 11 years old. Faith is 14 years old. Part of Cardamone Racing from Baltimore, Ohio. These junior dragsters are limited to one cylinder, internal combustion engine, air-cooled. Starts out basically with a 5-horsepower Briggs & Stratton, and then they work up from there. You can bet none of them are stock. Faith and her brother Marcello on the line. Marcello gets a 036 light. Marco Abruzzi. Marco Abruzzi. Marco Abruzzi. To the lanes, please. Here's Clay Coughlin in the right lane. Father Mike Coughlin out there helping him out. Shelby Hamilton from Dresden, Ohio is alongside Clay. Clay is 9 years old. Maybe he's 10 now. Shelby Hamilton goes 8:01. 8:87 for Clay. Shelby had a good 0:19 reaction time. Paige Coughlin in the left lane. Another one of the Coughlin crew. These are all grandchildren of Jeg Coughlin, the head man at JEGS. Well, actually, his boys are doing it now. Paige is 15 years old. Caleb Burns in the right lane. 027 light, 901 reaction time, 065 for the Toy Barn lane. 794. Those are the junior dragsters that will be in competition later on today. And we apologize for the little bit of confusion up here. We were trying to sort them out. As they went by, we were looking for something else, and we didn't catch who they were as they went past. We got all straightened out. Scotty Reinshield, Brookville, Indiana, left lane, 69 Corvette, 585 cubic inches. Nope, he'll be in the right lane. Switched on us. Scotty is sponsored by Fast Lube and Armor Paving and Sealing. Ben Wetzel in the left lane, C-Stock car from Freeland, Michigan. Dave and Ben Wetzel, 67 Camaro. They bought that car new. Been racing it ever since and winning ever since. 302 cubic inch Z28 67 Camaro. 69 Corvette, 585 cubic inches. This is the semifinal for the Moser Shootout. Head start's going to go to Scotty Reinshield, 748 dial. This is 8th mile racing. 664 for Ben Wetzel Sr. So the head start goes to Scotty in the Corvette. The Z28 will try to catch him before the 8th mile finish line gets underneath him. Well, they're off, clean and green. A much better light for Scotty, and he gets the win. Scotty goes 7:57. Breakout for Ben Winsel. Scotty had a 0:02 reaction time, and he sort of lifted toward the finish line. Marco Abruzzi from Warren, Ohio. Now, he's been doing yeoman's work all through this event this weekend. He drives, 3 cars in 3 different classes, whatever. Jacob Elrod alongside from Lima, Ohio. Elrod's driving that good-looking Roadster, 92 Corvette Roadster. And Marco Abruzzi is in the Miller Chassis Dragster this time. Abruzzi Racing Transmissions car. It's a top dragster against this super gasser. Jacob Elrod ordinarily dials in at 990, has to dial in. That's the index for super gas. It's an 8th mile race. 674 is the index for 8th mile for super gas. That's Elrod's dial. Marco Abruzzi is dialed in at 405. So nearly 3 seconds head start in the short 8th mile is going to go to the Corvette Roadster of Jacob Elrod. And on he comes. Blasts around at 175 miles per hour in the 8th mile for Marco Abruzzi. And Marco gets the win. 4:06 on a 4:05 dial. Almost identical reaction times. Elrod had a 21 and Marco had a 22 for light. Elrod went 6:77 on a 6:74. And Abruzzi was only 100th over his dial, and that got him there first, and he got the win that way. Margin of victory was 200ths of a second. In favor, of course, Marco Abruzzi. Well, Dennis, are you ready? Super Street, Super Street, Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street, bring them up. Well, down there in the starting line area, you see our announcer for this weekend, Dennis Switzer. along with the crew, getting their awards and their JEGS hats. Dennis, what we got going down there?
Got a few people we introduced to you guys before we start pre-race ceremony. Well, this will be part of the pre-race ceremony. We're going to announce to you the winners of the best engineered, the best appearing crew we have right in front of the tower right now with the Moser team, and we're going to introduce some of the folks from JEGS, best appearing car, best engineered. Did I mention that? Wait for those cars to come on up. A little bit of photo op happening in front of the tower. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to get your attention. We're out in front of the tower. First of all, how we all doing out there? Everybody having a great time? Glad you all can make it. Here at the 11th running of the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, the triple crown of the Sports Nationals. It starts out in California, as I told you before. Starts out in Bella Rose, Louisiana. Hey, Rob, don't go away. Starts out in Bella Rose, Louisiana. Heads on out to Fontana for the JEGS Pacific Sports Nationals, and it winds up right here at the hometown of JEGS Performance Center, JEGS.com, the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Culminates into this. Got a couple of people I want to introduce you, and we want to hand out some awards. Got the best appearing car rolling in right now, the Racing RVs Top Dragster. Take a look at this thing, the Killer Fish. Ladies and gentlemen, standing next to me, there's a company out in a border town, a little bump in the road called Portland, Indiana, and it's famous for nothing other than Moser Engineering. It's a company that's been sportsman racers for over 35 years. Is that about right, Rob?
That's pretty close. That's very, very close.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you the guy that brings the high-performance rear-end components to the sportsman field and pro field alike, Rob Moser. Father started his business about 35 years ago down in Portland, Indiana. His father had a passion for flying airplanes and flew a few, I guess they're not full, he did experimental aircraft, unfortunate craft, and so now the president and proprietor of Moser Engineering stands next to me, and Rob, I want to thank you for all you do with the shootouts here and the RFC things that we do, and we just saw the guys go down the track in the semifinal rounds of the Moser Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Marco Abruzzi, wow, how about that guy? And our runner-up competitors alongside of Marco Abruzzi, Scotty Reinshield, they're going to compete in the final round of the Moser Sportsman Shootout. And the main reason I have Rob standing next to me right now is they picked up an award, some trophies for the best appearing crew. So coming out here to support you, the sportsman racer, and the fans alike. And Rob, I just want to say thank you on behalf of NHRA, all the people here at National Trail Raceway and JEGS for all that you do for our sport.
Well, I appreciate it very much. I want to thank NHRA and everyone here at the racetrack for allowing us to do the shootout, and all the competitors here, the ones that support us. And Marco and Scotty are both longtime customers of ours, and should be a very interesting final at the end of the shootout.
That's right. Well, thank you very much, Rob, for all you guys do, and best appearing crew, most pretty people on the place. Attention in the pits, we need Super Street to the staging lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Well, right now we've got photos out in front of the tower, and we got the best appearing car right now, Joe Fisher, the man, local hero, beautiful Chrome Works car. He's going to come up and talk to me, Joe Fisher. Fisher, nice top dragster you got here, Pro Charger car, Chrome Works car. A little bit about the Chrome Works cars. They come out as American cars, is that correct?
Yes, sir. American, probably the best chassis out there right now, and Chromeworks is just great at assembling all these little pieces to make them just hopefully shine out a little bit.
Yeah, I see RacingRVs.com, your sponsor on the car. Beautiful paint. Who laid the paint down on this thing?
Jim Boitnott out of Cincinnati, Ohio. He does Instant Karma cars also, so he's known as being one of the best in the business. And Racing RVs is actually our company, so we're trying to, have a business card here in a sense, and hopefully maybe go a round or two.
Well, heck of a business card. Best appearing car, ladies and gentlemen. How about that, Joe?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Beautiful car. And by the way, that Karma, Instant Karma car would have been my second choice. Beautiful car. Rolling up in front of the tower now is Kilcare's Crazy Train. One more award to hand out before pre-race ceremonies. We got a few people we'd like to introduce to you. And I got to tell you, a little tip of the cap from NHRA's Glendora office for sending Eric Lotz out here to help me out. He's our PR guy, and he's guided me through this, kind of tutored me on this thing. Very nervous coming out here and do this. We got a few more people we want to meet, and we're going to do an invocation, and we'll do the national anthem, get going here. But first of all, I want to tell you a little bit about the car that you see in front of the tower right now, the Buck Men's D&D Harley Davidson from Xenia, Ohio. It's a Dragster Automatic Competition Eliminator car. This is the car that the NHRA Division III certification team looked over and said, hey, man, this is the best engineer car we have out here today. And we're going to do some photo ops real quick, and I'll introduce you to Terry Smith. Sorry.
Pretty good.
Terry, how you doing?
Doing good.
Nice looking car, man. So tell me a little bit about it. Best engineered car. I see it's got a Hemi in it. That's a big deal.
Yep, I want to thank Advanced Chassis. They put this thing together. It's 12 days before the U.S. Nationals when my crew, Kenny Gerlach and T.L. Smith and Jake Smith and Abby Smith, we've worked tirelessly to get it done in time, and it's starting to make pretty good way.
Well, 12 days before the U.S. Nationals, how was your outing at the U.S. Nationals?
We struggled with the MSD grid problem, but we've got that behind us now, and things seem to be turning a corner.
Okay, me and you talking here. Who hasn't struggled with an MSD grid problem?
Really?
So best engineered, Terry, I got to tell you, nice job. I like your sponsors. The Kilcare's Crazy Train, what's that all about?
The owner of Kilcare is a friend of mine from way back, and he sponsored us, and he has a pulling truck. It's called the Crazy Train, so he wanted to name this the same thing.
Right. That's cool when the owner of a drag strip gets involved in your operation, supports you as a sponsor as well as having a great drag strip. So, Terry, once again, I want to congratulate you on best engineered car. A Dragster Automatic, man. They don't get no cooler than that in Competition Eliminator.
I want to thank JEGS for putting on this event and for supporting me for well over 30 years. You won't find a better family to work with. Everybody buy your parts from JEGS.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody in real estate right now would argue with that fact. Thank you very much, Terry.
Appreciate it.
So, a few more introductions need to be made here, and first of all, I want to say a warm welcome to the JEGS family for being out here for the race. I want to thank them very much for everything they do. The JEGS All-Star, the JEGS Sports Nationals, the JEGS Foundations. We have a large amount of the family members out here. JEGS Senior is in the house. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? The forefather. For over half a century, ladies and gentlemen, JEGS Performance Parts has provided performance parts for automotive enthusiasts across the country and around the world. And they're here to support you, the sportsman racer, as they put on the Sports Nationals here, the Triple Crown. Once again, the JEGS Pacific Nationals, the Cajun Nationals, and the culminates right here in Columbus, the hometown of JEGS, with the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. And we've got a few people we want to thank for being here. We have several special guests from JEGS here on this weekend. Todd Iden's one of the guys we want to welcome here, and Mike Coughlin, John Coughlin, of course, Jeggy Jr. standing out here, and of course, Jeg Sr. Hi, Jeg. How you doing? Jeg Coughlin, ladies and gentlemen. Jeg, thanks for putting on this program for us. We really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for JEGS to be here, part of National Trail Raceway, and not just the Northern Sports Nationals. We certainly enjoy putting this race on, but the weekly program that runs here under Mike Fornatero and the staff here at National Trail is really second to none. And they got a great junior program and a great bracket program from bikes up to super pros. So a lot of great stuff happening here on the track. But today's event brings in some of the Midwest's best sportsman racers. Pits 8 of the Lucas Oil sportsman classes here, with the exception of alcohol dragster and funny car. And we've got some great talents that have come in for the race, and we certainly wish them all the best. We're very proud to have JEGS be a part of this event. Great to see our Pop out here. He's probably made more runs down this track than all of his sons put together. So it's great to have him always. But congrats to all the participants. Good luck the rest of the day, and let's crown some great champions come the end of the day.
Jay, can you just tell me out a little bit here? I've seen a lot of your cars going down the track. Not only do you supply the people with parts, but you actually come to the track and do the racing and stuff. You've got several members of your racing family here out here in competition, doing pretty good, by the way. So can you help me out and introduce the people in your family that are out here racing and tell us what classes they're in?
Sure. Starting with my brother John here. He's running the black S10 in Super Street. Got by round 1 and is in the lanes here for round 2. That'll be coming up shortly. The last 2 that went down the track, Paige Coughlin and Clay Coughlin, Troy's daughter Paige, and then brother Mike's son Clay in the junior dragsters. And then Mike was right ahead of them in the 6.75 200-mile-an-hour top sportsman Camaro that zipped down through there for the win light. Kenny Underwood, a good friend of ours, feels like part of the family. He's driving our wagon in Super Street as well, and we'll be up for round 2. And then I'm running in stock eliminator and super gas, and we'll be coming up for round 2 shortly thereafter as well.
Tough racing family, man. You guys out there, the rest of the competitors, got your hands full with these folks. I want to introduce a guy that's been around the JEGS organization for a real long time, ladies and gentlemen. And our Grand Marshal here is Gary Brenner. Gary, been around a long time, buddy. And I want to tell you, thank you for being here, and congratulations on being a Grand National in the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals.
Thank you. It's a real honor. You know, it's been 40 years, but it just seems like yesterday when you're surrounded with the people that's standing here with me today, the Coughlin family, my coworkers, my family. It just goes by yet so fast. It's just all so fun. The customers that we have, they're here today. They just make it a real pleasure. And 40 years has just been like yesterday.
That's great to hear, man. All we hear from everybody we talk to, all the folks here from National Trail Raceways, what a great family we have here in the JEGS family, and we're so proud to be a part of this. And I want to thank one and all, every one of you guys for coming out to the program here, the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals.
He was our Grand Marshal a couple years ago. We've got him here too.
Larry Nelson's here as well. Larry, come on around here. Step on up to the front, and we'll introduce Larry Nelson. He was a Grand Marshal from last year at the Sports Nationals. We'll get some photo ops real quick, and we'll introduce Larry to you.
You can talk to Larry real quick. I just kind of wanted to write.
Okay, we got the photo ops done. Larry, I just want to say hi to you real quick. Larry Nelson was a Grand Marshal from last year. How many years you got with JEGS?
42.
42 years.
Just like Gary, it's time flies when you're having fun. So
right. Well, welcome to the Northern Sports Nationals. Glad you can make it, man. Well, I think that rounds out everybody we need to talk to here, as far as I can remember. I got the Racers for Christ chaplain with us, Glenn Kreider, ladies and gentlemen. He'll quickly give us the invocation. We'll play the national anthem. We got Super Street coming into the lanes real quickly here. If we can get them up to the ready line, that'd be great, and we can get going. Hopefully our national anthem. Doug Ford, you got the national anthem set and ready to go. Doug gives me the thumbs up, and we're just about ready to go hot here on the track. I want to thank the NHRA certification team for being here. They do a great job. Brad Bushell, Richie Bowers, Redman, Bill Floyd. Guy's been with NHRA for, I don't know, 38 or 40 years. Everybody from the National Trail Raceway, they do a fabulous job here. I'd like to recognize some of the folks here. Chris has been in the tower, runs around here. You see Chris everywhere here. The folks from National Trail Raceway do a fabulous job. Mark runs the place. It's great to have them host the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals in the hometown of JEGS.
So once again, a great welcome to the folks here from National Trail Raceway. I want to recognize a few folks that make this possible, as well as Mike Fornatero, the sales and marketing manager, general manager here at National Trail Raceway. He oversees the whole operation, and his right-hand man, Chris Stillwell, the facility and operations manager here. Chris is like our go-to guy. He pretty much does everything hands-on here. I want to say, Chris, thank you for putting up with me and the crew here. You've done a great job of answering all the questions we need. And the entire staff here at National Trail Raceway, I want to thank you one and all for being a great host here for this event and the division and NHRA event here. And Glenn, it's just about ready to go here with Super Street. I think we can go ahead and do our invocation right and kick off the national anthem. We'll go drag racing. We're still looking for a couple of Super Street cars. We'll get them up to the line here and ready line, and we'll go off, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, introduce to you right now our Racers for Christ chaplain, Glenn Kreider. Glenn, thanks for being here. We got a minute or two. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'll take a moment and welcome you to the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals here. We're going to do our invocation, national anthem, and we're going to go racing with Super Street. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, Glenn Kreider, our chaplain, will you please do the honors?
Thank you, Dennis. Before we get started with the prayer, we'd like to pause and remember some people that have meant a lot to drag racing over the years that have passed away recently. Bill Maverick Golden, famous wheel stander that goes way back. Kyle Hampson, longtime racer here at National Trails, and Bobby Wyman, who is a car builder that meant a lot to people in this area. So with that, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Almighty God, we come to you, and Lord, we thank you for the great privilege that the freedoms in this country allow us to participate in things like NHRA drag racing. We are especially thankful for the JEGS family that make this JEGS Sports Nationals possible, a time that we can enjoy family, friendships, and racing, and it doesn't get any better than that. Lord, we thank you for this. We ask you for continued blessing on this event and each one that brought it. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Glenn. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you all to please rise. Gentlemen, remove your cap. Take a look at the flag on top of the tower, and we'll play the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner quiet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
No other drag strip in the country has a beautiful version of that Star-Spangled Banner like Karen Vandervelden. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Fire 'em up. Let's go racing. This is Super Street. Coming out in the burnout box is Mike Ruzicka and Jason Satterley. Satterley's from Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. He says he's a 37-year-old cheese taster. All right, we'll go with that. 99 Firebird, 400 cubic inch GM engine. Mike Ruzicka from Asheville, Ohio, a 50-year-old pipe fitter in his 70 Plymouth. Remember Plymouth? Chrysler Corporation used to build those. It's a 440 Plymouth.
Well, thank you very much, Doug Ford. Appreciate it. As we start off right now with Super Street Eliminator Jason Satterley and Mike Ruzicka. Ruzicka to Sunoco's side. Once again, tied at 90 the index for the casual fans in the stands there. It's a 10.95 win for Mike. The man out of Asheville, Ohio, takes up the winning ET slip, 123 miles an hour. Move along in the program here. Looks like our next pair coming in is going to be Kenny Underwood and Dewey Boggs. Kenny Underwood, man out of Delaware, Ohio, the 67 Chevy Nova, alongside of Dewey Boggs, a man out of Lancaster, Ohio, his 67 Camaro. Dewey Boggs, he's been in the winner's circle with this car before at this event. Going to try and double up again here. But Dewey's looking good early on. So Dewey's going to break out and hand the win light over to Kenny Underwood. Kenny goes 10.94, 119 miles an hour, and he'll go into round number 3. The Super Street category brings up Rob Garabrandt and Ron Harkey. Garabrandt on the left side of the racetrack, a yellow Yenko-looking Nova, 71 version, with 454 big block Chevrolet. He gets a little help from Dewey Boggs from time to time, and he'll roll in alongside and size up Ron Harkey. Harkey out of Bridgeport, West Virginia. A 64-year-old retired gentleman, 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, 496 cubic inch big block in the car. So the cars are staged and ready to go. Flash yellow and green. It's a red light for Ron Harkey. So Rob Garabrandt's going to pick up the second round win. Into round number 3 goes Rob. Looking for a 1090. He'll run under 1084, 141 miles an hour. And of course, it's a first to worst situation here. First would be the red light. Worst would be crossing a boundary marker, as you probably are aware of for the fans in the stands. Brian Richardson. Brian and Angie out of Woodburn, Indiana, in their 98 Firebird. It's a triple nickel big block under the hood, and they're taking on Craig Meyer in his big black Dodge, the Plymouth Sport Fury. Machinist out of Kendallville, Indiana. 500 cubic inch Chrysler horsepower. So Craig and Lynn Meyer, and Brian and Angie. Double breakout the situation. Craig Meyer takes the win, and Lynn's very happy. Big high fives jumping all around. 1087 under by 3 to a 1086. Brian Richardson missed it by a thou. 137 miles an hour for the Mopar. Here comes our next pair. Jason Lawrence out of Hamilton, New Jersey, Division I player. His 72 Duster, Mopar 360. Alongside of Gary Fleener, the Port Clinton, Ohio based runner. His 79 Z28 Camaro, 496 big block.
Red light foul for Gary Fleener. Jason Lawrence gets the win. Looking for a 10.90 down the left side of the racetrack. Wind light up on top of the scoreboard for him, and he runs under by 5, a 10.85 at 131 miles an hour, just to see what the car's got to do. Rod Ferris and Blake Richardson. Rod Ferris, left side of the racetrack, the 71 Camaro. He comes out of Dover, Ohio with that entry. Little high wind and small block. It's a 383 stroker motor. Joe McRobbie gives a little bit of help, twisting the wrenches there. He's got Blake Richardson as the opponent on the Sunoco lane. A student out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. 2000 S10 pickup truck with a 427. So throttle stops come into play there for Blake and Rod Ferris. Blake and the rest of the Richardson boys in the house. The boys up out of Greenbrier. Well, double breakout situation here, and Blake Richardson closer. Missed it by 0.03 of a second. He closer to the index, and that'll make a round win for him. Thanks, Rich. Stock eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Stock eliminator to the lanes. Stock, stock, stock. We need you to the staging lane. Stand by, Super Gas. Super Gas, heads up. You're on standby. We need all stock cars to the eliminator. Stock eliminator cars to the lanes. Sean Fricke, Flemington, New Jersey. Division I player, the Pontiac 430 Chevrolet horsepower. Taking on Larry Forsyth here in the Sunoco lane, the Chester, West Virginia base runner. Forsyth Racing. Looking to go into round number 3. Larry Forsyth, the mayor of Chester, West Virginia. He and Pam campaign his car with a 454 big block Chevrolet and a little T1000. Looks like a Vega, but it's not. So Sean Fricke, Larry Forsyth. Mayor out in front, but here comes Fricke trying to track him down at the stripe. The mayor holds him off. Larry Forsyth going into round number 3, 10.93 to 128 miles an hour. Once again, we need stock eliminator to the staging lanes, stock to the lanes. And Super Gas, you're on standby. Lauren Daddis, out of Vermillion, Ohio, the 23-year-old nursing student. Her 84 Ford Ranger with a small block Chevrolet under the hood. Staging up alongside of John Parsons, the shop owner out of Pataskala, Ohio. An 84 Chevrolet Camaro, 445 Chevrolet power plant. He and Trish. So Lauren Daddis got her hands full right now with John Parson. Parson in the Sunoco lane, doesn't make any mistakes. He should have this one in the bag via the reaction time. And at 10.97, 131 miles an hour equals a round win with a 009 reaction time. Damian Hazelton out of Continental, Ohio, the Lucky Dog Racing 92 Chevrolet Camaro, alongside of Scott Mackey. Mackey, one of the runners down out of the Wolverine State, Milford, Michigan, his hometown. 66 Chevy 2, 560 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant. Scott not out here drag racing and running this Chevy 2. He's a financial executive, 54 years young. So Damian Hazelton, number 6 qualifier with a 10.91. The 6th best runner so far this weekend in qualifying. That's going to end his day as Scott Mackey carries on into round number 3 with a 10.99 at 151 miles an hour. Ricky Ship Jr. out of Needham, Indiana. The Ship Racing 1970 Nova, 555 big block SS, alongside of Madison Fenn. Madison, the 19-year-old student out of Vermillion, Ohio. The 72 Camaro, 540 big block. Ricky Ship, the 35-year-old aircraft mechanic out there on the left side of the racetrack. So I got to tell you, Madison's had a pretty good weekend. She's run a 10.90 already in qualifying, and just by the fact that she's in round number 2 here, tell you that she's having a pretty good weekend right now. She ran 10.90 with a 4 during qualifying, so got a pretty consistent hot rod and a good-looking 72 Camaro. Oh, red light foul for Madison. Ricky Ship takes the win. 0:15 reaction time for Ricky Ship as he sees the wind light shining bright on the left side of the racetrack, runs it on out to a 1092 at 139 miles an hour. That's going to bring up our next pair. Zach running. The running team out of Lapeer, Michigan. Zach, the 29-year-old HVAC tech in the controls here. And he's taking on John Coughlin. Guys in the yellow and black out there watching on. Rick and Dave. John out of JEGS Performance Parts. 52-year-old small block Chevrolet with an S10 pickup truck. John come in number 7 qualified with 1091. So there's a good pair of competitors. Look at Zach running, put the car in the wheelie bars. And John Coughlin launched real hard. John Coughlin, Zach running. Here's a pretty good matchup right here. And I got to tell you, Zach had the reaction time advantage. Zach running with a 009 reaction time. Runs it down to 11:04 at 104 miles an hour. And you can see they were sizing each other up down there at the finish line. John Coughlin gave him the stripe back. 11:64, 110 miles an hour. Here comes Frank Corno, the 1970 Nova 440 entry out of Morris Plains, New Jersey, one of the Division I runners. And he runs alongside of Rick Watson. Rick, a local guy out of Buckeye Lake. Rick and Matt Watson, the 79 Malibu, 383 stroker motor. Here's a car very capable of running a number. Ran a 1090 with a 3 during qualifying. It's a good, consistent race car. So Frank Corno, Rick Watson, double breakout situation on the big end of the track with a 1089 with a 9. So Rick Watson was right there by a thou for the win at 115 miles an hour. Corno gives it up, runs an 89 with an 8. Man, well, that was close. 11 thousandths margin of victory. Here comes Scotty Reinschild, who's had a great weekend as well. Scotty Reinschild, he just won his round in the shootout. He's going to the final round in the Moser Sportsman Shootout here. Brookville, Indiana-based runner, 69 Corvette, 585 cubic inch entry, alongside of Scott Jamison. Scott Jamison out of Sunbury, 71 Dodge Demon, 416 cubic inch Mopar plant. So Scotty Reinschild, Scott Jamison. Reinschild's had a great outing out in Bowling Green. He's having a great outing here in Columbus. Scotty goes 1086, 145 miles an hour in a double breakout situation for the win. So he goes into round number 3 of the Super Street category and into the final round of the Moser Sportsman Shootout as well. Brings up Rob Cropfield and Phil Smida. Cropfield on the Toy Barn lane out of Hamilton, Ohio. The 71 Vega grocery getter wagon with a 406 small block, and he'll roll in alongside of Smida's 88 Cavalier. 532 cubic inch entry, the electronic security expert out of Canfield. Phil and Phil Sr. Phil Smida has found some success here at National Trail Raceway at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals as well. And again in this round, Phil goes into round number 3 with a 1093 on a 1090 at 136 miles an hour. Next pair up, Chris Balcom out of Guilford, Indiana, the 27-year-old electrician, the plain vanilla 88 Cutlass, 468 big block, and he'll stage alongside of Doug Wood. Doug, the 69 Cutlass with the 498 big block Chevrolet. He's a forensic vehicle specialist for a living and comes out of Massillon, Ohio with that car. Doug and Tina Wood, 54-year-old drag racer here. Been doing this for quite some time. Attention in the pits. Super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas. Need you to the staging lanes at this time. Well, just about dead even out of the gate, man. Pretty good drag racing progress right here. Chris, Doug Wood. We'll take it down the finish line for a decision. It's going to take a 1090. Look at this. Chris Balcom with a perfect 1090 with a 0. Doug Wood, 1090 with the 4, gets the win. 1,000 margin. That's the tightest one so far. And Well, the weekend. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The best race of the weekend, you just saw it. And here comes George Forrester. He's the odd man out. Make a solo pass down to Toy Barn Lane. The 65 Chevy 2 with the 454 out of Greencastle, Pennsylvania. Division I player here. And this guy, during qualifying, ran a perfect 1090. And he runs under by 8 on this pass. 1082 with a 1 at 139 miles an hour. So let's cross off Super Street off our list. And we got Stock Eliminator coming right up.
Okay, Dennis. With your
All right, here we go. Stock Eliminator, eliminations round number 2. Here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, we'll take a look now at Paul Wong. Man's come all the way out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 44 years of age. His 86 Chevrolet pickup truck, C10, 350, Q-Stocker, stick. And on a solo pass, he'll take the win, 13.22, 85 miles an hour on a 13.15 index. Next pair up, it's going to be Tim Rohrenbeck and Dick Kincaid. Rohrenbeck out on the left side of the racetrack, the beautiful 2013 Mustang, 4302, factory stock F entry. Comes out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio. 11.20 the index, he'll dial her down to a 10.54 alongside of Dick Kincaid, the man out of Navarre, Ohio. The white 67 Deuce. Chevy 2 comes out with the driver at 70 years old. Former U.S. National winner and former Division III stock champion. Tim Rohrenbeck lights the red bulb. Dick Kincaid gets the instant win. 11.52 his dial under. Top end of the racetrack, Dick Kincaid goes 11.45 on an 11.52 at 113 miles an hour for the win. Factory stock automatic. Once again, we need super gas to the stage and lanes. Please, super gas to the lanes. Super stock, you are on standby. Heads up in the pit area. Super gas to the lanes. Super stock, standby. Here comes Tommy Turner. Tompkinsville, Kentucky-based runner, the 85 Mustang M-Stock, alongside of Ken Witcher, the H-Stock Automatic 69 Camaro. And it's a red light foul for Tommy Turner. Ken Witcher takes the win. Into round number 3 he'll go. 11.35 his dial under. He'll run 11.33, quicker by 2 at 113 miles an hour. As we continue on here, round 2, stock eliminator. Now we'll take a look at Tom Russell. Russell comes out of East part of Ohio. He's the 98 Camaro on the left side of the racetrack, the B stock, alongside of David Pazak, the man out of Upper Borough, Pennsylvania. 60-year-old drag racer with a 68 GTX, Plymouth 440, D stock automatic. So D stock, the index 1155, dials down to 1078. Red light foul for Dave Pazak, and Tom Russell, your instant winner. Into round number 3 he'll go. Dial under 1030. Russell runs it down to a 1029 with a 5. Here's a good consistent stalker right there. Guy that knows what to do with a stick too. That's pretty cool stuff. Norm Sabine Sr., C-Stock Automatic, 96 Camaro out of Canton, Ohio, and he'll stage up alongside of Dave Walther. Walther, the man from Lanesville, Indiana, the 69 Camaro, small block 350, G-Stock. 1190, the index for Dave. He'll dial down to 1106, and Norman comes in dialed under 1090 on 1140 index. Let me take care of this. So it's a red light foul for Norman, and first to worst situation, Dave Walther takes a win with an 040 reaction time. He runs it down to 1102 on a 1106 dial under, so he was quick by 4 on his own dial at 118 miles an hour, but that equals a round win for Dave Walther. And Brian Merkel now rolling up on a Toy Barn side. He comes out of Johnstown, Ohio, 45-year-old factory worker. 2000 Pontiac Firebird with a 346, and it puts him in the B-Stock automatic configuration alongside of Jeg Coughlin. Jeg was up here a little bit earlier as we did introductions. Said he's running stock eliminator this weekend, factory stock D. Red light foul for Brian Merkel. Jeg Coughlin staying alive going into round number 3. 1060 the index. Jeg, he dials down to a 10 flat, and let's see what he runs here. 1006 at 123 miles an hour. Good safe pass in the JEGS Stock Challenger. I'll introduce him to you. Joe Marcinowski right now on the left side of the racetrack out of North Royalton, Ohio, and he's at the controls of a 79 Camaro, 350 small block, I-Stock, alongside of Steve Sullivan. Sullivan, the 88 Mustang LX, M-Stock automatic. Sullivan dials down to 1194. Marcinowski 1174 on the dial. And I got to tell you, Marcinowski got a little advantage there. How about that? A 002 reaction time. Takes him down to the stripe. Dumps him with an 1175 elapsed time at 110 miles an hour. And here comes, well, I got to tell you, man, shades of nostalgia right here. AA stock automatic car. Jim Nichols out of Centerburg, Ohio, the 64 Savoy, alongside of none other than Ben Wenzel. Dave Wenzel out of Freeland, Michigan. Jim, I'm going to tell you about this car. C-Stick, 4-speed car. Works his way through a Jericho. Comes out of Freeland, Michigan. Bought this car, 1967, 302 DZ motor, Z28 car. Drove the car down U.S. Nationals. U.S. National Stock Eliminator winner. Been racing the car ever since then. Want to know what his goal is? It's a 1967 Camaro. He's been racing it since 1967. 2 more years, he'll have 50 years of doing this stuff. He said, that's my goal. I want to do this for 50 years. Well, Jim Nichols stopped his plight here today. Ben Wenzel is going to lose this round, but Jim Nichols carries on with a 1051 on 49. Almost identical reaction time. And I got to tell you, that's pretty cool when you got an automatic car against a stick car. Ben Wenzel had a pretty good showing here. Dave and Ben Wenzel, love seeing these guys come out. It's great. Got to tell you, though, he's not done for the day yet. There's still the Sportsman's Shootout. I think he got beat. No, he got beaten. Scotty Reinschel took out Ben, so that's going to end his weekend. But he's had a great weekend. Chuck Beach now, factory stock automatic, out of Delaware, Ohio, 68 Barracuda, alongside of Julie Bierman, the young lady out of Xenia, Ohio, on a 68 Firebird. She and Tim Golimsky having a lot of success with a 68 Firebird. Here's a girl for you. It's about your age. Julie goes 1092, 119 miles an hour for the win into round number 3. E-Stock Automatic. Very cool. Wayne Larson now coming up, the underdog. This car's been doing it for a long time, too. This is a pretty cool car. Little 72 Comet, inline 6-cylinder, 200 whopping cubic inches. Wayne and Jack Larson out of Ponchatoula, Louisiana. V-Stock, the entry. So it's a stick car. It runs 1471 under the 1525 dial, and he's taking on the stick man, Donnie Beeler. G-Stock stick. 67 327 Camaro out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. 1190 the index for Donnie. He dials down to 1098. 1525 the index for the underdog, and he'll dial down to 1471. So about a little over 4 seconds of difference. Here comes Donnie Beeler, top end of the racetrack to try to catch him. Not enough. So Wayne Larson holds him off with the 6-cylinder Ford at 1475, 88 miles an hour. Cool stock eliminator, man. That's cool stuff. Cool stuff, man. I got to tell you. George Iago, Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania. 15 Copel Camaro, 350 power plant, puts him in factory stock F alongside of Brian Whitworth out of Corydon, Indiana. Hoosier-based runner, big block 454 1970 Chevelle, A-Stock automatic. So 11 flat the index for A-Stock. Brian Whitworth, he'll dial down to 1050, and George Iago dials under 1015 on 1120. The red light foul for Brian Whitworth. So George Iago advances into round number 3 with the white Camaro, and 1049 comes up, a good safe pass, and he'll just kind of coast across the line there at 106 miles an hour. A little touch up in the bald spots there. Starter Brad taking care of the action out there. Division III certification team members out there touching up the starting line. Brad putting down some spray and some gold dust there. Put a whole bunch of cars and you leave in the same spot, it leaves bald spots. So the gold dust, it's a powdered rosin. It takes care of the bald spots, kind of touches it up, keeps it a equal and fair playing field. And the guys that's got to go in the next round, if you get halfway through the field there, you want to know what your car is going to do from round to round, and we've got to keep it consistent, so that's why they're doing a little touch-up there. Meanwhile, back here at the ready line, it's going to be Steven DeZorny and Randy Taylor sizing each other up. Randy with a J-Stock automatic and Steven with the wheel-standing K-Stock automatic. You've been watching this pickup truck run, the McCormick Motorsports truck, Jim?
I have not yet.
Oh, man, watch this truck when he rolls up on a toy barn side. You know, it just doesn't seem right to watch a pickup truck do wheelies outside of Bill Maverick, the late great Bill Maverick Golden. But Steven DeZorny and the McCormick Motorsports 2002 Dodge Dakota pickup truck, Dodge 360 K-Stock automatic. The 20-year-old college student out of Leonard, Michigan, with Jennifer watching on, and Randy Taylor and Bruce Parsons out in Sunoco Lane. The Beaver Creek, Ohio-based runner, 87 Camaro, 305 power plant, J-Stock automatic. Randy Taylor, 1245 the index, he'll dial her down to 1169. And Steve DeZorny in the wheel standing, McCormick Motorsports, Dodge Dakota. Dakota's dialed 1181 on a 1265 index. So that sets the stage. About 2/10 the difference. And we need Super Stock to the lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. All Super Gas cars, you should be there. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes right now. Please and thank you. Nice wheels up stand. Nice wheels up launch in each lane. Randy Taylor goes a little bit red on that one. A little bit red's red. So Steve DeZorny, McCormick Motorsports. Dakota pickup truck going into round number 3. He runs at 1176 at 110 miles an hour into round number 3. Here we go with our next pair. Randy Wilkes, Michael Brand II. Randy Wilkes, the left side of the racetrack, 2000 Pontiac Firebird, 346 A-Stock automatic. Zanesville, Ohio, his hometown, and former world champion here. Alongside of Michael Brand, the man out of Hayden, Alabama, and his 73 Formula G-Stock automatic Pontiac 455.
So 11:20, 10:26, those are the dial unders. Randy Wilkes finds attraction to his liking on the Toy Barn side. Down at the finish line, it's going to be Randy Wilkes. 10:26 on a 26, runs dead on with a 0. How about that? 006 reaction time. How about a 6th package overall for Randy Wilkes, a world champion? Watch that guy go rounds. Man, what a package that was. My goodness. Well, Tommy Fletcher staging up now, and Mitch Truman. Fletcher growing up in the sport here, the 15 Camaro, the second-generation runner out of Churchville, New York. The Peak Performance Machine. 015 Camaro 350 small block, factory stock G, alongside of Mitch Truman, C-Stock automatic 95 Camaro. Mitch Truman working the Sunoco lane as I speak. North Manchester, Indiana, his hometown. And Mitch Truman will take the win. 1064, under by 1 on a 1065 at 116 miles an hour equals a win. Here comes Brett McFarland, his beautiful 68 Camaro 396 big block A stock stick. Alongside of George Entrobius, the man out of Bellwood, Ohio, the 63-year-old. 89, and he's at the wheels of the 89 Camaro 350 H-Stock automatic entry. So McFarland dials under to a 1021, entry bus 1120, the dial under. And here comes the A-Stick car. That's a cool car, my man. I love A-Stick. 1021, 126 miles an hour on the 1021 dial under for Brett McFarland. He'll take the win. Here comes Brad Zaskowski, ladies and gentlemen. The Grand Rapids runner, 85 Chevrolet Camaro. The I-Stocker. Won the Sports Nationals before. He won the Cajun Sports Nationals in the past, a couple of times actually. Led the Division III points a number of times, and a man that's very capable of being a world champion. And Steve Novosel, out of Troy, Michigan. 15 Capo Camaro 396, factory stock D entry. Dials under a 969, and Zaskowski takes the win. 1142, his dial under. Wind light shining bright for the man out of Grand Rapids. And he'll run under that at 1137, 116 miles an hour, kind of showing his hand there, huh? We'll watch that performance. The front wheel drive car of Bill Owens, F-Stock, the Grand Am Pontiac 207. This guy's got a very consistent hot rod, I'm going to tell you right now. The giant killer here, Bill Owen, alongside of Austin Richardson. The youngest of the Richardson boys, 16-year-old student out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. E-Stock automatic 67 Chevy Nova, Chevy 2, 327 entry. He'll dial under at 1139 alongside of Bill Owens, 1437. So Austin Richardson had to show his patience on the line. I got to tell you, reaction time just about equal. Almost identical reaction times. Richardson with just a very, very slight advantage, but Bill Owens and F-Stocker, little four-cylinder, holds him off. 1437 and 92 miles an hour for the giant killer.
Richardson will have to, at least he gets some extra time to start.
Matt Butter rolling up now on the left side of the racetrack. The 69 Camaro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. 350 power plant, 8-stock automatic going alongside of Allison Smith, the Portatree girl, 27-year-old engineer, Uxbridge, Massachusetts, her hometown, one of the Division 7 players. And I got to tell you, this is a very, very talented young lady here in the Portatree car. And divisional points leader, Allison Smith, winner at Maple Grove. Her father, Al, the Portatree guy. Dials down to a 1029, and she'll run it on out to a 1032 victory at 121 miles an hour. So Allison Smith advancing into round number 3. Super Comp, you guys should all be there. Looks like we got a full field of Super Comp cars. Jim Baborka out of Coropolis, Pennsylvania. 2015 Capo Camaro, factory stock C entry. He'll dial under to 929 off a 1030 index. Don Turk staging up on the Sunoco side.
Hoosier-based runner out of Lebanon, Indiana, the 74 Grand Am Pontiac 400. End stock automatic. Jim Boburka, a little impatient on the starting line. Watched the white car make a lot of move down the track there. Decided, hey, it's time for me to go, and he left a little bit early. So Don Turk's going to take the win. 12:09 on a 108 miles an hour on a 12-12 dial. Brings up now Nick Reeder, the 71 Dodge Charger out of Warmester, Pennsylvania. Former divisional champion, D-stock automatic entry. 11:55 the index. He'll dial her down to a 10:95 alongside of Denny Hillman's drag top Mustang or Camaro. 67 convertible Camaro out of Indianapolis, Indiana. The 327 small block I-stick car. So Denny Hillman dials under 1188, 1098 for Nick Reeder. Ragtop's going to make the first move here. Wind light says Nick Reeder. Nick's Charger goes 11:06 at 110 miles an hour for the win into round number 3 of stock eliminator. And here's the odd man out here today, Katie Spanik. Katie comes out of Music, Pennsylvania, the ultra clean, plain vanilla, white and black 72 Chevelle. Small block 350, I-stock automatic. Former winner at this event, the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals back in 2008. A couple of track championships out on the East Coast. Currently number 1 in points, and right now going into round number 3 of stock eliminator. She'll dial under 1140. The number she runs is 1157, 96 miles an hour. So Jack and the crew very happy. Yeah. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super stock to the staging lanes, please. We need super stock to the staging lanes. And Super Comp, you're on standby. Super Comp, you're on standby. Super Stockers, you should be there. Here we go with Super Gas. Change the index. Put 9 and 9/10 up on the scoreboard. I tell you what, I'm going to take a little break here, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to the voice of National Trail Raceway, his capable hands. Jim, tell us about Super Gas.
Yes, Dennis, appreciate it. We are into round number 2 of Super Gas. On the starting line right now, in the Toy Barn lane, we've got Robert Wright from Buckhannon, West Virginia. If I could untie my tongue. In the Sunoco lane, we have Jim Unum from Anna, Ohio. Right in the 96 Pontiac Grand Am. Unum in the 67 Chevy 2. Of course, here in Super Gas, 990 index. Go quicker than 9.9 seconds in the quarter mile, and you have broken out and you are disqualified. At the top end, it is a double breakout, so the winner is Robert Wright, who breaks out by the least. He runs a 982, so 800ths under the index, but Jim Unum broke out by even more than that. The next pair up, we have Joe Carbatio and Janice Swan. Carbatio in the left lane, the Toy Barn lane, from Clarksburg, West Virginia. Swan in the Sunoco lane on the right side from Mooresville, Indiana. Carbatio about dead on the Christmas tree. Swan trying to run him down, breaks out. Joe Carbatio with a 994 moves on. In our next matchup, we have Rob Moser and Ed Apple. Rob Moser in the Toy Barn lane from Portland, Indiana. In the 2003 Worthy S10. In the Sunoco lane is Ed Apple in a 1934 Chevy Roadster. Apple from Belvoir, Ohio. And at the top end, Moser breaks out. Ed Apple, 992. In the next pair, we have one of the Richardsons, the famous Richardson family, of course, legendary in sportsman competition. It is Edmund Richardson in the Sunoco lane from Greenbrier, Tennessee. And, of course, he is in a altered. Over on the Toy Barn side, we have Justin Moser from Portland, Indiana. Both of these guys in altereds. So a Camaro altered for Richardson, a Corvette altered for Moser. The better reaction time to Edmund Richardson, the win to Edmund Richardson. 995 beats a 994. In our next pair, we have Stephen Fields and Steve Hoyt. Stephen Fields in the Toy Barn lane. In the 2000 Pontiac Firebird, 522 cubic inches under the hood. Steve Hoyt in the Sunoco lane is in that 1963 Chevy Corvette, 565 cubic inch big block Chevy in that race car. Hoyt from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Carlton, Michigan is the home of Stephen Fields. A great reaction time for the Corvette and the Sunoco lane, and it helps him get the win. Steve Hoyt, a 990 with a 6 on a 990 dial-in. Steve Fields tried running him down, runs a little bit too quick. The next pair, staging on the starting line, we have Steve Theodore and John Sickish. Theodore from Columbus, Ohio in the Toy Barn lane in the 63 Chevy Corvette. Sickish in the 63 Corvette, in the Sunoco lane from Belmont, Ohio. These two cars look almost identical. The Corvette in the Toy Barn lane a little bit wider of the two. And at the top end, it is Steve Theodore running a 994 to Sickish's 996. Pulling into the staging beams now, we have Tommy Allen and Gary Linkhorn. Tommy Allen in the Sunoco lane from West Seneca, New York, and a 1998 Chevy Cavalier. Gary Linkhorn in the Toy Barn lane from Cumberland, Ohio, and the 27 Ford T. Nice looking Roadster, kind of the original Roadster, if you will. And as they reach the finish line, it's a win for Tommy Allen, who runs a 995 to Gary Linkhorn's 998. Up next, we have Jerry Spoor and Rusty Cook. Jerry Spoor in the Sunoco lane from Van Wert, Ohio, in the 82 Ford Mustang. Rusty Cook in the Toy Barn lane from Cynthiana, Kentucky. We've got a few competitors here from Cynthiana. Cook, of course, in the 99 Corvette altered. Rusty Cook in the altered with an 008 reaction time, and that's what helps him get the win, 987. Jerry Spoor breaks out even more, 986 to the win. By default, goes to Rusty Cook. Dwight. West. Okay. Dwight West is in the 82 Dodge Rampage pickup in the Toy Barn lane. He is from Couts, Indiana. He's up against Paul Brown. No relation to the Cleveland Browns of Cass City, Michigan. Brown in the 27 Dodge Roadster. Final call, super stock. Final call, super stock. If you are not in the staging lanes, you are going to get left out. Final call, super stock. First call, super comp. So attention back in the pit area. Last call, super stock. First call, super stock. Super comp. And in that last pair, Paul Brown got the win over David West. Now on the starting line, a single for Joe Fisher from Clayton, Ohio, in the 63 Corvette, so he will automatically advance. And we have the scratcher coming up in the Sunoco lane. Of course, Bill Jackson is the pilot of that 79 Monza from Mansfield, Ohio. He's coming up against John Pelicane from Attica, New York, and the 2013 Corvette over in the Toy Barn lane. Of course, John Pelicane is the current Lucas Oil Supergas divisional points leader. Pelicane is also second in points in the national Lucas Oil point standing. So Pelicane definitely a top runner, but he red lights. John Pelicane disqualifies himself. He is out of here and on the trailer. Bill Jackson moving on in competition as he runs a 991 on the top end. Coming up next, of course, the title sponsor of this race is JEGS. Jeg Coughlin Jr., Jeggy, as he's known by a lot of people, is coming up in the 2010 Corvette Roadster, or Corvette Altered, rather, from Delaware, Ohio. He's in the Sunoco lane, if you couldn't tell by all the bright yellow. He's coming up against Ron Brady in the Toy Barn lane from Clarksburg, West Virginia, in a 94 Chevy Lumina. My first car was a 92 Chevy Lumina, so I'm very familiar with those things. I remember after so long, the driver's side window quit rolling down on my 92 Lumina. Jeg Coughlin gets the win. Ron Brady took a stab at the tree and stabbed a little bit too much, leaves the red light glowing. And coming up next, we have Tom Diamond from Dublin, Ohio. Of course, locals from around the central Ohio area know Dublin is famous for its Irish Festival, always a fun time. Tom Diamond in the 27 Ford Roadster, and he will get a bye run, automatically move into the next round. And that will do it for Super Gas. Coming up next, we have Super Stock. So we'll go ahead and make another call for Super Comp. You've gotten one call already. Here is your second call back in the pit area for Super Comp. And I am now going to turn the mic over to Dennis, who is here all the way from the Route 66 area out near Chicago, right, or Joliet in that ballpark. So he will guide you through the next set of eliminations.
Thank you, Jim. Great job there, man. Time for Super Stock. Going into Super Stock round number 2 of eliminations. And Super Stock D automatic. Make it be I believe that's a 427 69 Camaro. I'll tell you a little bit more about it. Yep, 427 Rat inspired 69 Camaro, the RRM safety barriers car of Alan Wade. He'll be taking on Norm Sabine. Norm and Spike and the crew. Super Stock D modified car. Do a quick shuffle out there with the tractor, a little drag, and a little touch up on the starting line as we change category to Super Stock. The Super Comp, be advised, you should be heading your way towards the staging lanes here right now. Super Comp.
So Norm Sabine coming to life in the water box on the left side of the racetrack. His 96 Achieve, a Chevrolet 294 Superstock D modified. Alongside of Alan Wade, the man beautiful 69 Camaro. The man out of Rochester, Indiana. He's got Rochester Rotational Molding. His business is out there in Rochester. Little town just south of South Bend. So Superstock D automatic for the 427 Rat-inspired SS Camaro. 923 will be the dial under, 1020 will be the index for him, and Norm dials under with a 933 on a 975 index. Wind light says Alan Wade. 927 at 133 miles an hour for Alan on a 923 dial under. Moves him into round number 3, Superstock category. And that brings up J.P. Schuster, the GTF automatic out of Damascus, Ohio, the 98 Chevrolet Camaro with a 327 power plant. Rolling in alongside of Richard Feldman. Richard's out of East Liverpool, Ohio. The Feldman Agency, 66 Chevy Impala, the 283 entry, Superstock O. Top end still under power. He'll roll off the top end of the racetrack. We'll fire him back up and put Richard Feldman and J.P. Schuster back into beams. Multi-time class winner. Here's Richard Feldman on a Sunoco lane. 73-year-old, still drag racing. Life insurance agent for the Feldman Family Agency. Superstock O, the index is 1220. He'll dial her down to 1130. And Schuster's Camaro, 1080 the index, and he'll dial her down to a 1078. So 1078 to 1130. There goes Feldman, and J.P. Schuster will give chase. At the 1-2 shift there, Richard Feldman had his hands full, got a little bit out of the groove, but he gathered it up for the win. Went 11:35 at 115 miles an hour. That's going to bring up our next pair. It's going to be the Pontiac Grand Am of Ronnie Tropman out of Baden, Pennsylvania. 328 cubic inch Chevrolet Superstock B, alongside of Jeff Ross, the GTL automatic 2009 Dodge Challenger with a 3818 out of Barton, Ohio. The 58-year-old drag racer, the Collision Center owner here on the Sunoco lane. 11:55 the index for Jeff. He'll dial her down to a 1077. And Ronnie Trotman will give chase with a 923 dial under. So Ross out in front, but here comes Trotman trying to reel him in. At the stripes, side by side they cross, and Jeff Ross gets the win with a 1075 on a 77 at 122 miles an hour. Here comes Ernie Neal, the mechanic out of Columbus. 05 Cavalier, 350 power plant. GTC, it's a 4-speed car. Alongside of Ray Paquette out of Holt, Michigan, 64 Thunderbolt. That's a way cool car. 427 Thunderbolt, the 69-year-old mechanic. Superstock A stick. So a couple of 4-speed guys leaving off the clutch. Ernie Neal out in front, but here comes Ray. At the stripe, it's going to be Ray for the win, 872 on an 868 at 153 miles an hour. Last and final call for Superstock. Last and final call for Super Comp. Top dragster to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster. Super Comp, you should all be in the staging lanes at this time. Top dragster, start rolling. Let's go. So here comes Jerry Kolaric out of Paintsville, Ohio. 05 Cavalier Superstock D modified. Alongside of Bill Little, the 2005 Grand Am out of Belmont, Ontario. Superstock D automatic. Dial under a 993 to a 965 for Jerry Kolaric. And I got to tell you, Bill Little's on a good one here. Watch the Sunoco lane. See if he can take the win, and he will with a perfect reaction time. Runs 993, 130 miles an hour on a perfect reaction time. 993 with a 5,000ths overall package for Bill Little. And Janice, the cat lady, having a great day of it. She's really happy. Good round for Little as he goes into round number 3, a 5,000 package. Wow, it's Superstock. And here comes Aaron Allison out of Macedonia, Ohio. The 1990 Cavalier, 345. Superstock B modified alongside of Brad Ross. 68 Barracuda 340 Mopar. GTH automatic out of St. Clairsville, Ohio. He'll dial under to a 1043 to a 902. Dial under for Aaron Allison. Superstockers to the finish line. It's going to be Aaron Allison, 9 flat on a 902 at 151 miles an hour for the win. That's going to bring up our next pair. Nick Morris and Keith Lynch. Nick Morris, fuel-injected GTF machine out of Louisville, Kentucky. The Morris Motorsports 98 Mustang, Ford 352. A lot of success with this car. Alongside of Keith Lynch, the New Madison, Ohio-based runner, 2010 Challenger Dodge 345. Factory Superstock L entry. So Keith dials under at a 996. Nick Morris dials under at 980. 1060 and 1080, the respective indexes. Look at the wheels up launch. Keith Lynch heads a little bit towards the center line, but pulls her right back into the groove, and he's going to run on down the Sunoco side, see if he can keep pace with Nick Morris. And at the stripe on a double breakout situation, Nick Morris gets the nod. 977 on a 980 at 128 miles an hour, closer to the dial under. And here comes Dan Jacobs, Hoosier-based runner out of Elizabeth, Indiana. 57-year-old lumberjack, man. This guy's a logger for a living. 05 Cavalier GTG. Another stick car alongside of Zach Running. The GTH automatic entry out of Lapeer, Michigan. The 95 volts Achieva with the 403 cubic inch power plant. So Zach dials under to a 1022. 987 the dial under for Dan Jacobs. Top end of the racetrack, 1029 comes up for Zach Running at 123 miles an hour. And Zach's going to advance into round number 3. Dave Dumps Jr., left side of the racetrack, up against Jeff Neiswanger. Jeff and John and Amy out of Zanesville, Ohio. Neiswanger, 1013 the dial under. A double breakout top end of the racetrack with a 006 reaction time. Jeff first to the stripe, closest to the dial under. 1012 with a 6 on a 1013 at 130 miles an hour. 4 under, closer to the dial under. So Neiswanger going into round number 3, and take a look now at Bill Krell and Todd France. Bill in the 84 Camaro 305. Superstock J automatic alongside of the Superstock E automatic runner out of Louisville, Kentucky. Once again, we need Super Comp and Top Dragster to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, you're on standby. Super Comp, you should be in the staging lanes. Top Dragster, you should be in the staging lanes. Red light foul for Bill Krell. Todd France, wheels up, launch. Gathers it back up, puts it right on down the center of the track, and runs 970 for the win at 135 miles an hour. Here comes our next pair. And it's going to be Mike Skinner taking on Dan Kyle. Mike Skinner, the 2014 Cobra Jet Mustang 302. Factory Superstock C out of Grove City, Ohio, alongside of Dan Kyle's GTG automatic, 87 Pontiac Firebird small block 350. Lawrenceburg, Indiana, his hometown. So it's a 995 to an 869. 965 the index for Mike Skinner and 1090 for Dan Kyle. They both dial under. Skinner goes red. Kyle goes on to round number 3. So looking for a 995 up on the scoreboard here in the right lane, and he'll run 990 with a 9, 125 miles an hour in a first to worst situation. Man, here's a pair of great cars. Bill Zaskowski in the wheel standing 66 Superstock F Nova stick car, taking on Larry Wilson Superstock L car, the 64 Chevelle with the 283. Larry Wilson hails from Mount Washington, Kentucky. Bill Zaskowski, of course, The Zaskowski team here in full force. He's out of Belding, Michigan. The 60-year-old home builder, Bill Zaskowski. 2009 Joliet champion in Division III. Done pretty well in NHRA points in the past. Bill and Brad and the crew. So 1060 the index on GTF. He'll dial under a 1005, and Larry Wilson's Superstock L, the index 1125. He'll dial her down to a 1051, and Larry Wilson's door just opened on the launch. That old Chevelle launched so hard. Wind light says Larry Wilson with a 1052 on a 51 at 121 miles an hour. Had to be kind of interesting for a little while for Larry Wilson. I don't even know if you even noticed. So busy inside that car banging gears. Here comes Bob Lowry and Dave Dubs. Bob Lowry, the plumber, out of Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. 84 Corvette, 334 power plant, Superstock B. Alongside of Dave Dubs, Superstock E automatic, 2008. Chevy Cobalt, 350. Germantown, Ohio, his hometown. 934, the dial under for Bob Lowry. 972 for Dave Dubs. Top end of the racetrack, it's Dubs. 975 on a 72. 133 miles an hour. Wes Leopold and Jeff Taylor. Couple of beautiful Superstock cars. Superstock A stick for Wes Leopold out of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. 05 Stratus. Yes, it has a Hemi. 394 Hemi to be exact. Alongside of Jeff Taylor's GTD automatic, the Sellersburg, Indiana-based runner, the blue 2006 Cobalt here on a Sunoco lane. Taylor, well-known engine builder, multi-time world champion, 8-time divisional champion. Jeff Patty Taylor. A couple of well-known names in NHRA competition with Wes Leopold and, of course, Jeff Taylor. Wind light says Taylor. He'll go 961 on a 58, 135 miles an hour into round number 3. And here comes Rick Brown, his 87 Chevrolet Camaro, the man, out of Lebanon, Ohio. A couple of national event wins, a couple of U.S. national runners-up in this car, the GTD automatic, alongside of Ricky Decker. Ricky out of Charlestown, Indiana, 94 Chevrolet Camaro 350, Superstock I automatic. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need top dragster, comp eliminator, and top sportsman to the staging lanes, please. And junior dragsters, you're on standby. So once again, we need top dragster, comp eliminator, and top sportsman to the lanes. So we continue on here with Superstock round number 2. We got Ricky Decker just taking a round win, 994 and a 91, 120 miles an hour into round 3. He'll go. We'll take a look now at Bill Fodder and Dan Steed. Bill Fodder, the 69 Corvette, Superstock D automatic 400 small block entry out of Canton, Michigan. And Dan Steed from Radnor, Ohio. Farmer, 66 Deuce, 283 GTI automatic. Wheels up, launch, one in each lane, and Dan Steve turns on the red bulb. That's going to end his day of competition. Bill Fodder runs it on down to his 10-16 victory at 130 miles an hour. And once again, we need top dragster, competition eliminator, and top sportsman. And here comes Tommy Gordon, the man out of Houma, Louisiana. 51-year-old mechanic, 1968 Barracuda, alongside of Jeff Dona, the man from Gordonville, Missouri. Show Me State runner with a 98 Firebird, 350 small block, Superstock H automatic entry. 1060 the index, he'll dial her down to a 973, alongside of Tommy Gordon's fuel-injected GTC car. Wind light says Dona. Jeff goes 974, 134 miles an hour. Right on down the Sunoco lane into round number 3 he'll go. So Dan Fletcher and Michael Beard rounds out this round of Superstock. Dan Fletcher, professional drag racer out of Churchville, New York. the 69 Camaro Superstock J Automatic alongside of Michael Beard, his 80 Volare out of Columbus, Ohio. Local man taking on the pro. Mike Beard, Dan Fletcher, top end of the racetrack. It's Fletch. Dan goes 10:37 on a 36, 124 miles an hour. And ladies and gentlemen, we put a period on round 2 of Super Stock. That's done now. We got Super Comp. Got a gentleman standing next to me in the towers wanting to tell you all about the competitors in the Super Comp. Got about 22 cars left. 22 will go down. We'll have 11 come back. And I turn the microphone over to Doug. Thanks, Doug.
You want to Halls make?
I'm good.
Well, thank you, Dennis. Leading us through all the races here. Barney Barnhart from Wadsworth, Ohio in the Blaster car in the right lane. 60-year-old maintenance manager. Wadsworth, Ohio is his hometown. His pit chief and pit crew and everything is Penny Barnhart. Derek Denny from Pleasant View, Tennessee is in the left lane. 41-year-old business owner in the American chassis. Big block Chevys on both sides of the racetrack. 890 is the index. 4/10 is the tree. 4/10 pro tree. Just what's that mean? Pro tree. 4/10. Well, you see those large amber bulbs on each side of the tree. Well, they blink down in sequence on what we call a full tree. And they're all three on at the same time on a pro tree. All three come on, and then the green light comes on. And the 4/10 means the green light comes on 4/10 after the amber lights were on. 5/10 full tree. Green light comes on 5/10 after the 5/10 intervals between the amber lights as they blink down. And the red light comes on as it did for Derek Denny if you leave before the green light comes on. Barney Barnhart is the winner, 887. A little quicker than the 890 index, but it doesn't matter because the red light canceled out the possibility of Barney losing. Josh Nant, Wellington, Ohio is in the American chassis in the left lane. In the right lane, Justin Kirk from Lenore, West Virginia. 22-year-old truck driver in the American chassis. So a pair of big block Chevy powered American chassis. 2014 on the right lane. 2005 in the left lane. .003 and .006 with reaction times, good lights. And Nant with a .003 light, not because of just the light, but because he didn't break out. Kirk broke out. Nance gets a win. Here's Dan Seaman from Bellevue, Ohio. Something in Red Racing. It's a Ford-powered Boss chassis. Danny Waters Jr., LaGrange, North Carolina. In the right lane, American chassis, big block Chevrolet. Comp to the lanes. Top sportsman to the lanes. Junior dragsters. This is a call to the junior lanes now. Junior dragsters, bring them up for round 1 of eliminations. Danny Waters Jr. goes 897. Seaman broke out. Waters got there first nevertheless. So he had a whole shot on Seaman. He had a good 005 light. Seaman's had to break out to stay alongside. Rose Richardson from Woodburn, Indiana is in the left lane, advanced chassis, big block Chevrolet. Left lane, Rick Forish, New Palestine, Indiana. Spitzer chassis, big block Chevrolet. Forish's pit crew is Jeannie and Kristen. Rose Richardson's pit crew is Paul. Rose Rose Richardson, left lane. Rick Forrest, right lane. Or Rose Richardson, right lane, I should say, with a perfect light. Rose goes 891.7 on an 890 index with a perfect 0.000 reaction time. You can't get any better than that on a reaction time. If you get even a thousandth better than that, it's called a red light foul start. Steve Hoyt from Fort Wayne, Indiana, in the right lane, advanced chassis. Crewed by Jan Hoyt. He won the IHRA national events 4 times, several divisional wins in the NHRA. Justin Moser from Portland, Indiana, taking him on. Another big block Chevy in an American chassis. Moser's a 25-year-old purchasing manager. MFT Racing. Pit crew Rocky Venoot. Moser breaks out. Hoyt wins. Hoyt goes dead on. 8900 with a 015 light. So that's a total package of 15 thousandths. Good run for Hoyt. Dead on the dial. Jacob Elrod from Lima, Ohio, sponsored by Sunoco Race Fuels, driving the American chassis, big block Chevy for power. Drod Incorporated. Jason Hardig from Lancaster, Ohio, is in the undercover chassis, triple nickel 555 cubic inch big block Chevrolet between the rails. Pit crew is Gary Hardig. And Gary got early by 3,000th. 3,000th red light. Jacob Elrod gets the win, 902. Rusty Cook from Cynthiana, Kentucky is in the left lane. 65-year-old retiree. American chassis, big block Chevy. Right lane, Janice Swan from Mooresville, Indiana. 50-year-old consultant. Races Win Motorsports, Roman chassis. Big block Chevy for power. Pit crew, Michael Swan. That's her husband. Janice Swan goes 890 with a 4. Only 4 thousandths off of the dead on dial. And she had a 017 reaction time. A good run for Janice also. Total package 21 thousandths. Christopher Fields from Carlton, Michigan is in the advanced chassis in the left lane. Right lane, Phil Smida, Canfield, Ohio, 31-year-old electronic security man. It's a 2015 American chassis in the right lane. Big block Chevy for power. 1997 advanced chassis in the Toy Barn lane. Big block Chevy power. Christopher Fields is a 30-year-old marathon terminal operator. From Carlton, Michigan comes Christopher Fields. And he breaks out. So does Smida. Smida's closer though, so he gets a win. Didn't break out by as much. Adam Lear from Newark, Ohio is in the Race Tech chassis in the left lane. Right lane, Rob Kropfeld from Hamilton, Ohio. 63 Corvette Roadster. Copfield goes 886. That's closer to the dial than Lear, but Lear made him the automatic winner nevertheless. He had a red light start up here by 0.06 of a second. Too early. Jack Sapanik from Moosic, Pennsylvania is in the left lane now, the Toy Barn lane. Undercover chassis, 588 cubic inches of Chevrolet. Right lane, Marty Cheeseman, New Albany, Ohio, 48-year-old business owner. Cheeseman Racing. American chassis, big block Chevy. And there is Chuck Cheeseman out there watching Marty. Marty Cheeseman gets the win, 892 with a 5. Quicker, 890 for Sapanik, but Marty got the whole shot and got the win. Sapanik was nearly dead on the dial. Here's Sean Fricky from Flemington, New Jersey. The 11 racetrack chassis, race tech chassis, big block Chevy. He's an IT salesman, 42 years old. Taking on Jeff McRoby from New Philadelphia, Ohio, who is a fabricator, mechanic fabricator. 58 years old. That's a Spitzer car with a 423-inch small block Chevy for power. Pit crew Seth. McRoby went 893. Fricky went 892. Fricky got the win. McRoby had a better light. Margin of victory, 96 10,000ths. That's 96 tenths. That's .0096. Margin of victory. Final call for top sportsman. Top sportsman, final call. Junior should be on the way to the lanes. And we'll take Super Street now. Super Street, bring him up. Super Street, Super Street, Super Street. To the lanes. Jim Prevost, Mundelein, Illinois, is in the right lane. VRN chassis, 632 cubic inches. Andrew Johnson, Cynthiana, Kentucky, 26-year-old engineer in the Spitzer chassis in the left lane. Top sportsman, we need you in the lanes, please. Top sportsman, we need you in the lanes. Top dragster, Andrew Johnson, Cynthiana, Kentucky, Spitzer chassis. Hemi, Jim Prevost, Mundelein, Illinois, VRN chassis. Big block Chevy. Top dragster, round 2 of eliminations. Well, he lifted the front. I don't think he wanted to do that. Prevost. Win goes to Johnson. Johnson goes 6:11 on a 6:04. It was Andrew Johnson. Philip Oakley from Philpott, Kentucky is in the left lane. 2013 American chassis. In the right lane, Eddie Cyrek from Claysville, Pennsylvania. 2015 American chassis. Big block Chevy in the right lane. Big old 638 cubic inch Ford in the left lane. 6:45 dial in for Oakley. He'll give a little bit of a head start by 0.05 of a second to Eddie Cyrek in the Sunoco side. Eddie's 19 years old over here in the right lane. Philip is 42 years old, a seasoned veteran. Well, you know, with juniors, that Eddie could be a seasoned veteran. I don't know. Being very careful to stage. Staging is important. You want to just barely trip the beams in the stage lights, which greatly reduces your chances of red lighting. Win goes to Oakley. 6:45 with a 5 on the 6:45. Cyrek broke out when 6:48 on a 6:50, broke out by a couple of hundredths. Here's Karma Hopper from Walton, Kentucky. 51-year-old UPS supervisor in her undercover chassis. Big Chrysler motor, 655 cubic inches. She'll be in the toy barn side. And Lindsey Barker from Kathleen, Georgia, in the Miller chassis in the right lane, 31 years old. Super Street, we're eager to have your presence up here in the staging lanes. Super Street, we'd certainly like to see you here. So bring them on up. Super Street. Well, all right, Karma Hopper had a perfect light, 0:00 reaction time. They both broke out. Karma got there first, and she broke out the least, so Karma get the win. Junior Houston from Newland, North Carolina is in the left lane, 38-year-old executive. Race Tech chassis, 650 cubic inches. In the right lane, Joe Hessling from Toledo, Ohio, 27-year-old engine builder in the 2014 American chassis, 514 cubic inches. It's an APD engine, big block Chevy, PAR engine in the left lane. Well, we're pumping the pump out there to see what we can get going here for Junior Houston. The starting line crew is watching with eager anticipation. Is he going to get her going or not? Well, I saw a little spurt coming out of there. Nitrous. Yeah, he's going to pull up and stage. So the pre-stage light is on for Junior, and Joe is going to pull in. Now he got it. Now the staging duel begins. Oh, that's not too bad. Head start to Junior, not by much. Whatever they did to Junior's car worked. He broke out, so did Hessling. Hessling broke out the least. Hessling gets a win. That track is hooking. And the bite is surprising some of these drivers. Typically it goes away this late into the day, but it's not today. Not here. Some other tracks it may go away. Here it doesn't. Red Fritchie from Columbus, Ohio. This is his first time in competition for top dragster. A beautiful red car in the right lane. Red Fritchie from Columbus, Ohio. Red's Auto Service. Pit crew, his wife Nan. I should say his lovely wife Nan. Left lane, Robert Vance Houston from Newland, North Carolina. 62-year-old trucking magnate. 2012 Race Tech chassis. Head start goes to Red. First time in competition in top dragster for Red Fritchie. He's already gone around, won that. Red broke out. Vince Houston got a light on him. Robert Van Houston gets a win. 661. Red broke out. Well, for the first time out, Red did a good job. BJ Sexton, Brookville, Ohio, undercover chassis in the right lane, 483 cubic inches, a Chevrolet. Wow, that's a small block in the top dragster. Okay. Left lane, Danny Waddle Jr., Pickerington, Ohio, 2012 Diamond chassis, 532 cubic inches. Head start to Danny Waddle Jr. from Pickerington, Ohio, a concrete contractor, Accurate Concrete. BJ Sexton and Danny Waddle running it off, and Waddle gets the win. 7:02 on a 6:99. Scott Hessler and Danny's son out there just jubilant. 193 miles per hour, 211 miles per hour for Sexton. Marco Abruzzi from Warren, Ohio is in the Abruzzi Racing Transmission Miller chassis in the left lane. Right lane, Joe Fisher, Clayton, Ohio. The Chromeworks car in the right lane. This is a Pro Charger car in the right lane. Joe Fisher, Marco Abruzzi. Head start Fisher, breakout by both cars. Abruzzi is closer. Abruzzi gets a win. 006 light for Fisher. Abruzzi had a 14. Both were good lights. Abruzzi didn't break out by as much. He broke out by 1,000th, that's or by 100th, that's all. But he got the win. All right, here's Dennis for Comp Eliminator.
Thank you, Doug. Comp Eliminator coming at you. We're into round number 2 competition eliminator. We just finished up round 2 super comp. Top dragster, round 2. So round 2 comp eliminator, we're down to the 6. Heads up in the pit area, attention in the pits. The junior dragster should be in the junior dragster lanes right now. I see the kids all stacked up over there. We need Super Street to the lanes, Stock Eliminator, and Super Gas. Rich, we got all our Super Street guys? We need to get Stock rolling to the staging lanes. Super Street is in the lanes right now. Stock to the lanes. 20 stockers left. We need you in the staging lanes at this time.
And ladies and gentlemen, JEGS.com is your one-stop high-performance shop. The right parts for your hot rod or tow rig, no matter what it is. Track-tested, proven parts at their 11th Avenue Columbus retail location or on the web at JEGS.com.
All right, here we go with Comp Eliminator. Round number 2 Comp Eliminator, Brian Siebenik and Todd Gardner. Between the two cars, we got 8 whole cylinders. Brian Siebenik with the 4-cylinder F Dragster automatic out of Toledo, Ohio, the Frameworks car. Honda horsepower, 150 cubic inches worth. Alongside of Todd Gardner. Gardner, the man from Tonawanda, New York, Division I runner. East Texas race car. 4-cylinder Chevrolet, 177 cubic inch entry. F Dragster. So F Dragster automatic, F Dragster planetary. Todd Gardner, 857 on the index, 867 the index for F Dragster automatic. Well, it's a red light foul for Todd Gardner. Brian Siebenik gets the instant win. Looking for an 867 down the left lane of the racetrack. Goes a little 4-cylinder Honda. 857, 146 for the win. Brian Siebenik going into round number 3. Here comes Greg Tabler out of the water box, left side of the racetrack, the Columbus, Ohio-based runner. A couple of local heroes here. Greg Tabler, B Dragster automatic, and Chuck Hobile, the attorney out of Gahanna. He and Michelle came into the program, qualified number 1. And I got to tell you, they get a little horsepower from Jeff Taylor Racing Engines, and they've done a great job here by comparison to their outing at the U.S. Nationals a couple of weeks ago. Had all kinds of problems there, and they come over to here to the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, go straight to number 1 in qualifying. I'm very impressed. So Chuck Hobile, the 2010 Cobalt, 330 cubic inch C Super Modified entry, 875 the index, and Greg Tabler, B Dragster automatic, he'll run under the 736 index. Chuck's going to get to make the first move, and Greg Tabler is going to give chase. Here we go. Well, it's a win line for Greg Tabler, the man out of Columbus. As Chuck Hobile goes red, he'll shut her off early, and Tabler motors it on down to an 886, 95 miles an hour. He's seen the wind light. He knows he's going in the semis. He wants to save the motor. That brings up Jim Promazek Jr. and Todd France. Promazek, AC altered automatic. 1970 Cobalt 373 out of Wycliffe, Ohio, alongside of Todd France, a D Super Modified Automatic Pontiac G5. Man from Louisville, Kentucky, waiting to do his burnout here on the Sunoco side. Here he goes to work. Todd French, I think, don't like those tires very much. He punishes them pretty good. Pretty good burnout from my standpoint. Number 3 qualifier, 841, right, 470 under the index. Index is 888 for D Super Modified, and Jim Prozak was your number 6 qualifier, ran 311 under the index, and 787 will be his index. So 787, 888, that sets the stage for the semifinals. Quarterfinal round action here. Whoa, Promazek gets way out of the groove. He's got to handle that car. He'll gather it up down the left side of the racetrack, and Todd France gets there first. He runs under 836 on an 888 at 144 miles an hour for the win. But I got to tell you, stellar driving job by the man in the Cobalt out on the left side of the racetrack. Took her out close to the wall. That was an exciting round. So put a period on round number 2 of Comp Eliminator. We got round 2 of Top Sportsman coming your way. Junior Dragster Super Street. You should be in the staging lanes at this time. Super Street. You should be in the staging lanes. So the call went out to Top Sportsman. Put a check there. We got the Junior Dragsters. Put a check there. Super Street, I've called you. Stock, you're on standby. You'll start to be rolling here pretty soon. We've got 16 Super Street cars. And we got some of the best staging people in the world working back there with our North Central certification team.
I can get a picture of that. There's Jake over there with
So Lester Johnson coming up on the Sunoco side, the 55 Bel Air out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. And here's your number 1 qualifier for the weekend, in Top Sportsman. He'll run alongside Mike Coughlin. Yellow and black machine of the Coughlin Brothers Racing entry, the 2013 Camaro. It's 832 cubic inches. A lot of JEGS performance parts under the hood. There's a lot of history right here. Jed Coughlin Sr. standing out there watching Mike apply his trade, and got his grandson standing alongside. Very cool stuff. Greg and crew and Cody and everybody out here. It's great to have most of the Coughlin family here, especially when you consider that Mellow Yellow Drag Racing Series going on just east of here a ways. 4 wide. So Mike Coughlin, number 4 qualifier. 680 best. He'll dial her down to a 673 for this round. Taking on Lester Johnson, a man who was number 1 qualified, 647. You know, I got to tell you, the qualifying sounds fun and cool and everything. Having the fastest hot rod, Top Sportsman's a great thing. When it comes time for eliminations, dial your own deal and go racing. So it's anybody's game at this point. Mike Coughlin and Lester Johnson going to make a decision right here. Round 2 action.
Down at the stripe, it's Mike Coughlin for the win. Dialed the car, 673. The car runs 673 with some change at 201 miles an hour. Lester Johnson knew he had his hands full. He took him all the way to the stripe, broke out by 0.02 of a second, ran 646 on a 648. I'm sorry, 646 with 647 with an 8. 0.02 of difference, and Mike Coughlin takes the win. That's a good close race, man. They were side by side all the way down to the stripe. I promise you, without looking at the wind light, neither one could tell who won that one. Tim Irvin here on the Toyo Barn side, the Portland, Indiana-based runner for Mosier Motorsports. R&D man at Mosier, the 98 Chevy Lumina. He'll roll alongside Jeff Barker out of Kathleen, Georgia, the 2006 Cobalt. Number 9 qualifier was Tim and Connie Irvin. Nice engine, giving a little bit of horsepower to that combination. The good folks from Mosier, part of the Mosier Sportsman Series out here, the Sportsman Shootout. I want to remind you that during pre-race ceremonies, I introduced Rob Mosier, and we took pictures of the whole crew. They picked up an award for Best Appearing Crew with those nice Mosier uniforms. Jeff Barker, the man out of Kathleen, Georgia here, the 2006 Cobalt. 747 cubic inch entry. Jeff, Jerry, and the crew. Number 3 qualifier. Car ran a 668 and a 70 in qualifying. He'll dial her down to a 662 now. And Tim Irwin, not the most consistent performance this weekend as he ran an 875 and a 773, but he thinks the car's got a 49 in it. Let's watch. Red light foul for Tim Irwin. Oh, it's still game on. I thought it went red. Nope, they did not. Tim Irwin, Jeff Barker, drag race in progress. And Tim Irwin takes the win. 751, 171 miles an hour. I'm looking out the window instead of looking at my computer, and the way the sun hit the bottom bulb, I thought it was red, but there you go. Good job, Tim Irwin and crew. So, all right. So Mark McDonald here on the Sunoco side, he's going to make a solo pass into round number 3 here. The man out of Boonville, Indiana, 67 Mustang. Man, this thing looks fast sitting still. A little spray of nitrous oxide coming out to clean out the lines there, purge the line a little bit. Ford 598 blue oval horsepower for the man. And Deidre Wesley and Mark McDonald come into the program, qualified number 6. Ran a 92 and a 97 during qualifying. He'll dial the car to 688. So let's watch and see how close he can run to the number. So, Super Gas, last and final call for Super Gas. Super Stock, we need you to the staging lanes. So Super Gas and Super Stock to the lanes, please, and thank you. Well, put a period on Top Sportsman. Round eliminations, round 2. And we got the future of drag racing out in front of the tower. And here to tell you a little bit more about that is a guy who's way more experienced than the local heroes. Here is Doug. Doug, thank you.
It's going to be Doug and James. Paige Coughlin from Delaware, Ohio, 15 years old in the left lane. Jegster. JEGS mail order sponsored car in the right lane is Destiny Taylor from Coshocton, Ohio.
Of course, Coughlin, a 790 dial-in. Destiny Taylor, a 798 dial-in. So by virtue of being a little bit slower, Destiny Taylor will get the handicapped starting advantage by about 0.08 of a second.
That's going to be tough to notice in the tree. You'll see it, but you'll have to look for it to notice it's there. 0.08 of a second. Blink your eyes. That was more than 0.08 of a second.
Yeah. Now, Destiny, though, correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, Destiny has a little bit more experience than Paige Coughlin does. Is that right?
Yeah, well, yes, she does, although Paige is older than Destiny. Paige is 15. Unless she races elsewhere, she doesn't come out here that often.
Yeah, I know Destiny has been at least a semi-regular up at one of our sister tracks, Pacemakers Dragway up in Mount Vernon. I know Destiny's been racing out there for at least a couple years.
Which is also an NHRA track.
Yep. Now, of course, for those of you who might not be as familiar with the Summit Racing Junior Drag Racing League, you can be as young as 8 years old to compete in this category.
Try 5 years old.
Really?
Yeah, 5 years old.
Scary.
5-year-olds got to make single runs. 6 and 7 can run also, as well as 8 now.
Gotcha. Okay.
Junior 1.
But you have to be 8 to compete. Is that correct?
No,
Or
6 and 7.
6 and 7. There we go.
Paige Coughlin gets a win, 792 on her 790 dial-in. It's a red light by Destiny. Destiny left early. Next up, Sarah Basil from Lancaster, Ohio. Basil Oil sponsored. The 11-year-old in the left lane, in the right lane that is. In the left lane is her brother. Her 10-year-old brother, Blaine Basil, got laddered up. He's now, that's all due to the ladder and the elapsed times and reaction times and all that. But that's how it worked out. You would imagine the Basil siblings did not want to be against one another in the first round of eliminations.
No, in the final maybe, but not in the first round.
Right, that's what their plan was. They told me up there in the suite they were going to be in the final against one another. No, here it is.
Didn't work out that way, did it? Blaine is what, the 2015 Division III 6-9 champion. So.
He is. He just won that last week. Congratulations to Blaine Basil. He was our Junior Dragster of the Year last year. Junior Dragster 1 champion.
Blaine, being the younger, he's in a bit of a slower car, so he got the head start on the starting line by about 2.5 seconds. Sarah's going to try and run him down. Cannot. Blaine gets the win.
Sarah had the light, but Blaine got there first. Blaine turned 10 last week.
Really?
Yeah. So he could increase quicken his elapsed time dial in this week. Last week he couldn't have dialed in at 11:24. 10-year-old Blaine Basil gets a win. Sam Lowther, Groveport, Ohio, 9 years old, the Jegster chassis in the left lane. His grandpa, Kevin Trusty, is out there with Sam. And Faith Cardamone from Baltimore, Ohio, is in the right lane. Faith is 14 years old.
Of course, Sam is 9 years old, so definitely a bit of a age difference between these two. The 9-year-old Sam has a 12:25 dial-in. The 14-year-old Faith has an 8:10 dial-in. Of course, these junior dragsters race to the 8th mile mark.
The dial-ins are governed by their class, Junior 1, Junior 2, and Junior 3. The younger kids, Junior 1, cannot dial in as quick as the, say, Junior 3 cars. Top speed they're allowed to have is 85 miles per hour. It's an 8th mile, single-cylinder engine.
Nice way. In fact, you mentioned it earlier on. A lot of times a 5-horsepower Briggs & Stratton engine. So it's a good way to kind of break in the younger kids in the slower vehicles. And then as they get older, they can work up into the quicker vehicles.
That's where they start. Yeah, no, it's not necessary, even if you're in Junior 3, it's not necessary to go as quick as the dial-in limit is concerned. You can still run and be competitive in a slower car. But you know how kids are. They don't want a slower.
No.
If they're allowed to have a faster car, they want a faster car.
That's right. About a 3.5 second give or take head start for Sam Lowther. And Faith finally gets her green light. Faith had a better reaction time. We'll have to see. And, yeah, Faith gets the win as she runs an 8:18 on a 8:10 dial-in.
Next up, Grace Rowe from Marengo. Now, we called her Gracie for years, but she said, no, that's old stuff. It's Grace. I'm Grace.
That's right. Now that she's 15, she wants to drop the Gracie stuff.
Slim Grace Rowe from Marengo, Ohio. 797's a dial-in for both sides. In the right lane is Chris Dovenbarger from Caldwell, Ohio, 17 years old. Chris always tries his hand at announcing when he's out here, too. He does a pretty good job.
That's true. That's a good point. So now you mentioned both of these kids have a 797 dial-in, so you don't see this very often, but we're actually going to have a heads-up start here in this junior dragster pairing.
Yeah, it's quite common in Junior 3 here at National Trail. The 790s as quick as they're allowed to dial, and you see a lot of cars come up there. Both sides have a 790 dial. So we'll nearly get about 25, 30 cars in Junior 3.
So this really will come down to who has a better reaction time most likely. And Dovenbarger, well, off the starting line first, and He runs a 797 on a 797. Can't do much better than that. 797 with a 2. Grace Rowe was right there, 798. But Dovenbarker being right on, he moves on into the next round of competition.
Chris not only was only 2 thousandths away from being dead on the dial, but he had a 13 light. So his total package was 16 thousandths of a second. Good run for Chris Dovenbarker.
Yeah, that'd be good in the big cars, much less in juniors.
We've had some juniors have pretty good packages.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Nathaniel Stillwell, in charge of our junior program here now, got a perfect package in a junior during eliminations years ago. Perfect package, dead on the dial with a perfect 0.000 reaction time. First junior to ever do that. A couple of years later, they put another driver in there, same car, the Stillwell team, and she got a perfect package with it.
This right here is Shelby Hamilton and Ryan Dovenbarger, the brother. Shelby, 18 years of age, Dovenbarger, 14 years of age, and the win goes to Shelby Hamilton, who runs an 8:04 on a 8:01 dial-in. The margin of victory, 200ths of a second, as Ryan Dovenbarger ran a 798 on a 795 dial-in.
A little bit better light by Shelby, too. 0.33 light, a couple of hundredths difference there.
That'll do it every time, yep.
Ryan Hoberg, left lane from Newark, Ohio, Jagster car, pure power. Right lane, Marcello Cardamone from Baltimore, Ohio. I got corrected on that earlier.
Yeah.
It's Marcello from Baltimore, Ohio. Marcello is 11 years old. Ryan Hoberg is 10. Super gas, super gas, super gas. We need you in the lanes. What else? Super stock, super stock to the lanes. I thought he.
Yeah, Marcello, you mentioned that. That's one of those Italian-sounding names, kind of has a silent H in there. And speaking of Marcello Cardamore, he gets the win, 897 on a 897 dial-in.
Actually, that's Cardamone. I think they can't write very well.
Oh, is it Cardamone? There we go.
Yeah, right. So Marcello gets the win, 904 on an 897 from Baltimore, Ohio. Cody Hoberg, twin brother to Ryan Hoberg. Ryan just went down the track. Cody will be on the left side of the racetrack from Newark, Ohio, 10 years old. There's Jimmy Hoberg, their dad, out there helping his son Cody. Pure power. Now that is the car that Nathaniel Stillwell was driving when he got the perfect package.
The JEGS Junior Dragster, over in the toy barn lane.
Yeah.
And of course, Caleb Burns coming up in the Sunoco lane. Caleb, I remember when he started out about 3-4 years ago. He was 8 years old, up at Pacemakers Dragway in the Napa Auto Parts dragster from Fredericktown, Ohio.
Right, his grandfather, he's a third-generation drag racer.
Is he really?
Yes.
Cody Hoberg, got the starting line advantage. Caleb Burns going to try and run him down, and he does. Hoberg got the lead first. Caleb Burns gets the win, runs by 6/10,000ths. That's how close that race was. You can't tell me that junior dragster racing isn't exciting. 6/10,000ths of a second. Thank heavens for electronic finish line judges. You can't tell that by the human eye.
Nobody could have stood there and watched that. That's a .0006 difference.
That's amazing. Yeah, so Caleb Burns squeaks his way into round number 2.
Well, Caleb was not as close to his dial-in as was Cody. Cody was only a couple hundredths over his dial-in, but Caleb had a better light.
Yeah. Yep.
And so Caleb got the advantage on the starting line. Cody got the advantage in the elapsed time. So by 6/10,000ths,
yeah,
the winner was determined. Here's Clay Coughlin from Delaware, Ohio. He was our Junior Dragster 1 champion a couple of years ago. And right lane, Olivia Sheets from Marengo, Ohio.
And you made mention a little while ago when Mike Coughlin was out here racing how much Clay looks like his grandfather, JEGS Sr.
He does, and he broke out. Olivia Sheets had a 2 light, 002 and 793.
2,000ths off of perfect. Hard to do much better than that. And Olivia Sheets, she will move on in competition.
Total package for Olivia Sheets was 5,000ths. She had a 002 light, and she went 933 on a 93 dial. So Olivia Sheets gets a prize for the perfect package. 5,000ths, perfect package, or close to perfect.
Yeah.
5,000ths total package for Olivia Sheets. And that concludes the first round of eliminations for junior dragsters.
And we are now heading into the next round of competition for Super Street.
This is Rob Garabrandt from Lancaster, Ohio in the Nova clone. Garabrandt Motorsports, 71 Nova, 454. Good looking car.
And of course over in the Sunoco lane, we have Mike Ruzicka from Asheville, Ohio in the 1970 Plymouth. Has a 440 cubic inch Chrysler engine under the hood. Ruzicka, a pipe fitter. Garabrandt is a HVAC technician.
This is a 1090 index. Now this is Super Street. Now this is supposedly an entry-level class. This is for drivers that are getting used to bracket racing, and it's an entry level, and we have some entry-level cars here. The racers have been racing for 50 years. Payouts in 105, room 105. That's the first floor of the tower, right next to race control. That's where you get your payouts. Room 105. Those of you that already have money coming, one, you have money coming, that's good. Bad is you're not still in.
Yeah,
If you have a payout coming now, you're not still in competition.
That's right, it's a little bit early. Rob Garabrandt, red lights, hands the win automatically over to Mike Ruzicka, who will move on in competition.
Here's Scott Mackey from Milford, Michigan, a 54-year-old finance executive in the 66 Chevy 2 560-incher in the left lane. Pretty car, yellow flames on the front.
That's right, and Doug, in the Sunoco lane, we have Craig Meyer from Kendallville, Indiana, and the 1962 Fury. Now, of course, Doug, you can help me out with this a little bit before my time. Fury was a Plymouth, is that right? That's what I thought, Plymouth Fury. Yep. Got a Chrysler 500 engine in that thing. Of course, Craig Meyer is a machinist. Scott Mackey, a finance executive. So that's what he does on the side. Every racer would tell you that racing is their main job, whether it is or not, right?
That's right. It's their main love.
Yeah.
You got to love your job, though. Maybe somebody likes what they're doing.
That's true. Craig Meyer, a much better reaction time than Scott Mackey. Let's see if it helps him win. It does.
1090 with a 7 for Mackey. Nearly dead on his dial.
But he lost it on the tree.
On the tree, on the starting line. Meyer treed him.
He did. So, yeah, Craig Meyer moving on.
George Forster from Greencastle, Pennsylvania, in the Chevy 2 in the left lane. 65 Chevy 2, big 454 cubic inch big block.
And he's up against John Parsons in the Sunoco lane from Pataskla, Ohio, and the 84 Camaro.
Man performance powered car is Parsons' car.
Both reaction times nearly identical, and at the top end, it is John Parsons getting the win by 5/10,000ths of a second. 1090 with the O for Forster, 1090 with the 3 for Parsons. Where Parsons won it was on the starting line. He had a 017 light to Forster's 020.
Both were good lights. There were only 3,000ths difference in the reaction times.
Yep.
And Forster was dead on, 10.900. Yet Parsons got there first. The 1090 with the 3. Parsons got the win. The reason he got there first is his 3,000ths was on top of the 17,000ths reaction time.
That's right. That's right. My dad, he used to compete in pro, but as a spectator, he loves the starting line. And I asked him why. He said because it's the starting line where races are often won or lost. Right now we have Zach running and Phil Smida running in the Toy Barn lane, Smida in the Sunoco lane. Smida with a better reaction time. We'll see if that helps him out at the far end. Both drivers break out. Phil Smida gets the win, though, 1088. Zach running at 1087. Smida breaks out by the least, so he will move on into the next round.
Ordinarily on a dual breakout, you'll even notice that the reaction times play a role, even though both drivers go quicker and they break out. The guy that breaks out the most is ordinarily the one that has gotten the not quite as good a reaction time, and he's doing that to keep up with the guy that's beside him.
Yep,
so
that's right.
Reaction times are even important on dual breakouts.
Attention back in the pit area. Attention back in the pit area. Super Comp and Top Dragster. We need you up into the staging lanes for your next round of competition. Super Comp and Top Dragster, you are needed in the staging lanes for your next round of competition.
Here's Scotty Reinshield in the Fast Lube car in the right lane from Brookville, Indiana, 69 Corvette. Ricky Ship Jr. from Needham, Indiana, taking him on. Ship breaks out. Scotty wins with a 92.5 on a 90 dial. Scotty had a better light than Ricky. 0.16 reaction time. Good run for Scotty.
And just like you were saying, Doug, a little bit ago, Ricky Ship Jr. did not have, it wasn't a horrible reaction time, but it wasn't a great reaction time. It wasn't as good as Ryan Shields, so he was trying to run him down, and in doing so, broke out.
I'll tell you, there are a lot of drivers in competition that would think a 0.31 is pretty great.
Oh, yeah, I would love to have a 0.31, but when you're going up against an 0.16, it's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, Scotty's tough. Kenny Underwood, Delaware, Ohio, and the JEGS wagon in the left lane. 67 Chevy 2 wagon, 420 cubic inch small block. Neat-looking street machine.
And speaking of another neat-looking street machine in the right lane, an 82 T1000. You don't see those every day. It's being campaigned by Larry Forsyth from Chester, West Virginia. Larry, though, got a little trigger happy, leaves the red light glowing, so your automatic winner, Kenny Underwood.
I'll tell you, Larry's always in a good mood out here. Win or lose, whatever, he's always got a smile on his face. Friendly guy, a good racer. He is the mayor of Chester, West Virginia. I imagine that's a part-time job.
Yeah, I would think so.
Jason Lawrence from Hamilton, New Jersey in the left lane, 72 Duster. 360 Mopar, 72 Duster. Pit crew, Richard Lawrence.
And, of course, over on the right lane, the Sunoco Race Fuels lane, we have Doug Wood from Massillon, Ohio. Doug is in the 69 Oldsmobile Cutlass. He does not have an Oldsmobile engine in it. However, that is a Chevy small block engine inside that Cutlass. And he is a forensic vehicle specialist. Thank you. The better reaction time to Jason Lawrence at the top end, it's going to be Jason Lawrence.
How about a 1090 with a 5? Only 5 thousandths off. Being perfect, 1090 with a 5. Blake Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee, 19-year-old student in the Chevy S10 pickup truck. Good-looking rig over there in the left lane. 1090 index, of course, as is Rick Watson, the sales manager at Coghlan Chevrolet in Newark, Ohio. Rick's home is in Buckeye Lake, Ohio. I call it Buckeye Pond right now.
Yeah.
79 Malibu, 383 small block, stroker motor.
Blake Richardson, is he running a couple of different classes out here this weekend? I could have sworn
there's a bunch of Richardson cars out there.
That's true, yeah. There's the Richardson family is huge. And Blake gets the win. A 015 light beats Rick Watson's 028 light. Now, of course, Rick Watson broke out 1086, so that'll do you in every time. Meanwhile, Blake Richardson 1090 with a 2. So that's pretty stout for that 19-year-old college student.
Combined with a 0.15 reaction time, that's a 17 thousandths total package. Good run for Blake Richardson. Well, here comes the Stalkers. Here's Dennis.
Nice intro, Doug. Doug and Jim, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here we go, Stalkers. Take a look now, Don Turks, white, 74 Grand Am, in-stock automatic. He'll roll in alongside a Jag. Jeggy Coughlin, ladies and gentlemen. The JEGS Stock Challenger. 2010 Challenger, Mopar 392. Factory Stock D, alongside of the in-stock automatic. Grand Am for the man out of Lebanon, Indiana. So Don Turk, 13 flat the index. He'll dial her down to 1210 alongside of Jeggy's Factory Stock D, 1060 his index, and Jeggy dials it down to a 1006. So Don Turk with a 2-second handicap, and here comes Jeg Coughlin trying to reel him in. At the stripe, Jeggy comes around for the win. 10:05 under by 6 thousandths for the win at 123 miles an hour. And that brings up Wayne Larson, the underdog. Ford 200 cubic inch 6-cylinder. The inline 6, the man out of Ponchatoula, Louisiana. The 72 Comet V stock. V as in Victor. That's way on down the stock list. When you flip through the NHRA rule book, you got to go almost to the back page to find V stock. Mitch Truman, C-Stock Automatic, 95 Chevrolet Camaro, 350 power plant, man out of North Manchester, Indiana. He and his wife Denise. Number 36 qualifier stock eliminator. There goes Wayne Larson, 1471 the dial under. And about 4 seconds later comes Mitch Truman. Time for him to go to work. So Truman giving chase down at the 1,000-foot mark. Right now, Truman comes around for the win. Had to go quicker by 0.4 of a second, but he gets her done with a 10:61, 112 miles an hour. And here comes Tommy Russell and Dave Walther. Tom Russell, East Sparta, Ohio-based runner. 98 Camaro 350, B-Stock stick. Alongside of Dave Walther, G-Stock stick. 69 Camaro 350, Lanesville, Indiana, his hometown. 1190 the index, 1106 the dial under. Tommy Russell's dialed under to 1030. So Dave Walther's going to get to make the first move. There's the wheels up launch for Walther. Wheels up launch for Russell. Russell, a little impatient on the line. He'll go red. And Dave Walther staying alive. One more round. Into round 4 goes Walther. 11:01 at 119 miles an hour for Dave. That brings up our next pair. The wheel standing McCormick Motorsports Dodge Dakota pickup truck with Dave DeZorni at the controls out of Leonard, Michigan, the 02 Dakota. Okay. Heads up in the pit area, we need Super Comp, Top Dragster, and the juniors back to the junior lanes. Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes. Super Stock, you've been called. So George Ago, the white Copo Camaro out of Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania, dial under to a 1018 alongside DeZorni's wheel standing McCormick Motorsports truck. As Jennifer watches on, his mom.
So the truck is a K-Stock altered, is that right?
Red light foul for Yago a little bit early on the clutch. He goes. Steven DeZorni advances. In round number 4, stock eliminator 1173 on a 77. Goes under by 4 for the win at 111. And that brings up our next pair. It's going to be Ken Witcher out of Beloit, Ohio, the 69 small block 350 8-stock automatic Camaro. Alongside of Julie Bierman, the lady out of Xenia, Ohio, the 68 Firebird. She and Tim Gillespie campaign this car, E-Stock automatic. So 1093 the dial under for Julie, 1133 the dial under for Ken Witcher. That means Ken Witcher is going to lead first, and Julie will give chase. So Kenny's out in front with the 69 Camaro, but here comes the Firebird of Julie Bierman trying to catch him in the traps, and not enough real estate. She goes a little bit too quick, and Ken Witcher takes the win with 11:33 on 11:33 at 122 miles an hour. That's a pretty good lap for that gentleman. And here comes Paul Wong, man who makes his home in Las Vegas. 86 Chevy C10 pickup truck, 350 small block Q-Stock, alongside of Dick Kincaid, a man from Navarre, Ohio, the 67 Chevy Deuce 327 F-Stock automatic. That makes him mad. So Dick Kincaid takes the win, 11:44, under by 5, 114 miles an hour for the win. So we continue on here with Katie Sapanik and Brad Zaskowski. Katie Sapanik, the Moosic, Pennsylvania-based runner, 1972 Chevelle, small block 350, I-Stock automatic. Multi-time national event win, won this race back in 2008 for the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, and she'll be taking on one of the toughest guys on the property, in my opinion, Brad Zaskowski, and she knew it. She took a shot at the tree. That's going to end her day. As she goes red, Brad goes into round number 4. The man out of Grand Rapids. Man who's won the Sports Nationals in the past is going down to round number 4. Brad goes 11:51 at 105 miles an hour and a good safe pass. And that brings up Randy Wilkes, Brett McFarland. Randy and his beautiful 2000 Firebird comes out of Zanesville with that car. Former world champion. A-stock automatic, and he'll take on Brett McFarland. McFarland, 68 Camaro, A-stick, the 4-speed car out of Manchester, Ohio. 1021 to a 1024. That sets up this stanza. So the clutch car and the automatic. Red Camaro's going to let the clutch out. Go wheels up on the wheelie bars. Brett McFarland, Randy Wilkes. At the stripe, it's Randy with a reaction time advantage. He runs a 24 and a 24 with 2 to spare at 127. Good round for Randy Wilkes. Nice, consistent A-stock automatic. All right, here comes the front-wheel driven car of Bill Owens. Guys won a lot of stuff with this car. It's Pontiac 207. Front-wheel drive car. Factory stock. Alongside a D-stock automatic. 71 Charger of Nick Reeder. Reeder out of Warminster, Pennsylvania, former divisional champion. Coming in qualified with his buddy Billy at number 9 with a 1058 best. So 1096 to a 1437. Little white car is going to get to make the first move, and Nick's going to have to show his patience here. So Bill Owen and Nick Reeder going to work. And once again, the Giant Killer takes another win to 1436, 92 miles an hour for Bill Owen. He marches on into round number 4, and that's going to bring up Allison Smith, the Portatree car. 98 Pontiac Firebird, the 27-year-old engineer out of Uxbridge, Massachusetts. Former Lucas Drag Race Series winner at Maple Grove. She and Al Smith, the Portatree people, set up the program that pages you in the pit areas when your class gets called. She's an electrical engineer. Pretty good looking little girl too, by the way. And Jim Nichols, AA stock automatic, 64 426 Plymouth, out of Centerburg, Ohio. Demooch, 1051, 8 AA stock automatic. 1029 is Allison's dial under to 1051 for Jim Nichols.
Random fact, Jim Nichols from Centerburg, Ohio. Centerburg is actually the geographic center of Ohio. There you go. There's your random factoid for the day.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks. So I'm pretty sure that 4 fathers of Centerburg were sitting in a pub somewhere and go, oh, I know. Centerburg, that's what it's going to be. That's it. That's it. So 1051 on a 1051 for Jim Nichols with a 120 miles an hour for the win. Way to go for Team Nichols. Way to go, Mooch. Joe Marasinowski going to be the odd man out. The I-Stocker out of North Royalton, Ohio. 79 Camaro, 350. Oh, it spun hard. Thank God he was on a solo. He really struck the tires on that one.
He did a burnout during the run.
And he shifts it like I would. So 1174, he just run her down to 1381 on a winning pass. And let's see, we just finished up stock eliminator. We got Super Gas coming up. Super Stock, you should be in the staging lanes. Super Comp, you should be heading to the staging lanes. And Top Dragster, looking for Top Dragster. Start making your way to the staging lanes if you're not already there. Attention in the pits. We need Top, Dragster, and Comp.
We're not doing this.
Oh, wait, just got a hold for Richie. All right. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I got a little excited and I let things go. I heard it come over the microphone, but
You can tell them not going to run Top Sportsman or Comp.
we're going to bypass Top Sportsman and Comp for right now.
Top Dragster and Junior.
So we need Top Dragsters and the juniors to the staging lanes, please. My apologies for those of you listening along in the pit area. Top Dragsters, we're going to bypass you guys for right now.
The official race fuel of the NHRA is Sunoco. Whether your machine runs 13 seconds or 7 seconds, National Trail Raceway has the Sunoco racing fuel you need for smooth, consistent performance.
Point of interest, I got to tell you. We're on D3 TV, and Jay Helen is listening along out in Indiana on the bracket final. So I don't get a message from
All right, Super Gas time. Round number 3 is Super Gas coming right at you with Robert Wright and Tommy Allen. Robert Wright out at the Toy Barn side out of Buchanan, West Virginia. 96 Grand Am, 434 entry, alongside of Tommy Allen, a West Seneca, New York player, Division I runner. 98 Cavalier. It's going to be a 991 victory for Tommy Allen, 158 miles an hour, as Robert Wright breaks out by 0.08 of a second. And here comes our next pair. Joe Carbacio out of Clarksburg, West Virginia. 83 Malibu, 565 big block Chevrolet, and he'll be locking horns with Paul Brown, a man from Cass City, Michigan, to sit 27 Dodge Roadster, 591 cubic inch entry. Former JEGS Sportsnationals Super Gas champion. Paul Racer Brown, Joe Garbacio. At the stripe, it's going to be Racer Brown for the win. 991 on a 990 index at 144 miles an hour. Garbacio was close with the 993, not enough on the top end. So here comes Tom Diamond, 27 Ford Roadster with a triple nickel big block out of Dublin, Ohio. Taking on Bill Jackson. Bill and Marianne and Nitro Joe, the crew, out of Mansfield, Ohio. Been doing this for a long time. NHRA card holder for over 50 years. Ran at 92 in qualifying. Tom Diamond was your number 1 qualifier. Run dead on with a 5 for the best effort out of qualifying. So just about dead even out of the gate, Tommy Diamond, Bill Jackson. Wind light says Tom Diamond. Double breakout situation in time and closer to the index. 988 with a 9 at 154 miles an hour.
Junior Dragster's got a bad message. They're leaving, so tell them we want them in the lane.
Hey, Junior Dragsters, we want you in the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, remain in the Junior Dragster staging lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, don't go anywhere. We're going to run you. Never fear, we'll take care of you. Right now, Steve Theodore out of Columbus, Ohio, the 63 Corvette, alongside of Edmund Richardson. Edmund, man, out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Sunset engine horsepower for Edmund. The Richardson boys, all out here in force this weekend. Wind light says Edmund Richardson, 991, 154 miles an hour, at a stellar 005 reaction time. And Steve Theodore missed the mark by 1/1000th of a second. That brings up Joe Fisher. Man out of Clayton, Ohio, the 63 Corvette Roadster, taking on the 63 Corvette Roadster of Stephen Hoyt. Steve Hoyt and Jan, the crew out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve ran a 985 in qualifying, find his way down the track, and we'll see how close he can run now. Identical reaction times. They're going to take this one all the way to the stripe for the decision. Joe Fisher, Stephen Hoyt welded together at the starting line. 990 with a 3 comes up for Joe Fisher, and the wind light as well at 159 miles an hour. That brings up Ed Apple. Apple and Jed Coughlin Jr. Ed Apple, the left side of the racetrack. Of course, the 34 Chevy Roadster, 454 big block entry. And yellow and black machine of Jeggy Jr. Delaware, Ohio, 2010 built 60 Corvette, 582. Stinted horsepower. Gary Stinted putting the power under the hood. Jeggy takes the win, 995 at 149 miles an hour.
Ed Apple closer to the tree. Reaction time makes the difference. We'll call that a whole shot victory for Jeg Coughlin as he goes 0-16 on the tree. Ed Apple left 0-72 back here in the cross because he ran the number with a 7. So here comes Rusty Cook on a solo pass. Rusty Teresa Cook out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. 99 Corvette Roadster, 588 cubic inch big block. 009 reaction time on a solo pass. Just to make the statement. And he'll shut it off at 10:03, 145 miles an hour. So Rusty Cook advancing into round number 4. Put a period on Super Gas. We got Super Stock in the lanes, right up here in the ready line. Super Comp out in the lanes. Junior Dragsters, year to remain. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Super Street and Stock to the staging lanes, please. Okay, round 3 action and Super Stock. Bill Little, Jeff Taylor, J.W. Little, 2005 Grand Am, 350, Super Stock D Automatic, taking on Jeff Taylor and his GTD Automatic, 2006 Cobalt, 350 Power Plant, Jeff Taylor Performance, multi-time world champion, 8-time divisional champion, won races all over the country with this car. Right now he's here on the Soco side. Heads Up Racing, a pair of GTD automatics on the line. This is going to be really cool. Very good matchup here. Jeff Taylor and Patty and Bill Little and Janice. Both cars away clean and green. Jeff Taylor, Bill Little. A little bit of an advantage for Little. Down at the stripe, Jeff Taylor takes the win. Runs 970 on a 1050 at 125 miles an hour. Jeff Taylor advancing into round number 4. And that's going to bring up our next pair. Maybe we'll get a screen. Dan Kyle and Todd France. Dan Kyle out on the left side of the racetrack out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, the 87 Firebird 350 GTG automatic. Taking on Todd France's GTE automatic, 88 Beretta. Man out of Louisville, Kentucky. Staging up on the Sunoco lane. So Dan Kyle, 1090 the index. He'll dial her down to a 995. Todd France, 1065 on the index. He dials down to a 972. Red light foul for Dan Kyle. Todd France staying alive. Todd France looking for a 972. He'll run under. Well, he runs a 989. Good safe pass out 111 miles an hour. Nick Morris and Larry Wilson. Nick Morris in the Toy Barn side out of Louisville. A 32-year-old drag racer. Morris Motorsports entry. 98 Mustang. Fuel injected GTF. Alongside of Larry Wilson. The Mount Washington, Kentucky-based runner, the 66-year-old retired drag racer, the 64 Chevelle. This is the first year for the Chevelles. 283 power plant, Super Stock L, and it's a 4-speed car. So Nick Morris and Larry Wilson, round 3 of Super Stock. At the finish line, it's going to be Nick Morris for the win. 980, 133 miles an hour. Good round for Nick Morris. Larry Wilson went 10:48 under by 3 on the 10:51 dial under. Hey, folks, I want to remind you that they have event T-shirts. The JEGS Sports Nationals event shirts are available, and they're going to be selling them right up until 4 p.m. in the pits just west of the pavilion. So once again, pick your event T-shirt up before you guys head on out of there. I'm going to try and get down there and get one myself. The Sports Nationals event T-shirt in the pits just west of the pavilion. Pick them up now. Get them before 4 o'clock. Right behind the hot dog grill, Doug says. So it's a red light foul for Davey Dupps, and Jeff Neiswanger takes the round win, 10-10, 131 miles an hour. So good round for John and Amy and Jeff Neiswanger and the crew out of Zanesville as they advance round number 4. Here comes Ricky Decker, 94 Camaro, 350 small block, Super Stock I-Automatic entry. Charlestown, Indiana, his hometown, and he'll roll in alongside of Jeff Ross, part of the Ross Racing family. There's like 4 of them out there. I'm not sure how many we got left, but Jeff's still in competition here. The 09 Challenger. GTL automatic machine out of Barton, Ohio. Well, that's going to end Ross's day. Ricky Decker staying alive. Ricky Decker, ladies and gentlemen, 10-14 on a 991 on a good safe pass. He's seen the red light come on. Why beat the car if you don't have to? And I agree with that. Multi-time divisional champion, All-Stars representative, the JEGS All-Stars representative. This one to next pair up. Take a look at Bill Fodder in that beautiful 69 Corvette. GTD automatic out of Canton, Michigan. And he'll take on Richard Feldman. Feldman, the Ohio runner out of East Liverpool. The 66 Opala, 283 entry. Super Stock O. It's a stick car taking on the automatic there. 4-speed on the Sunoco lane. Automatic on the Toy Barn side. Shane and Billy and Bill Fodder. Richard Feldman. Multi-time class winner. And Feldman. So Richard Feldman dusts the clutch, and he's out in front with a handicap head start, but here comes Fodder, going to try and reel him in the Corvette. Watch now at the top end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Feldman holding him off. Gets off the line first via the clutch. 11:36 on 11:30, 115 miles an hour, and that equals a round win. Ray Paquette, man out of Holt, Michigan, in the Ford Thunderbolt. 64 Thunderbolt, Super Stock A. It's a 4-speed car taking on Alan Wade, the Super Stock D automatic 69 Ford 27 rat-inspired Camaro. Wind light says Alan Wade, 925, 139 miles an hour. Ray Paquette runs quicker than the dial under by 0.02 of a second. Left 142 back here at the starting line, had to make up the difference at the finish line, and got a little bit too much of that stripe down there. And here comes Dan Fletcher. The Peak Performance 69 Camaro, Super Stock J automatic out of Churchville, Wisconsin, New York. Division I runner. Professional drag racer taking on Jeff Donna. The Donna Racing 98 Firebird Super Stock H automatic. Jeff Donna comes up out of Show Me State. He's working the Sunoco lane as I speak. And Donna takes the win, 972 on a 973 at 131 miles an hour. Aaron Allison now, the man from Macedonia, Ohio, Allison Racing 90 Cavalier, 345 Chevrolet power plant, Super Stock B modified. Taking on the GTH automatic 95 Achieva. Lapeer, Michigan, the hometown of Zach running. So Zach's dialed down to a 1023. Aaron Allison dials down to an 899. Zach's going to get to make the first move. Aaron Allison will give chase, of course. Allison punches in on time. Now he's got to track down Zach. And he gets him. Aaron Allison with an 024 reaction time. Better. He goes 9 flat with a 4 at 146 miles an hour on an 899 dial under. So, scratch off stock eliminator. Super comp coming up. Scratch off super stock. We got super comp. So change the index. We're going to go 890 racing. Heads up 890 coming at you. Rob Cropfield. And it's going to be Jake Elrod. And Jake Elrod's having a great weekend. Made it to the semifinal round in the Moser Sportsman Shootout this weekend. So now he's out of that program, but continuing to move on in Super Comp here. He's got Rob Cropfield going to try and stop that advancement. Man out of Hamilton, Ohio there on the left side of the racetrack, the 63 Corvette Roadster. And Jake Elrod and the dragster. One of the few, I hesitate to call it a door slammer, but we got a few roadsters in this class. Gives them a view. Sunoco Race Fuel is a sponsor for Jake Elrod, the financial advisor out of Lima, Ohio.
I call him full body car.
Red light foul for Jake Elrod. Rob Cropfield going to take the win with an 0:21 reaction time. Looking for an 890. Let's see how close he can run. Runs under by 2. 888, 148. Rob Field's running round. Brings up our next pair. Going to be Sean Frick and Janice Swan. Sean starting to burn out procedure to the left side of the racetrack. The 42-year-old out of Flemington, New Jersey. 2011 Race Tech chassis car alongside of Janice Swan's Mooresville, Indiana-based entry. The Race to Win Motorsports car. Won a Division III event up in mid-Michigan a couple of years ago and continues to chase Division III points. Janice, Michael. Pretty good dragster here. She's run an 890 with a 5 during qualifying with this car. So Sean Frick going to size her up here and looking to go into round number 4. Sean Frick is your winner. 891, 169. Janice a little bit closer to the index with an 890 with a 7. Reaction time made the difference. Josh Nant coming up out of Wellington, Ohio, the American chassis car. Josh, the bad man. And Marty Cheeseman out of New Albany, Ohio, 2000 American chassis dragster. Well, pretty much dead even off the starting line. Josh Nant pulls out the win, runs 890 with a 2. 163 miles an hour. Marty Cheeseman runs 891. Pretty valiant attempt. Not enough to hold off Josh Nant, though. So here comes Rose Richardson. The lady out of Woodburn, Indiana. She and Paul will take on Barney Barnhart. Barney and Penny Barnhart out of Wadsworth, Ohio. PB Blaster, dragster. 565 big block Chevrolet in one in each lane. Advanced chassis on the left side, American chassis here on the Sunoco lane. So Barney Barnhart and Rose Richardson getting ready to lock them up. Here we go. Well, 002 reaction time for Barney, and an 895 equals a round win at 160 miles an hour. Barney Barnhart advances. As we continue on here at Super Comp, we'll take a look now at Danny Walters Jr. and Steve Hoyt. Danny Walters, the LaGrange, North Carolina based runner. He and Rocky Van Note
Steve and Jan Hoyt come down out of Fort Wayne. 02 Advanced Chassis Dragster. Couple of NHRA divisional wins for Steve Hoyt. This guy's been doing this a long time. I think he got his first national event win down in Florida, as I recall. Red light foul for Danny Walters. Stephen Hoyt staying alive. Advances into round number 4 with an 889, 181 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our next competitor, Phil Smida. Smida, out of Canfield, Ohio. He'll make a solo pass as he rounds out this round at Super Comp. 31-year-old electronic security engineer. American chassis car with a 598. Phil Smida and Phil Smida Sr. Here's the guy that during qualifying made the best lap, went down the track, ran an 890 with a 2. Put him up on top of the field during qualifying. So here we go. Let's watch and listen. Watch Phil Smida apply his trade. Well, Phil goes 898, 152 miles an hour into round number 4. Final call for Super Street and Stock, and stand by, Super Gas. Final call for Super Street. You should be in the staging lanes. Stock, you should be in the staging lanes, and Super Gas. So the top dragster cars are waiting for us to finish up touching up the starting line, as we're going to get a little bit quicker and a little bit faster with the top dragster cars. We've got our pair sitting here at the ready line with Marco Abruzzi, the Abruzzi Converters and Transmissions owner and proprietor. And I got to tell you, this is got to be the busiest guy in competition here this weekend. Doubled, entered, won the, worked his way through the JEGS shootout, the super shootout there, and wound up racing himself yesterday because he'd already beat himself in Top Sportsman. Here he is in Top Dragster, still winning and still in competition for the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Got to tell you, man, I guess if you do enough of it, you're gonna win something here this weekend. Good job for Marco Abruzzi. I'm just absolutely amazed. And had to walk through the staging lanes a little bit ago. Stuck my hand in the cockpit. Said, "Hey, man, I just want to shake your hands. You're my new hero." So Danny Waddle Jr. is getting ready to try to stop that plight. Last couple slides with the tractor, and we'll be back in action here with Top Dragster. We still have the Moser Sportsman Shootout to contest the final round with Marco Abruzzi and Scotty Reinshield. And Scotty Reinshield is going to try and stop that march. But we got this really way cool trophy up here. Compliments Moser Engineering to give away to the winner in that category. Plus, well, $5,000 to the winner and $2,000 for the runner-up if they meet all the contingency criteria, which isn't much. You got to have the decal and the axles. So Scotty Rhineschild and Marco Abruzzi here later on today. We want to get these rounds done. The guys that are still double entered in different categories like Marco is, we want to make sure everybody has a chance to prep their cars for the final round. We'll be doing that a little bit later on today.
Now, of course, earlier on, Dennis, during pre-race festivities, actually, I think you mentioned this is the third leg of the JEGS Sports Nationals. Earlier this year was the Cajun Sports Nationals down in Belrose, Louisiana, I believe, No Problem Raceway down there. And then, of course, out in Fontana was the Pacific Sports Nationals. And now for anyone who's able to win, 2 of the 3 races, they could get the JEGS crown. Isn't that right?
That is correct, and it's only been done one time. And Eric's got the stats on that, but we didn't have enough guys show up here to this event. Anybody that's running any of the other ones, of course, probably out in Charlotte at the 4 wide.
Yeah.
So, that's not going to happen this year. So we'll hold on to the JEGS Crown Trophy, and hopefully next year somebody will win it. There's, like you said, it's a triple crown race. If you win 2 in 1 year, we hand them the JEGS Sports Nationals Crown Trophy,
which is a pretty nice trophy. But now, if none of the competitors get it, you or I can take it home, right? Isn't that the default rule? It goes home with an announcer?
No. Actually, I get to keep this Hall's menthol Liptus.
You get to keep that cough drop. Is that what that is?
My reward, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Attention in the pits. We need super gas and super stock. Super gas to the lanes and super stock to the lanes, please. And thank you. Attention racers, if you need to top off them fuel jogs, I'll let you know that the Sunoco fuel trailer is going to close up in about 30 minutes. So if you need to get fuel, you got 30 minutes to do so. Here we go with top dragster. Marco Abruzzi, Danny Waddle Jr. getting ready to make their efforts down the track. I believe there's about 7 cars left. Top dragster Marco Abruzzi, the man out of Warren, Ohio, Miller chassis car. Of course, We all know about Abruzzi's racing transmissions. Here's a proprietor. Marco and Kim and Nick and Everly and Jeff Kuntz. Janny Waddle Jr. backing up from the burnout on a Sunoco lane out of Pinkerton, Ohio. Diamond chassis car with a 532. Going to try and stop Marco Abruzzi. So Marco's dialed 629. Danny Waddle dialed 702. Well, Danny took a shot. He missed a tree by a ton. 3 numbers early. So Marco Abruzzi staying alive. 10:29 with a 1, 218 miles an hour. Look at the performance out of that car. 0.33 for a reaction time. Nice and safe leave. Runs it on down to a 6:29 with 1 to spare. Here comes Phil Oakley out of the water box, left side of the lanes, out of Philpott, Kentucky. American Chassis Dragster. He'll take on Joey Hessling. Hessling out of Toledo, Ohio, the engine builder. American Chassis Dragster. Got a Pro Charger, 540 big box Chevrolet, and Phil Oakley, naturally aspirated with a little bit of nitrous assist. Number 14 qualifier was built at 208, and Joe Hessling ran a 670 during qualifying. He's going to take it on down to a 628 dial, and Oakley dials down to a 644. So 0.2 the difference. Phil Oakley will have to give chase. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. Phil Oakley and Joe Hessling. Joe Hessling pulls it out, top end of the racetrack, 634 and a 628, 202. Brings up now Andrew Johnson. His long smoky burnout left side of the racetrack. Comes to our starting line out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. A Spitzer chassis car with a 521 Hemi alongside of Robert Vance Houston. Houston out of Newland, North Carolina. The 2012 Racetech chassis dragster. Andrew Johnson was your number 2 qualifier. Ran a 623 during qualifying and has found some performance in the car as he dials her down to a 606. Robert Vance ran a 53, a pair of them, during qualifying, and he's going to pick up the pace a little bit with a 648. So here we go. Andrew Johnson, Robert Vance. Car just never left. Vance stayed on the starting line as Andrew Johnson motored on down. Looked over his shoulder, tapped the brake at 620, 182 miles an hour. So here comes Karma Hopper. Beautiful car, undercover chassis dragster. I'm sorry, did I say undercover? I think I did, yeah. I got it right. Keep your eye on me, young man. I mess up here. 655 cubic inch Chrysler horsepower for the man out of Walton, Kentucky. Karma David Hopper. David run a 50 and a 52 during qualifying. He'll dial her to a 640 right now. So let's sit back and watch. Let Karma apply his trade and see how well he can run. We got juniors coming up here real quick.
Now, is Walton, Kentucky, where the Waltons was?
So Karma goes 6:42, 2:09 into the next round. And that's going to bring up the junior kids. And you're going to do these, Jim? You jump in or handle this, or you guys going to tag team it? How's this going to work? I'll produce this. You guys handle it. Here comes Doug and Jim. Tell you a little about the junior dragsters, two voices of National Trail Raceway. Guys, have at it.
Thank you, Dennis. First out, well, we have the battle of the packages. Earlier today, the first round of eliminations, Chris Dovenbarger had a 13 package, total package of 13. Olivia Sheets, not to be outdone, had a total package of 5 thousandths. So here's the two of the best packages of the first round, side by side. Olivia Sheets in the right lane, 16 years old. Chris Dovenbarger, left lane, 17 years old.
That's right. Dovenbarger has a 796 dial-in. Olivia Sheets with a 790 dial-in. So by 600ths of a second, so not too much, but by 600ths of a second, Dovenbarger will get to leave the starting line first via the handicapped starting system, which of course is designed to allow for more even drag racing when you are in bracket competition. If you are in a slower car, a slower vehicle, you get to leave the starting line a little bit quicker than your opponent, and it's up to them to try and catch up with you. A red light start for Dovenbarger by 17 thou, so that automatically hands the win over to Olivia Sheets, who also red lit. However, well, she didn't get the red light. Let me say that better. She also left too quick, but in drag racing, which we've said multiple times today, it's first or worse. And in this situation, Dovenbarger, he red lit the most, so it hands the win over to Olivia Sheets.
Well, not necessarily the most. He was the first. That's the drawback of being the guy who gets a head start.
Yeah.
You get a shot at red lighting before your opponent.
That's right.
And Olivia just got her automatic win, so she went on down the track. She didn't care what the light was like.
That's right.
Got the win. They do not affect the accuracy, by the way, of your speed or elapsed times, but they do use it for computation of a bye run or of a lane choice in the next round of eliminations. So Olivia will maybe not get the lane choice next time. Here's Marcello Cardamone from Baltimore, Ohio, against Blaine Basil Oil from Lancaster, Ohio. Just last week, he turned 10. Not only did he turn 10, he became the 2015 Division III 6 to 9-year-old champion.
Well, and he had a better reaction time against Marcello. Marcello, in the faster car, is going to try and run him down.
Didn't do it.
No, he cannot do it. Blaine Basil gets the win, runs in 11:29 on an 11:23 dial-in, as the Cardamone, the performance fell off a little bit, only a 9:14 on an 8:95, so he left slower and also was about 2/10 off of the dial-in.
And speaking of Basil, I want to remind you that the fuel trailer is going to close in about 15 minutes. So get your fuel while it's there. Got about 15 short minutes, and they're going to close it up, the fuel trailer down here by the pit area.
Well, we saw one Cardamone just a few moments ago, Doug. We got another one coming up to the starting line now. It is Faith Cardamone in the Sunoco lane on your right side from Baltimore, Ohio. She's coming up against Caleb Burns in the Toy Barn lane. Of course, Caleb from Fredericktown, Ohio.
Caleb will get the head start by a second. 1 second head start to 12-year-old Caleb Burns over 14-year-old Faith Cardamone. Now that you'll see in the tree.
That's right, an 8:02 dial-in for Faith, a 9:02 dial-in for Caleb.
Taking their times to stage. Those are centrifugal clutches in these cars. No transmissions to speak of. The transfer case. Chain drive. Single cylinder. And Caleb Burns got the starting line advantage with a hole shot and the win. 9:05 on a 9:02. Pretty good run for Caleb. Faith Cardamone fouled at 8:02, went 8:16. Caleb got there first.
Yeah, he led her all the way down the track, basically, from point A to point B. And we have one more pair, I believe, of juniors coming up to the starting line now. It is Shelby Hamilton and Paige Coughlin.
15-year-old Paige Coughlin is dialed in at 792. Shelby Hamilton from Dresden, Ohio, is dialed in at 801. So a little bit of a head start by 900ths of a second goes to Shelby Hamilton.
Well, apparently Paige wasn't a big fan of the head start idea. Maybe he thought it was heads up or something like that. He hit the throttle about the same time she did. He goes red by a tenth. So Paige goes red by a tenth, automatically handing the win over to Shelby Hamilton.
So it'll be 18-year-old Shelby Hamilton up for the next round. Well, that was
I say that whittled
it down to a semifinal.
Yeah, it whittled it down pretty quick when you only have a field of 16. So yeah, we're down to the semifinal coming up next for junior dragsters. That'll be later on. But of course, we're going back to the big cars now.
Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Drivers, we'd like to have your cooperation in letting us get this on. It doesn't look like it's going to rain at all, but just to be sure, respond promptly to your class call, please. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes. Super Comp. Here's Kenny Underwood in the Chevy 2 wagon and John Parsons from Pataskala, Ohio in the 84 Camaro. This is Super Street.
Of course, Super Street has the 1090 index. You cannot run quicker than 10.90 seconds in the quarter mile. If you do, you break out and you are disqualified.
Well, you lost.
Yeah.
Well, also, it's an automatic index. You do not pick your own index. It's not like a bracket race where you dial in wherever you want. It's called an index 1090, and you get a 5/10 Pro Tree, as opposed to the 4/10 Pro Trees that's given to the Super Gas and Super Comp cars. It's a 5/10 Pro Tree. As we said earlier, it's a sort of an entry-level bracket, but...
so something you or I could do, basically, right?
Well, yes, and a lot of these guys out here, they're certainly not entry-level drivers.
John Parsons in the 84 Camaro, Kenny Underwood in the 67 Chevy 2 wagon. The reaction time advantage goes to John Parsons. The win goes to John Parsons. They both break out. Parsons breaks out by the least. He runs a 1088. Kenny Underwood a 1087. So Parsons will advance into the next round.
Jason Lawrence from Hamilton, New Jersey is in the 72 Duster. Pretty car in the left lane. Pit crew Richard Lawrence. It's a 360 Mopar. Mike Ruzicka has a 440 Mopar in the right lane from Asheville, Ohio. 50-year-old pipe fitter in the 70 Plymouth.
Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, this would be for Mopar lovers. This would be a match made in heaven right here. Almost identical reaction times off of the starting line. At the top end, it's going to be close. It's very close.
The lapse times are nearly the same, too.
Yeah, 1091 for both drivers. Ruzicka gets the win. 1091 with a 3 to Jason Lawrence's 1091 with a 8. So the margin of victory, 22 ten-thousandths of a second, going to Mike Ruzicka.
Blake Richardson from Greenbrier, Tennessee, 19 years old, in the Chevy S10 in the left lane. Craig Meyer from Kendallville, Indiana, 42-year-old machinist, 62 Fury, 500 cubic inches, 427 in the Chevy S10.
Green light start for both. Blake Richardson, a little bit better of a reaction time. We'll see if that parlays into a victory. It does not. Blake, his performance fell off just a smidge. He only musters a 1093. Meanwhile, Craig Meyer a 1091, so only about 100th off of the dial-in. Craig Meyer gets the win. Very close, though, as Blake Richardson had the starting line advantage. The margin of victory, get this, Doug, 9 ten-thousandths of a second. So if you're looking at a stopwatch, that's .0009.
Yeah, Richardson had the better reaction time, and Craig Meyer got there first with closer to his elapsed time. So the combination of the two made the total margin of victory was .0009910
Incredibly
Good run.
close.
Yeah.
That's right. Coming up next in the left lane, in the Toy Barn lane, Scotty Ryan Shield. And in the Sunoco lane on the right side, Phil Smida. Ryan Shield in the 69 Corvette. The 88 Cavalier for Smida.
It's a breakout by Scotty. Scotty goes 88 on a 90 dial in. And, well, he really didn't have to do it. Smida had a little bit better light, a 6 to a 12. Not that much better, only 6 thousandths difference in reaction time. But Smida went a 91 on a 90 for the win. Scotty broke out.
I'll do stock.
And, of course,
Leo used to say. Stock is my life.
That's right. Coming back over now, we got Dennis, who is going to guide you through Stock Eliminator. And we were talking something that's kind of neat. Earlier on, Dennis, you and I were talking off mic. Jed Coughlin Jr., multi-time Pro Stock champion, but he's here this weekend at the sponsors race, and he's competing in a couple different categories, if I'm counting right.
Yep. Right now, Factory Stock D, the 2010 JEGS Stock Challenger, out there on the left side of the racetrack. And he'll take on Mitch Truman this round. 95 Camaro, a man out of North Manchester, Indiana. So Jed Coughlin, Mitch Truman in the middle of battle, down at the 1,000-foot mark, net the stripe. It's going to be Jeggy taking the win. 10:06 on a 10:05, 126 miles an hour. Jeggy stays alive for another round, and that's going to bring up our next pair. It's going to be Dave Walther and Dick Kincaid. Walther, the 69 Camaro, G-Stick out of Louisville, Indiana. And Dick Kincaid and his 67 Nova back up here again, the 327 F-Stock Automatic.
Of course, Kincaid in the 67 Chevy 2. Walther in the 69 Camaro. So a bow tie matchup right here. The starting line advantage goes to Kincaid, but even with the advantage, he just couldn't wait. Kincaid leaves the red light glowing. Red light's by about 9 thou. So the automatic winner, Dave Walther.
Nice pass by Walther, 11:10 on a 11:04 dial under. Good safe pass. Here comes that wheel standing pickup truck out of Michigan. Steve DeZorny, the 2002 Dakota pickup truck. Mom Jennifer watching on. He'll roll in and stage alongside of Jim Nichols, Centerburg, Ohio based runner, the 64 Savoy, AA stock automatic, 426 entry. So 1049 the dial under for Jim, 1174 to Stephen DeZorny. So big wheel standing truck's going to make the first move, and Jim Nichols will have to give chase and show a little bit of patience here.
Now the pickup over in the left lane is not the little red wagon, but kind of reminds you of him, of Bill Maverick Golden when he leaves the starting line.
And that was a Dodge as well.
Yeah, that's right. Good call. They both Dodges. That's right.
So DeZorny and Nichols, and the win says Nichols. 1050, 121. He'll advance into round number 5. Stock Eliminator at 121 miles an hour, and that brings up Brad Zaskowski. Brad Zaskowski out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. His 85 Camaro. Stick operator alongside of Keith Witcher's 8-stock automatic 69 350 Camaro.
Of course, Zaskowski has won the Cajun Sports Nationals a couple of times. He would love to add the Northern Sports Nationals to his resume.
Almost dead even out of the gate. They're going to take this one down to the stripe for a decision, and it's going to be Brad. Zaskowski takes the win 11:43 on a 41 at 115 miles an hour. Brings up our next pair. The front wheel drive, little Grand Am of Bill Owen, the Giant Killer. Having some great passes all week and a very consistent little hot rod out there. The front wheel drive effer stock. Joe Marcinowski out of North Royalton, Ohio. The 79 Camaro 350 I-Stick. Staging up alongside 1178 the dial under for Joe. 1436 the magic number for Bill Owen as they size each other up. And once again, Bill Owen's going to get the handicap start. Time for Joe to go to work.
Now, of
Joe
course-
punches in on time, by the way.
Yeah, he does. Now, you mentioned Owen is the giant killer, maybe because he has a slower vehicle, but not necessarily because he's a newbie behind the wheel. In fact, he's a former Division III stock champion. And at the top end, Bill Owen, he just keeps rolling, doesn't he, Dennis?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's pretty unstoppable. Marcinowski got away with a 006 reaction time. Actually threw away a 006 reaction time. Took him down the strike and gave him a 10th back. So that's going to cost him. Bill Owens knows how to hold him off, man.
That's
Guy's
right,
doing a great
1440.
job.
1440 on a 1436. Yeah, he keeps marching.
Well, that's how you could become a Division III stock champion. Just race and race and race some more. And here comes Randy Wilkes in an absolutely perfectly prepared A-Stock Automatic 2000 Firebird, the Wilkes Family Racing entry out of Zanesville, Ohio. And a former world champion as well. 1020 the dial unders. He makes a solo run into round number 5. Stock Eliminator. Need Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. And the junior dragsters to the junior lanes. We got Super Gas coming our way. Oh, Super Stock's coming up. We got Super Stock in the ready line right now as I speak. Randy Wilkes solos on down to a 10:25 single round victory at 129 miles an hour. Put a period on round number 4 of Stock Eliminator. We're moving along to Super Stock. Well, Jim, I'm going to go ahead and ask you, since you're sitting in here doing a little bit of color with me, my man, why don't you tell me what's your favorite class out here this weekend?
Oh, man, this weekend. It would probably be a tie between stock and super stock because, as much as I love, souped up, modified race cars who, blaze their way down the track, there's something about a drag car that still looks like a street vehicle that I just can't get away from, and I think the average fan would kind of agree with that. They like seeing cars that remind them of what they drive to work every day or what they drive here to the drag strip themselves. So I would call it a tie between stock and super stock. And, of course, with a lot of these vehicles doing the wheels up starts, as soon as they hit the gas, you can't beat that when the wheels are dangling in the air, 5-6 feet. So I would say a tie between those two.
Oh, good to know. Just asking, you're a lot younger than I am. I've been around for a long time. I'm a big fan of stock, super stock as well.
Yeah.
Of course, I love competition eliminator. I think it's a thinking man's game. But right now, we'll take a look at super stock, and we're going to see Nick Morris in his fuel-injected GTF car taking on Wade Allen, the 69 Camaro Super Stock D Automatic. Normally, if you're going to see a 69 Camaro under D Automatic, it's going to be a 427 Rat-inspired big block.
Mm-hmm.
Head side by side to go down to the stripe. Alan Wade takes the win. The man out of Rochester, Indiana, advances 9:25 and a 25 at 142 miles an hour. It's a good, consistent super stock car there.
Yeah, it is. And in that Ford versus Chevy battle, the Chevy got it there.
So that's going to bring up Richard Feldman out of East Liverpool, Ohio, the super stock 66 Impala. Original 283 in the car alongside of Todd France, the body painter out of Louisville, Kentucky, and the 88 Beretta. It's a Chevy 350 power plant. It's under the GT configurations, E-automatic. So 973 the dial under for the Sunoco lane, 1130 for the big Impala. So Richard Feldman is going to get the handicap head start, and Todd France is going to watch a lot of that Impala disappear.
Yeah, he is. And in fact, that Impala, Richard Feldman, the driver, is a life insurance agent of all things. You got to wonder whether or not he maybe gets a discount on his life insurance. I find irony the fact that he's a drag racer and sells life insurance. His insurance doesn't help him on the tree, though, does it, Dennis?
He goes red on the tree, and Todd France advances with a 990 on a 73 dial under 114 miles an hour. So Todd France advancing. That's going to bring up Jeff Dona and Jeff Neiswanger. Jeff Dona, Super Stock H Automatic. A little cleanup in aisle 1 there, it looks like. So we'll take a minute there to tighten up the starting line and make sure that we have a fair and equal playing field. Hey, there's Derek Beach walking around out there. Hey, Derek.
I think I've heard of Derek Beach before. That name, I think, rings a bell, maybe. Doug Ford just reminded me, as we were talking about a previous competitor who sells life insurance, which this is a good point, though. Statistically, it's actually safer to drag race than it is to drive on the street when you think about it. So thank heavens for, back in the day, Wally Parks, and, of course, out in Los Angeles, his name suddenly escaped my mind, but the sheriff out in L.A. County who kind of helped Wally develop the safety safari and get racing off the street and onto the strip.
So Jeff Donna and Jeff Niswanger coming to life here. Jeff Donna out of Gordonville, Missouri. The 98 Firebird 350 Superstock H Automatic, multi-time national event winner. Jeff Niswanger, the GTF Automatic here in Sunoco Lane out of Zanesville, Ohio. 87 Camaro 350 GTF Automatic. So 1080 the index for Jeff Niswanger. He'll dial her down to a 1010. And Jeff Donna, Superstock H configuration. 1060 the index, he'll dial it down to a 972. So that sets the stage. Niswanger's going to make the first move. Let's watch. Top end of the racetrack, Jeff Niswanger turns on the wind light. 10-11, 131 miles an hour on a 10-10 dial under. Niswanger advances.
And the margin of victory there, Dennis, 2,000ths of a second.
No, it wasn't important, apparently. Here comes Ricky Decker and Aaron Allison. Ricky Decker out of Charlestown, Indiana. 94 Chevrolet Camaro 350, Superstock I Automatic, taking on Aaron Allison, the Superstock B Modified. The man out of Macedonia, Ohio here on the Sunoco Lane. The Allison Racing entry, 90 Cavalier, 345 Chevrolet power plant. He's dialed down to an 899. It's a 988 dial for Ricky Decker. So there goes Ricky. He's out in front, and Aaron Allison going to try and cover some ground there. Reel him in at the top end of the racetrack, and there he goes. There's the round win. 901 on an 899 at a $144. Aaron Allison advances into round number 5 of Superstock.
8th thou was the separation on that one, so 2 close races right in a row.
Once again, we need Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the staging lanes, and juniors, you need to make your way to the junior lanes. Right now, we'll take a look here at starting line of Jeff Taylor. Top dragster, you want to start rolling your way to the staging lanes, we'll take you at this time as well. Top dragster, you can start rolling. So Jeff Taylor on a solo pass into round number 5, he'll go. Dialed down to a 1050, legged it out to a 970. He's holding a little bit there. 123 miles an hour for Jeff Taylor. Taylor Performance Cobalt. And that brings us down to Super Gas. Super Gas competition. We got 7 cars left as we wind down the day here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. We'll take a look now at Paul Brown and Edmund Richardson. Paul Brown out of Cass City, Michigan, the 51-year-old heating and air conditioning contractor. 27 Dodge Roadster, Dodge horsepower, out on the left side of the racetrack. And of course, rolling in against Edmund Richardson, I can pick just about anybody else in Super Comp that I'd want to race besides Edmund. The man, the father, patriarch of the Richardson boys out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, Edmund Richardson. His Don Davis chassis, 69 Camaro Roadster, the 604 Chevrolet power plant. 990 the index. We got about... I'm seeing 5 so far. I thought we had 7 left. But so Paul Brown, Edmund Richardson. Here we go.
Of course, Paul Brown won this event back in 2005. Would love to get another trophy.
Well, it's a breakout pass for Edmund Richardson. How about that? Missed it by a thou. Ran 989 with a 9 and gave the win light over to Paul Brown, who had a perfect 990 pass. 25 reaction time. They were pretty even on reaction times. Top end of the racetrack, Paul Brown dead on with a 0 at 157 miles an hour. That's about what you got to do against Edmund.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to take. So Tommy Allen and Tommy Diamond. Tommy Allen.
Hey, I'm going to make you a deal. I'll tell you what, let's come to a court.
Heads up in the pit area. We need Comp and Top Sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Comp and Top Sportsman. Tommy Allen, Tom Diamond, down at the stripe. It's all Tommy Allen. Allen goes 991 on a 990 index at 156 miles an hour for the win. Tommy Diamond, 1,000 too quick. Actually, 100 too quick. Next pair up, Joe Fisher and Rusty Cook.
Joe Fisher, the runner out of Clayton, Ohio, the 63 Corvette Roadster, taking on Rusty Cook, the man out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the 99 Corvette. Rusty and Teresa come in, ran a 96 during qualifying, had some real close 990 passes here. We'll see what Joe Fisher's got to show for himself here on the Toy Barn side.
It's kind of a interesting dynamic here as both competitors are in Corvettes, although a big age gap between the two Corvettes. And at the top end, it's going to be a breakout for Fisher in the Toy Barn lane as Rusty Cook runs a 993 on a 990. He will move on into the next round of competition.
So Jeg Jr. going to solo on down the 990 category, pick up another round win. He'll run under by 5, 985 for the win at 166 miles an hour. So Jeg's having a pretty good weekend. What do you think? Of course, he went out with this Challenger, but
yeah,
Super Comp Roadster, Super Gas Roadster, still staying alive.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, you know, he much like all of his siblings started out in the sportsman categories. But what's cool about it is, and I think a few years ago, ESPN analyst Mike Dunn called Jeg Coughlin Jr. the best modern day drag racer out there, or at least in his top 5. I know that. And Jeggy is showing why. Not only can he campaign a pro stocker, he still hasn't lost the feel for driving a sportsman vehicle as well. He comes out here and shows he can do just as well in a super gas or super stock car as he can in a pro stock vehicle.
And a nice guy to boot. I'll tell you, that's you just made a valid point. The guy could sit it out for a season, come back in, strap in a pro stock car, and get everybody's attention. So
yeah. Some people just have that natural, innate ability, and he's definitely one of them.
Yeah, you're right. And you know, we don't have to butter him up because he's here, just because of that. Everything we say is exactly
no,
right.
It is, yeah.
It's very true. So pretty cool stuff. So here we go with Super Comp. We're going to change the category. We're going to go to 890 class. And we're going to take a look at our next pair of competitors. Going to be Josh Nant, the man out of Wellington, Ohio, the American chassis car there on the left side of the racetrack. And he's going to take on Steve Hoyt. He's serving double duty this weekend, too, running Super Comp and Super Gas with his Corvette Roadster. And he was in the shootout as well and had a pretty good weekend so far. And I'd like to see Steve Hoyt staying alive for a couple more rounds. The man out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, of course, he's not too far from my hometown of Michigan City. He and his wife, Jan, the Advanced Chassis Dragsters, had a great weekend. So Josh is going to try and stop that.
So now, Dennis, you're from Indiana originally, but you currently hail from Illinois? Is that?
No, I'm still living in Indiana.
Oh, still living in Indiana. Gotcha.
I'm a 75-minute drive to Route 66. Right?
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, 70-mile drive. It's an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Wait a minute. What? We got. Oh, okay. Because I see we got.
Heads up start. The better reaction time goes to Steve Hoyt.
He'll take the win, 890 with a 6, 170 miles an hour, and that's going to put him for the bye and the final.
That better reaction time, Dennis, is what helped him get the win as Josh Nant runs in 890 with an O. I mean, you can't do any better elapsed time-wise. Where he lost it was at the starting line.
Well, you're going to watch and see those 890 is going to pop up left and right now because you don't go this far in the program without being good.
That's true.
We're going to see the best of the best here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals and all the categories coming up now. So watch for the indexes to get hit real hard here. It's going to get thick out here. Right now we're going to take a look at Sean Frick and Barney Barnhart. Sean Frick out of Flemington, New Jersey, a Division I runner, a Race Tech chassis dragster, and he'll take on Barney Barnhart, Wadsworth, Ohio-based runner, American chassis dragster, Team Blaster racing entry. Stop Brad out there just handing him a can of Blaster, the PB Blaster stuff.
Uh-huh.
This
pulled over to the car while he rolled up before he went on stage. He gave it to the starting line guy. That's pretty cool. That's marketing at its finest.
That is.
Sean Frick and Barney Barnhout and via the 007 reaction time and an 890 with a 1 to spare. That's going to put Sean Frick into the next round at 176 miles an hour. Barney didn't give it up easy. He ran an 890 with a 6. And like I told you before, Jim, it's going to be a lot of 890s popping up with a little bit of change there.
That's right.
To spare.
That's right.
So Phil Smythe had a great weekend.
He has
Rob Cropfield.
And I was just going to say, you were mentioning a moment ago, several competitors here this weekend entered in different categories, different cars in different categories. Smythe is, of course, one of them. And Cropfield here in the Corvette is one of the few full-body cars here in this category, at least one of the few that's still in competition. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Or partially full-body, not completely full-body, no roof.
Right.
I'll correct myself on that.
Doug and I just had this argument because I call it a roadster.
Yeah.
As opposed to an altered, left steer drive instead of a center steer drive.
Yeah.
Leo Tower taught me that, so I'm going to go with that. That's what I'm going with.
Sounds
So
good to
still
me.
A roadster.
Yeah.
Phil Smythe. Rob Cropfield. Win says Smythe, 890 with a 7, 167 miles an hour. A little bit better reaction time for Smythe as Cropfield fell off by 2, ran an 892 at 143 miles an hour. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is round number 4 of Super Comp. Going into round number 5. We got Junior Dragster coming up right now.
I'm glad you're keeping track of that because I can't count past 3, so I'm glad when it comes to the round numbers, I'm glad you're marking all that down.
So round 3 of Junior Dragsters, and we're down to the semifinal rounds, and you guys know these kids a lot better than I do. I'm going to let you go ahead, and I'll get out of your way and let you guys do this together. Doing a great job with these kids, and I respect the way you guys handle these youngsters. This is the youth of America, right?
That's right. And Doug Ford coming back over to...
Thanks, Dennis. We're down to the semifinals. We have 4 junior left. Olivia Shelby, that is, and Blaine and Caleb.
Real quick, I hear we need a Super Street and Stock Eliminator into the staging lanes. So back in the pit area, if you are a Super Street or if you are a Stock Eliminator, we need you to come up into the staging lanes for your next round of competition.
Right, bring them up. Super Street and Stock. Shelby Hamilton from Dresden, Ohio in the left lane, 18 years old. Dialed in at 8:04. She's going to get a head start over 16-year-old Olivia Sheets from Marengo, Ohio. Dialed in at 7:92.
So if I'm doing my math correctly, the difference between a 792 and an 804 is about 0.12 of a second if I'm adding or subtracting correctly.
Hey, you're pretty close. You ran out of fingers, too.
I did, yeah. I had to go to my toes on that one. That's right.
So the head start goes to Shelby. Pair of ladies out here doing battle in this semifinal round of junior dragsters. Olivia and Shelby, 16 and 18 years old. Next up, behind them will be Blaine, Basil, and Caleb.
And of course, these it probably can't be said enough, Doug. These two gals really, and all I'd say future female competitors in drag racing, really owe a tip of the cap to Shirley Muldowney, who broke a lot of barriers back in the day.
Well, or how about Mary?
Olivia Sheets, they both red light, but Shelby Hamilton, I believe, red lit first. Yeah, so Olivia Sheets will get to move on in competition. Well, she didn't get the red light technically. She did leave the starting line also under green, but because Shelby Hamilton red lit first, Shelby is the one who gets the red and is therefore out of competition.
Well, that's right. Now, sometimes these drivers that show a negative reaction time that doesn't show on the red light, they know they can leave. If their wing light comes on, they can go ahead and leave. They don't care about the reaction time. Then they just want to go and make a pass. So that may not have been an accurate reaction time had the other driver red lit.
Correct. Yeah.
So next up, Caleb Burns from Fredericktown, Ohio, in the Boss chassis, left lane. 15 Boss chassis, 12-year-old Caleb is dialed in at 9:03. He'll give the head start to Blaine Basil from Lancaster, Ohio, former National Trail Raceway track champion in Junior 1. He's going to run Junior 2 now. He just turned 10 years old last week. Sponsored, of course, by Basil Oil, whose trailer is closed, by the way, now.
You mentioned earlier on the different age categories and the different divisions within junior dragster racing. Both of these kids are 2015 divisional champions. The 6 and 9 division champion is Basil. The 10 to 12 division champion is Burns. So 2 champions going at it, and it appears that Caleb Burns breaks out, runs a 9:01 on a 9:03. So that's 200s too quick. That automatically hands the win over to Blaine Basil, who ran an 11:26 on an 11:23 dial-in.
So Blaine Basil will be in the final.
Attention back in the pit area. Attention back in the pit area. Super Street and Stock Eliminator. We need you up in the staging lanes for your next round of competition. Super Street and Stock Eliminator. This is your second call. We need you up in the staging lanes. Thank you.
skipped the whole round on him.
Once again, we need comp eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Comp eliminator, we need you to the staging lanes immediately. We skipped a whole round on you guys, and we're expecting you back at staging lanes at this time. We need comp eliminator to the staging lanes immediately. We got Top Dragster coming up here pretty quick. We want to run the comp cars, and we're trying to expedite this program, get through it today. And had a great day of competition. Everybody's been showing up pretty much on time. It's been pretty good so far. And, man, we got a lot of possibilities. This is a Sportsman National event, and we got some guys that are going to make some history out here today. It's kind of really neat, you know, because we've got the people out of Glendora, the NHRA home office. Our man Eric Lotz is in the house here, and he's kind of overseeing the, what's going on here. He's going to take all the information back to NHRA. And we were just talking about the possibilities of like 4 different competitors doubling down here this weekend. It's really crazy competition. Right now, let's take a look at Top Dragster. Andrew Johnson, out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the Spitzer chassis dragster with a 521 supercharged Hemi, taking on Joey Hessling, American chassis car, the Pro Charger car out of Toledo, Ohio. Joe Hessling, 27 years old, makes his living as an engine builder. APD engine combination out there. The car ran 670 during qualifying. He dialed her down to a 628, and Andrew Johnson, the man on the left side of the racetrack, was 623 best during qualifying this weekend, and he dials it down to 6 flat, and that's as fast as he can go.
And of course, Dennis, you kind of alluded to this already, but even though they're 2 dragsters, the engine make for both of these dragsters quite different. We have a Hemi in one dragster over in Andrew Johnson's dragster, and Hessling, of course, has the big block Chevy between the rails of his car.
Yeah, I think I said that. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Okay, so 6 flat, 628. Here we go.
Can you read that?
So here we go, Andrew Johnson and Joe Hessling. And Joe Hessling gets the wink, 631 on a 628, 223 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our next pair. Here comes Marco Abruzzi. He's one of the guys we've been talking around here up in the tower. The possibility of people doubling down this weekend. And Marco's been a very busy guy. And I made a lot of comments about how busy Marco is, but he's not the only one. Jeggy's double entered. Todd France is double entered. And Phil Smythe have been double entered. But Marco Abruzzi. Super Street to the staging lanes, please. Super Stock to the staging lanes, and Super Gas to the lanes. So Marco Abruzzi, he's got a chance of winning here in Top Dragster, and he's still in the Moser Sportsman Shootout as well. Karma Hopper's going to try and put a stop to that drive. And Karma, the young lady out of Walton, Kentucky, with an undercover chassis dragster and a 655 Chrysler. Carmen and David's run 650 and a 652, and they're dialing it down to a 641 to take on Marco Abruzzi. And Abruzzi's just been brutal on these guys, and right now he rolls in, stages up, and he'll be dialed in at 629. Todd France has got a chance of doubling down here and making history with comp and super stock. And, of course, we've watched Jeg march through the field of cars here and talked about what a natural drag racer he is in super gas and super stock, and made a point that if let's get these cars down track, and I'll continue on here with the story. Karma Harper, Marco Abruzzi. Top end of the racetrack, wind light says Marco Abruzzi, 630 on a 29 at 211 miles an hour. And that's Top Dragster, ladies and gentlemen. So, anyway, as I was telling you, Jeggy entered in super gas, super stock. If he was to win stock, this would be a 7 different class in NHRA competition to win at a national event. That's pretty cool. And Phil Smythe, he's entered in Super Street and Super Comp. He's got a chance of doubling down this weekend. And, of course, with Todd Freeze and Comp and Super Stock and Marco Abruzzi, there are like 4 competitors out here that are very busy this weekend in 2 different categories. And I think that's really pretty cool, man. This is history in the making at the JEGS Northern Sports National event. Pretty cool. So Richie Bowers is anxiously waiting for the comp eliminator cars to get to the staging lanes. All right, stock eliminator coming your way. We're down to 3 pairs here. Jim Nichols and Dave Walther would be the first pair out. Nichols coming out into the water box on a Toy Barn side. The Centerburg, Ohio-based runner, AA stock automatic, 64 Savoy, 426 max wedge entry, alongside of Dave Walther, the man, the 69 Camaro, 350 small block, out of Lanesville, Indiana. G stock stick. So 1190 the index for G stock. He'll dial her down to 1109, and Jim Nicole he'll dial her down to a 1049 from a 1060. That'll set him up. We got 3 pairs of cars left, and the last pair of cars down will be decide to buy run because there'll be 3 cars. So 6, 3, 2, and 1. So Jim Nicole, the 64 Savoy, taking on a 69 Camaro. Was you born at any point in this time when these cars were being built?
No. As far as this pair, no. No, this would have been way before my time.
I didn't think so. How old are you, man?
31.
Okay, well, hey, man, good for you. Babyface guy, man. I like that. Good for you. Nice wheels up launch for Walther. Jim Nicole going to try and gun him down. But I got to tell you, Dave Walther's on a good one. The car planted real well, hooked good. Right on down the center of Broadway, he's going to go, and he'll take the win, 11:04. Under by 5 at 114 miles an hour with an 018 reaction time. Pretty good pass for Dave Walther as he advances in the semifinal rounds. A stock eliminator. We'll take a look now at Jeg Coughlin, and we'll see if he can win this stock field. Like I said earlier on, we were talking about Jeggy. If he wins this will be the 7th different category he's won at a national event. So Jeg Coughlin, the man out of Delaware, Ohio, for Jeg's mail order, the yellow and black 2010 Challenger. 392 Mopar, factory stock D, taking on Bill Owens. Now, this guy's been a giant killer all day, man.
Until right
There's
there.
the red foul. Oh, my God. Bill Owens been knocking him down all day long with that front-wheel drive car, and he gives it up on a red light by 7th foul. And Jeggy Coughlin's going to the semifinal round at their home track and their home event. Man, that's going to look good in the National Dragster when they put that yellow and black car for the JEGS Sports Nationals. Here we go. Jeg runs 998. Under by 5. 014 reaction time. Bill Owens throws it away by 7 thousandths of a second.
Now, a 2000 Grand Am against a 2010 Challenger. I was alive when both of those were made, so.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Notice you shaved, too.
I did, yeah.
Hey, man, Randy Wilkes and Brad Zaskowski. This is a pair to draw to. Randy Wilkes, world champion, multi-time world champion. Brad Zaskowski, knocking on the door of being a world champion. Cajun Sports National past winner. And Randy Wilkes out of Zanesville, Ohio. We've introduced these guys all day. A-stock automatic, I-stock stick. Game on. Both cars away with green lights, and they're going to take it down to the stripe for a decision. I got to tell you, Randy Wilkes is looking good early on. If he doesn't make any mistakes, he'll have this one in the bag, and he does. He runs at 10:30, 121 miles an hour, with 027 better reaction time. So Randy Wilkes advances to the semifinal round, and he'll get the buy run. That means he's going to be going to the final today.
That's right. Zaskowski right on his dial, 11:45 and 11:45. But where he lost it was the starting line. Randy Wilkes had him by about 700ths off the starting line.
Yep. Nice observation. All right. So that's stock. I'm off my sheet here, man, so we're just going to wing it from here, man. This is where we're running out of cars.
Yeah.
This is where it says eliminations continue. So we're down to the semifinal rounds and competition eliminator for you fans that stuck it out with us throughout the day. We're getting down to the semifinal rounds, and I'm going to say, man, you might as well save your spot in the grandstands and watch us go through all the way through the whole thing here. Brian Siebenik is going to get the solo bye here in his F Dragster automatic. Little Frameworks chassis car, little 150 cubic inch 4-cylinder Honda power plant for the man out of Toledo, Ohio. F Dragster automatic, the category. 867 the index, and he's going to get a solo into the final round on this pass right here.
Real quick announcement to all the competitors. Payouts are here in the tower down in room 105, so payouts in suite or room number 105 if you have already been eliminated from competition.
And Brian Siebenik with a half a V8 runs it on out to an 886, 146 miles an hour.
You know, and I say this seriously because we were talking, that dragster is not the biggest dragster in the world. To be going that quick and that fast in a quarter mile, and dragster that isn't very long, that takes a brave individual to do that.
So Greg Tabler backing up from the burnout out on the toy barn side out of Columbus, Ohio, the Boss chassis dragster. 358 cubic inch, small block Chevrolet. B dragster, automatic. Taking on Todd France. Todd, the runner from Louisville. Pontiac G5, 321 cubic inch Chevrolet. That makes it a D super modified car. So 887 for Todd France. 736 the index for Greg Tabler. Todd, Gary France. Looking to go to the final round here.
From down in Louisville, and I believe you mentioned this already, both competitors small block Chevy engines, right?
Sure did, yep. B Dragster automatic, D Super modified altered. I'm sorry, D Super modified automatic. Red light foul for Greg Tabler, Todd France staying alive, and he'll go to the final round. Take on that little 4-cylinder Honda here in competition eliminator this weekend. He'll run a 10-20, shuts her off early, idles coast on through at 85 miles an hour to save the motor. So we won't have to wait so long for comp eliminator next time. A nice cool pass. Here comes Mike Coughlin. We're ready for top sportsman.
Real quick, earlier on, you asked me what one of my favorite categories out here this weekend was. Competition-wise, I still stick with stock and super stock as tied for my two favorites, but now looks-wise, I don't think there's anything more awesome looking or more sexier, if I could use that term, than a top sportsman vehicle. I love the looks of these vehicles.
Yeah, they do have a nice stance. I have to agree with you on that. They are good looking cars. Some of my best guys, closest friends, they run top sportsman. Of course, I'm up from Joliet area, down from Joliet area, so I run around with the guys from Midwest top sportsman.
Last call, super gas, super stock, super confident.
Last call, Super Gas. I'm sorry, Richie.
Super gas, super stock, super cup.
Gotcha. Last call, Super Gas, Super Stock, and
Super Comp.
Super Comp. Need them in the staging lanes at this time, please. So Mike Coughlin, Mark McDonald, the guys in the yellow and black, ganging up on the guys out here and local runners, the top sportsman. Top sportsman, well, I think everybody here pretty much understands the field. It's a door slammer category.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be a full-bodied car. Now this is a full-bodied car.
Yeah.
The roofs are on it.
These actually have roofs, yeah.
Yeah. So there's no engine or transmission configuration restrictions. If you want to run nitrous oxide, cool. We've seen some supercharged cars in the past. You want to run a Lenco, a planetary transmission, automatic. That's up to you. It's got to pass, of course, NHRA safety tech, and that's pretty much the game there. You go as quick as you can, typically a 32-car field, and try to get in the program. This weekend it was an all-run because we didn't fill the field here. But now we're down to the semifinal round with Mike Coughlin and Mark McDonald. It'd be great to see the Coughlins with their race here at National Trail Raceway make it to the final round. We're going to see right now. Wow.
Both drivers almost dead on the tree.
I got to tell you, Mike Coughlin with a double I-5 reaction time gave it up at the stripe as Mark McDonald took him out, 009. For reaction time, he runs at 689 with a 2 at 198 miles an hour. And Coughlin, 18 thousandths the margin of victory between the two. Another very close race, and Mr. Coughlin was right alongside. So Tim Irvin's guaranteed a final round appearance here. The man out of Portland, Indiana. And this is kind of a cool thing. You know, Moser's put up some money here for the Moser shootouts and that sort of thing, and they're here to support the sportsman racers, and they come out and race with them, find out what they need. And this is the R&D car. Tim Irvin does research and development there in Portland, Indiana at Moser Engineering. So Tim Irwin, 749, his chosen dial. He and Connie are going into the final with this solo pass. Let's watch. Well, all that cautious station paid off as far as reaction time goes. Perfect on the tree. 0-0-0 for Tim Irvin. Runs it on out to a 764. Falls off in performance a little bit, but hey, it's a solo pass, and why not? Tim Irvin going to the final round at top sportsman at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals.
You know, it's not often, though, that you get two perfect lights all on the same day of eliminations. We'll have to see later on if Tim Irwin can try and repeat that when he is in the final.
So here we go with Super Street. Mike Ruzicka and Craig Meyer. Ruzicka out on the left side of the racetrack, pipe fitter out of Asheville, Ohio, the 1970 Plymouth Duster. He'll take on Craig Meyer, the 1090 category. Meyer Racing, 62, Plymouth Sport Fury, 500 cubic inch Chrysler out of Kendallville, Indiana. All right, long weekend of racing, and it brings us down to two pairs. Look who's in the next pair, Phil Smida. So Craig Meyer and Mike Ruzicka. High gear charge now down towards the finish line. At the stripe, it's going to be Mikey. 1091, 124 for Ruzicka. Into the final round, he'll go. And he's going to take on one of these two competitors right here. Phil Smida, once again, is one of the guys we were talking about. He's still entered in Super Comp category, so we'll wait and see if he wins this round. That'll put him in the finals. John Parsons here is going to try and stop that march. The man out of Pataskala, Ohio, the 84 Chevrolet Camaro 445 entry. So Phil Smida out of Canfield, Ohio, looking to double down this weekend at the Sports National event. Would be a very cool thing to watch. Pretty sure pretty cool for Phil. So it's side by side and game on. One of these two gentlemen going to the final round.
And it's Phil Smida on a double breakout situation. Phil Smida going to the final round, and Super Street 1088 on 1090 closer to the index for the breakout situation. 135 miles an hour. That's pretty cool, man. So that's Super Street. So here comes Rusty Cook and Paul Brown, the semifinal round of Super Gas, or Rusty Cook in the Ohio Crankshaft, 99 Corvette, 588 Big Block Chevrolet, the man out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, and he'll take on Racer Brown, Paul Brown, Wolverine State runner out of Cass City, Michigan, the 72 Dodge Roadster with a Dodge horsepower, staging up alongside the JEGS former JEGS Sportsnationals Super Gas champion here back in 2005. So he knows his way to the winner's circle here at the racetrack. So Shelley and Mason Brown and Paul Brown looking to go to a final here in Super Gas. Well, both competitors pretty even on reaction time. It's going to go down to the finish line for the decision. 990 with a 5 for Racer Brown. Paul Brown goes into the finals with 158 miles an hour. That's going to bring up our next pair. Let's take a look now. Tommy Allen and Jeg Jr. So Tommy Allen out of West Seneca, New York. The Tommy Allen Racing entry, the 98 Cavalier with the 555 Big Block Chevrolet, taking on the star here, Jed Coughlin Jr. The JEGS mail order, 2010 Corvette. One of these two guys are going to a final round. Tommy Allen knows he has his hands full with Jeg. Jeg sizing him up right about now. Down the stripe, win light says Jeg Coughlin Jr. going to the finals here at the JEGS Sportsnationals. 992 on a 990 index at 158 miles an hour. Tommy Allen breaks out, and Coughlin had it covered at starting line.
Now, when you're up against, and let's say, even though Jake Coughlin Jr. isn't the oldest guy, I think it's safe to kind of call him maybe a living legend, so to speak. I mean, because he's been doing this basically since he was old enough to compete competitively. He's been doing it as most of the Coughlins have been. And but so when you're coming up against a big name like that, you'd almost rather break out than finish second, so to speak. Even if it's kind of one of those things as you're going down the track. Even if you feel like you're going to lose, you want to still beat him to the finish line, even if even if you break out. You don't want to come in second to him. It's almost like a pride thing in a way.
All right, so another thing you understand is where we're at right now. Superstock is back. Quarterfinals of Superstock with the GTF automatic of Jeff Neiswanger, man out of Zanesville, Ohio, the 87 Camaro alongside of Alan Wade. He comes down out of Rochester, Indiana with this beautiful 69 Camaro, 427, Superstock D automatic. So 926 to a 1010, that sets the stage for these two. So the winner of this pair is going to pick the bye. Bobby Howell turning the wrenches for Alan Wade, watching on. Alan goes in, lights the pre-stage bulb, and here comes Jeff. So Neiswanger and Wade. Here we go. Let's watch. At the stripe, it's Alan Wade. 926 at 142 miles an hour. So as Alan Wade turns on the big end of the racetrack and picks up a winning ET slip, it might remind you last year at this event at JEGS Northern Sports Nationals in 2014 was in the finals last year as well. So that's going to bring up Todd France and Jeff Taylor. Todd France knows who he's got on the other side. You try not to pay attention to the fact that this guy was a 4-time world champion and an 8-time divisional champion when you go to the starting line. Of course, Todd France, he knows his way to the winner's circle. He's a former U.S. National Comp Eliminator winner. So Todd France out of Louisville, left side of the racetrack. GTE automatic, 88 Beretta taking on Jeff Taylor and his GTD automatic, small block, Cobalt. Jeff Taylor hails from Sellersburg, Indiana. Nice launch for Taylor. Car goes just a little bit towards the center line. Not a whole lot. Had to gather it up just a little bit. I don't think it's going to affect him any. And it's a double breakout situation. Todd France gets down through there first. 973 with an 8 on a 974 dial under. 135 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Aaron Allison. Aaron comes out of Macedonia, Ohio, the Allison Racing 90 Cavalier, 345 Superstock B modified. 920 the index, dials down to 890. That's a mute point right now. Takes the legal win, breaks the beams, and he'll idle it on down for the win. Going to the semis. So the directive comes from Richie Bowers. Our leader here from the Division III certification team tells me that we're at that point in the program, racers. You win your round, cool your cars, and get them right back to the staging lanes. So
Once again, all racers are invited back to the staging lanes at this time. All competitors back to the staging lanes. Thank you. So once again, racers, competitors, if you're still in competition here, we invite you all to come back to the staging lanes at this time. We're in that point in the program where as soon as you win your round, go ahead and get in the pits, cool it, fuel it, bring it back to the staging lanes as quickly as possible, and we'll continue on with competition. Once again, Richie Bauer said this is a point in time of the day where we can bring you guys right back up. So everybody that's still in competition, as soon as you can make it back to the staging lanes, bring them on up. Also, racers, if you got money coming to you, payouts will be here at the tower, Suite 105. You'll see the sign as soon as you come up the ramp to the tower. You'll see the sign directing you to payouts there. But once again, payouts is up here in Suite 105.
Were they?
Once again, all competitors, if you're still in competition, we can take you back in the staging lanes at this time. All competitors still in competition, please return to the staging lanes. Thank you. All right, here we go. Stock semifinals. Jeg Coughlin still in competition. We had this conversation before. He'll be taking on Dave Walters. Dave Walters, 69 Camaro, G Stocker, and Jeg Coughlin, the 2010 Jeg Stock Challenger. Mopar 392, factory stock D. So, the deal with the factory stock designation, it started out a couple of years ago with the cars from 2008 and newer. They were really beating up on the stockers, and they kind of made their own class with a AA stock and AA super stock, and they changed the designation this year to factory stock. So that's the category that Jeg Coughlin finds himself in here. Factory stock D. 1060, the index, he dials down to a 10 flat. Dave Walters dials down to 11 flat. So 1 second the difference. The 69 Camaro is going to make the first move, and one of these two gentlemen are going to the final round of stock eliminator. We'll see if Jeg can pull it off. Just about dead even out of the gate. This is going to go all the way down to the finish line for a decision. Jeg Coughlin, Dave Walters, win light says Jeg. Jeg Coughlin going to the final stock eliminator here today at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. 10 flat with a little bit of change at 127 miles an hour on the number. A little bit, just about even reaction times there. So Dave Walther fell off by 2, and Jeg's going to come back and meet this gentleman right here, Randy Wilkes, a former world champion and stock eliminator. The A-Stock Automatic 2000 Firebird from Zanesville, Ohio. And Andy Wilkes will save the car, make a nice easy pass, and goes into the finals against Jeg Coughlin. That's pretty cool.
All right, here we go. Semifinal round, Super Comp. Phil Smythe out of Canfield, Ohio, in his 2015 dragster. And Sean Frick. As these guys roll in the water box, I'll make the announcement. Attention in the pits. We need Super Stock back to the lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. So Sean Frick out of Flemington, New Jersey. Long way from home here to come out of Division I, out here to Columbus, Ohio. Make it into the final round. Phil Smythe, once again, one of the guys that have been double entered and doing well all weekend in Super Street, Super Comp. Now he's looking to go to the final round here in Super Comp. So Sean Frick's going to try and stop that pace. He and his Race Tech chassis dragster, the 42-year-old IT salesman. And Phil Smythe, the 31-year-old electronic security specialist. So Phil Smythe has run a string of 890s to put him into this position right here. And Sean Frick didn't back into it. So here we go. Semi-final round action, Super Comp. Bumping the throttle down there with an 018 reaction time. Sean takes a stripe right on time. Runs an 891 with some change at 178 miles an hour. Smythe hit the number, run 890 with a 9, but left 31 back here at the starting line. So we'll call that a whole shot victory. Sean Frick will take the win and go to the final round and face Steve Hoyt. As Steve Hoyt rolls in here on a Sunoco lane, comes down out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan, they're going to solo into the finals here in Super Comp category. Let's watch. $889 with an 8, 181 miles an hour, checking the car out. And that brings us down to junior final round. The Invitational Junior Finals coming at you. Just a moment. All right, a couple of junior dragsters rolling in. This is for the final. Junior dragster, JEGS Northern Sports Nationals with Blaine Bazell and Olivia Sheets. Blaine Basil out of Lancaster, Ohio, the 10-year-old. Former divisional champion. Taking on the 16-year-old Olivia Sheets. She comes out of Marengo, Ohio. Blaine dials the dragster in 11:23. Olivia, 7:92, her chosen dial. They'll stage up alongside each other. This is the final round in junior dragster. So it's 11:23 to 7:92, and Olivia's going to have to be patient on the starting line here on the right side of the racetrack as Blaine heads on down the left side with about a 3-second handicap head start, maybe 4. This is the Junior Dragster Invitational here, final round for the 11th running of the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Blaine Basil and Olivia Sheets. And here we go. There goes Blaine. A handicap head starts. Olivia goes to work to chase him down. Down to the 8th mile they'll go. Olivia pulls out the win. 7:93 on a 7:92, 78 miles an hour. And I got to tell you, Blaine had just a little bit better reaction time for his runner-up effort. 11:28 on a 23:55 miles an hour. How about it for the kids here? Olivia Sheets, the winner, Junior Dragster Invitational to the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Congratulations, folks. You did a great job there. Steve and Joy and Zane. And Olivia Sheets, congratulations for your win. Good job, folks.
Good job. The Sheets family, ladies and gentlemen. National event winner. First national event ever. Once again, we need all finalists back to the staging lanes, please. All finalists back to the staging lanes. If you won your round of competition, we need you back up here. All right. Super Stock Semi coming at you. Todd France and Aaron Allison. Todd France out of Louisville, Kentucky, the auto body painter. 88 Beretta, GTE automatic taking on the Super Stock B modified of Aaron Allison out of Macedonia. This is the semifinal round here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, and Todd France and Aaron Allison looking to go to final against Alan Wade as he's going to get the solo. So 898 the dial under for Allison, 972 for Todd France. That sets the stage, and here we go. Let's watch these two guys battle it out and let them do their job. Todd France. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Todd France has got a chance to double up. Here he goes into the final round here with a 972, keeping a dream alive, and he's going to take on Alan Wade in the final round. We're going to see if Todd France is able to pull off this double down deal and make a little bit of history here at the Sports Nationals. And right now, Alan Wade, the man from Rochester, Indiana. Rochester Rotational Molding owner, operator. His 69 427D Superstock D automatic. Nice easy pass, save the car for the final round, and that's smart racing. So the fans in the stands, you get a good chance to look at the beautiful 69 Camaro of Alan Wade as he singles his way in to the final round. A couple of top dragsters getting set and ready to go. And here comes the final and top dragster. Marco Abruzzi, Joey Hessling. Final round, top dragster, but it's not the final for Marco. He's still got to run the Sportsman Shootout. He's taking on Scotty Reinschild in that effort. Real cool Sportsman Shootout trophy up here from Moser Engineering, and Marco Abruzzi is going to take a shot at it here. Chance for him to double up. So Marco, the racing transmission man out of Warren, Ohio, taking on Joey Hessling, the engine builder, Pro Charger car out of Toledo, Ohio. This is just about heads-up racing. It's a 629 for Marco. 630 will be the number for Joey Hessling. Marco come in qualified number 10, ran a string of 640s, 642 and 643, and here he's dialed down to 629, and in the final round. So, ladies and gentlemen, the final round of Top Dragster at the JEGS Sports Nationals. We got the final round and everything coming your way now. And for those of you that stuck it out with us, I want to tell you a little tip of the cap here. We still got some racing yet to do, and we're going to run the Moser Shootout there in just a little while here. So, got quite a few finals coming at you, but they're all final rounds now. Been a full weekend of racing with qualifying on Friday and a shootout on Saturday and some more qualifying and some class eliminations, and it all comes down to right here, right now, the final rounds. A little tire chattel out of Joey Hessling's side. The car goes on for the win. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Joe Hessling, the winner and top dragster. 6:37 on a 6:30, 2:06. Stellar reaction time, and he put Marco Abruzzi by the sideline. 6:35 for Marco's runner-up effort. He's had a great weekend all weekend. Now he's got one more race to win, and that's going to be with Scotty Reinschild in the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Speaking of Moser, that's Tim Irwin coming out of the water box from Portland, Indiana, the research and development guy for Moser. 98 Lumina, guys that won the Best Appearing Crew Award, the Moser team. So it's Tim and Connie right now taking on Mark McDonald. Looking for a final round appearance here. This is their top sportsman final. 751 to a 688 for Mark McDonald. McDonald out of Boonville, Indiana. His 67 Mustang, nitrous oxide assisted, Ford, 598 cubic inch entry. Number 6 qualifier, runs in the 690s. He takes her down to a 688 dial. So Mark McDonald, Tim Irwin, final round, and top sportsman. And the win light says Tim Irwin. Tim Irwin, your top sportsman winner, 7:51 on a 51 with a 005 reaction time. Beautiful performance by the man out of Portland, Indiana. And the Moser car takes the win at 171 miles an hour. And Mark McDonald runners up with a 688 on a 688 with some change. 196 reaction time made the difference. Stellar side-by-side competition. Tim Irwin with a 005 reaction time. Whole shot victory. So a little tip of the cap for the crew out of Portland, Indiana. Connie and Rob and the crew out there. Rob Moser, thanks a bunch for your support. And Tim Irwin picking up a Wally. That's pretty cool stuff there. Photo ops happening and best appearing crew and pretty neat stuff. And look who's coming up now. Jeggy Paul Brown. Jeg Coughlin. Still in Super Gas. Final round. Up against racer Paul Brown. Paul Brown comes out of Cass City, Michigan with his Dodge Roadster. And of course, we know where Jeggy hails from. His Corvette Roadster with a 582 big block. Jeg Coughlin and Paul Brown making their final round appearance right here. Oh, red light foul for Racer Brown, and ladies and gentlemen, say hello to your Super Gas winner, Jeg Coughlin Jr. Home track, home event, all the family here, Jeggy Senior watching on, and your winner in Super Gas, 994 on a 990 at 156 miles an hour. How about that? The folks in yellow and black taking the win. That's a winning little hot rod there as TJ picked up the win last year at this event. And Jeg comes back in the same car, wins the Super Gas with it. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? I think that's pretty neat. Once again, we need stock and super stock finals to the lanes. Stock and super stock final to the lanes. Well, let's not count out comp eliminator. We need you guys in the lanes as well. Comp eliminator. Pretty much all competitors back to the staging lanes at this time. All winning competitors, the finalists, all to the staging lanes at this time. All right, here comes the Super Street final. Mike Ruzicka and Phil Smida. Phil Smida's had a great weekend. Made it to the semifinal rounds in Super Comp, and here he is in Super Street to the final round. Mike Ruzicka is going to try and stop him right here. The man out of Asheville, Ohio, the 1970 Plymouth Duster, 440 Mopar. And Phil Smida out of Canfield, Ohio, his 88 Cavalier. The final round in the 1090 category. 532 big block Chevrolet for Phil Smida. Had a great weekend. Marched all the way through a full field of Super Comp cars. Made it to the semifinal round and was one of the three guys that had an opportunity to double down here at the JEGS Sports Nationals. He's got a chance to pull out a win right here with Mike Ruzicka, but if he's got anything to say about it, it's going to end his day right here. The final round, ladies and gentlemen, the 1090 category Super Street for the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Well, both competitors pretty close at the starting line. Pretty much identical reaction times down at the finish line. Win light says Mike Ruzicka runs 1090 with a 2 to spare at 121 miles an hour. Phil Smida runs 1091, 133 for his runner-up effort. But good job all weekend. Phil and Phil Sr., you guys done great. Give yourself a little pat on the back there, man. You guys worked hard all weekend. You deserve it. Go back and have a beer, celebrate anyway, man. And how about that Ruzicka team? Jeff and the guys, man, congratulations on your national event win. The JEGS Sports Nationals, Super Street winners. Pretty cool stuff, folks. Well, heads up in the pit area. We need the Moser Sportsman Shootout with Scotty Reinschild and Marco Abruzzi. If you guys could be heading towards the staging lanes, we'd appreciate that. The final round of the Moser Sportsman Shootout competitors to the staging lanes, please. All right, man, here's a pair to draw two here in the final. Jeg Coughlin and Randy Wilkes, the final stock eliminator. It's very cool stuff going on here, man. Of course, it's a national event. It always gets dramatic. Here we're talking about a world champion, Randy Wilkes, taking on Jeg Coughlin, one of the guys best in his trade. Just a natural competitor. Put the man in anything, and he can drive it to the winner's circle. So right now, Jeg looking to win stock eliminator, the stock final. The factory stock D for Jeg Coughlin, A stock automatic for Randy Wilkins, a 10-24 to a 10 flat. That sets the stage. And this is the final round of stock eliminator. Some very cool stuff going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch. Oh, red line foul for Randy Wilkes. Missed a tree by 067. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to your stock eliminator winner, Jeg Coughlin. Here's something kind of interesting. I don't want to say anything because there's such a thing as a track announcer's jinx, but Jeg Coughlin has now won 7 different categories at a national event. 7 different national event categories. Jeg Coughlin just won stock eliminator here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. And got to tell you, that's very exciting. Tough breaks for Randy Wilkes. Runner-up effort. 067 red light. He'd run it on out to a 1083. He'd shut it off at 82 miles an hour. Wow. How about that? Cool stuff. Here comes our Super Comp final. Steve Hoyt and Sean Fricky. Sean out of Flemington, New Jersey. Rolling into the water box on the left side of the racetrack. Division I player. Race Tech Chassis Dragster taking on Steve Hoyt. Steve and Jan out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Advanced Chassis Dragster. 4 IHRE national event wins for Steve Hoyt, and he's found his way to the winner's circle a number of times. Had a pretty good showing during qualify. Run some 92s with that car. It's a pretty consistent hot rod. Well, evident of the fact that both of these guys are here in the final, an 890 category. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. We present to you the final and Super Comp JEGS Sports Nationals. Sean Fricky and Stephen Hoyt. And let's let them go to work. Do their deal. Sean Fricky, ladies and gentlemen, your winner in Supercom. Both guys on and off the throttle down there going through the traps, but it's an 889 victory for Sean Fricky, under by a thou. 888 for Stephen Hoyt. They were side by side at the finish line. If there wasn't a wind light, neither one of them know who got it because they were right neck and neck. So Sean Fricky and the crew out of Flemington, New Jersey goes home with a Wally this weekend at the JEGS Sports Nationals. So we had a little conversation early on about as we get to the final rounds, the best of the best showing up, and we got Super Stock final coming your way. And once again, I don't want to jinx Todd France any, but man, this guy's had one heck of a weekend, and bears mentioning that he wins this round of competition in Super Stock, and he's got to get past Alan Wade to do it, but he's got a chance of doubling down here in comp. So let's watch Todd France and Alan Wade get after it here. And this is the final round in Super Stock. The immaculate Chevrolet Beretta, the France Racing entry out of Louisville, Kentucky, Todd France. Former U.S. Nationals comp winner here rolling in the water box on the left side of the racetrack. The GTE Automatic taking on the Superstock D Automatic 427 Rat-inspired 69 SS Camaro. The man from Rochester, rotational molding, Alan Wade. Alan Wade and Bobby Hollowell made the tow down from Rochester. The Superstock D Automatic made it all the way to the final round here, and Todd France has had a great weekend. So GTE Automatic, the index is 1065. Todd's going to dial her down to 970, and Alan Wade's dialed 925 from a 1020. So that sets up the stage. Todd France is going to make the first move, and Alan Wade will chase him down track for the win. Let's watch what happens here. Todd France and Alan Wade, the final round of Super Stock. Via the hole shot, Todd France in the final for the win. It's 974 and a 970, 131 miles an hour. So Todd France wins Super Stock. He'll swing around, pick up a winning ET slip, and get on up here to the staging lanes with his comp car. See if he can do it one more time. Good job by Alan Wade with a 925. He runs out to 926. Left 079 back here at the starting line. Just can't do that in the final. 142 miles an hour. So Gary, good job, you guys. Awesome showing. Marco Abruzzi, we need you to lanes for the final in the Sportsman Shootout. Marco, we need you back to the lanes, please. Scotty Reinschild, patiently waiting up here, ready to run the shootout there, and we'll run comp. It's an exciting weekend, man, and a dramatic finals in all the categories. It's a pretty cool situation here at the JEGS Sports Nationals. Getting down to just a couple of more finals. Got comp and the shootout, the Moser Sportsman Shootout coming your way. All right, once again, a full weekend of qualifying and full weekend of competition here. 3 days event of the national event, the JEGS Sports National, and it comes down to this. 2 more finals to go, and we got Marco Abruzzi and Scotty Reinshield in the final of the Moser Sportsman Shootout. This is for $5,000. Runner-up gets $2,000. I went through the text sheets here and seen they're both using the product, Moser axles, and wearing the decals, and that makes them eligible for $5,000 to win. Marco Abruzzi has been on a rip all weekend long. Comes out of Warren, Ohio. The man that owns and operates Abruzzi Racing Transmission. Pretty much his own rolling billboard there. Pretty good sign it. Pretty good transmission, I got to think. And Scotty Reinschild out of Brookville, Indiana. 69 Corvette, 585 cubic inch entry. The Super Street car. Both of these gentlemen gained points from the start of the season down at Raceway Park at the North Central Division race. They gained points all the way through the season until they got to Bowling Green. They qualified for this event with 12 other competitors, and there was 2 wild cards in it. Comes down to this. Marco Abruzzi, Scotty Reinshield. In the final, the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Here we go. Scotty Reinschild, ladies and gentlemen, perfect reaction time, 0-0-0 reaction time for Scotty Reinschild. Just wins the Sportsman Shootout and $5,000, and I got to tell you, a way cool trophy. Compliments of Moser Engineering, runs 7:55 on a 53 with a perfect reaction time. Marco Abruzzi runner it up for $2,000, runs dead on the number with 2:37. Shot from all the folks from the event and best appearing crew. They've had a great weekend. And Scotty Reinschild pulling out the win at the Moser Shootout. Thanks Rob Moser and all the crew out of Portland, Indiana for the Moser Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Scotty Reinschild and Cade and Kendra and Scott and the whole crew for Brookville, Indiana. Good job. So one more final round of contest here at the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, the final, and it's going to be Comp Eliminator. All right, man, there's a lot of stuff going on here with France getting ready to go into the final in Comp Eliminator. And this is his opportunity to double down, and I got to tell you, he's got a good opportunity to do it right here. He was out here for the North Central Division race, won that one this year, won the division race here at Columbus, and pretty much owns this track at this point. He's looking to double down here right now in Comp. Rode him up on a golf cart, strapped himself in a complete different vehicle, different configuration. And he's getting set and ready to go, and he's going to run this gentleman right here. Todd France and Brian Siebenig. Siebenig's had a great weekend as well. The F-Dragster Automatics rolling up here in front of the tower on the ready line. The final for the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals, the 11th running of the Sports Nationals. This event started years ago in the wooden grandstands at Bunker Hill, and this is the Triple Crown, the trifecta. It culminates right here in the hometown of JEGS. So Todd France making some history here in his D Super Modified 2008 Pontiac G5. Chance to double down at a national event is a huge deal, especially after winning a divisional here at this track earlier in the season. And Brian Siebenig, got anything to say about it? He's going to stop this right now. A little Honda 4-cylinder. Twin cam 150 out of Toledo, Ohio. F Dragster automatic taking on a super modified automatic of Todd France. Pretty close competition here. Brian, 867 the index. Todd, 887. 0.2 the difference. So here comes Todd France. Man, I got to tell you, this is really cool stuff. For those of you that stuck around to watch this, little tip of the cap, you the racing fans, I got to tell you, you're seeing some pretty good stuff here. You'll read about this in the National Dragster. Todd France and Brian Siebenig now. The final. Last pair of cars down the track after a long weekend of qualifying and competition. It all comes down to this right here, the final round of Comp Eliminator. So let's sit back and watch Brian Siebenig and Todd France go to work. He's got it covered. And Todd France, ladies and gentlemen, just doubles down at the JEGS Sports National. Your competition eliminator winner. And the crew out of Louisville, Kentucky. Congratulations. Good job there, folks. That was very exciting. Brian Siebenig didn't give it up easy. Ran 890 on a 67. Car fell off about 0.3, 146 miles an hour, but runner-up effort for Brian Siebenig. Congratulations to you, and for Todd France and the family and crew. Congratulations. A stellar weekend. History in the making right here, and we'll read about it in National Dragster. This is cool stuff. Folks, I want to thank all the good folks from JEGS, all the great staff and crew here at National Trail Raceway for hosting this event. And want to thank you one and all for coming out and watching the JEGS Northern Sports Nationals. Have a safe trip home. Thanks for coming. So, winners, go back and congratulate yourselves. Give yourself a pat on the back. And we'd like to get out of here, too. So you got 1 hour for payouts. And the Suite 105, 1 hour for payouts. Thanks, folks. Thanks for coming.